Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
It seems that the Foundation establishment, true person behind the scenes, has finally given up. Liu Yang looked up at the sky. It was only because he possessed the innate primordial qi divine talisman and had the experience of several lifetimes that he could vaguely sense the changes in fate. This feeling of a clear Dao heart and boundless freedom was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Good. Discovering that the Foundation establishment true person was no longer scheming against him, Liu Yang immediately felt much more relaxed. What pleased him even more was that another of his projects had made significant progress. Liu Yang took out the innate primordial qi Myriad Spirits banner and then summoned his innate primordial qi incarnation. The Myriad Spirits banner was very special, although it contained a mustard seed space. Only entities related to the innate Dao book, such as the innate primordial qi incarnation, could enter it. As the incarnation entered, Liu Yang immediately felt a blur before his eyes. In the next second, a vast and boundless scroll slowly unfolded before Liu Yang's eyes, like a series of comic panels, each depicting a banner spirit. These images were diverse. Some showed mountain villages, others isolated overseas islands, imperial palaces, or celestial palaces in the heavens. In each image, a banner spirit radiating spiritual light moved about, eating, drinking, playing, or meditating in cultivation, appearing almost lifelike. Even though he had seen this many times, each viewing still made Liu Yang sigh. These images are probably manifestations of the banner spirit's memories from their lifetimes. Letting the banner spirits live within the paintings helps maintain their consciousness and memories. One incredible magical tool. With a thought, Liu Yang changed the scenes within the paintings. All the banner spirits were gathered in one place, and the original images of mountain villages and such transformed into a massive factory and an assembly line. At first, the banner spirits seemed a bit dazed, but soon, as the strongest among them, Liu Xian was the first to regain clarity. He quickly approached Liu Yang and respectfully said, "Subordinate greets the master. How is the work progressing?" Reporting to the master, "We have produced 132 golden light talismans, 153 five thunder talismans, and 210 sword chi talismans. Please review them." As he finished speaking, Liu Xian presented a thick stack of talismans. "Well done." However, Liu Yang scanned the talismans with his spiritual sense, satisfied, but soon his expression darkened. To allow them to rest? Since exchanging insights on talisman techniques with Fairy Facia, he had assigned the production of 3 low-level talismans to the banner spirits within the Myriad Spirits banner. Therefore, the banner spirits were supposed to work tirelessly, day and night, year-round, drawing talismans for him. Yet, upon his inspection, he found them all resting. This was unacceptable. It was outrageous. As banner spirits, if they dared to rest today, who knows what they might dare to do tomorrow? Such unhealthy tendencies must be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, Liu Yang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Liu, I am pleased that you can organize the banner spirits to produce so many talismans. However, I am not pleased that you allowed them to rest." "Master, this was a necessary measure," Liu Xian hurriedly explained. "Talisman drawing requires living beings to use their mana as the brush and their spiritual wisdom as the ink. However, banner spirits are beings that are seemingly alive but essentially dead. While they possess mana, their spiritual wisdom diminishes with each use. If they continue drawing talismans without rest, they will eventually deplete all their spiritual wisdom, leading to their inexplicable dissipation." "So what?" Liu Yang's response left Liu Xian momentarily stunned. The Myriad Spirits banner lacks everything but banner spirits. If they dissipate from exhaustion, that's perfect. I can acquire new ones, which would be more efficient. Oh, and the dissipated banner spirits can be used to feed other banner spirits. If banner spirits can endure hardship, they can endure more hardship. You banner spirits exist solely to work for me. Those that cannot serve me have no value and should dissipate on their own. Lu Yang spoke calmly, but Lu Xen listened in terror. Beast, a beast indeed. Observing Lu Yang's utilization of the Myriad Spirits banner, Lu Xen felt that he himself was a great philanthropist, having previously only summoned banner spirits during battles. Perceiving his emotions, Lu Yang smiled gently. Senior brother Lu, you should understand how fierce the competition among banner spirits is now. Honestly, if it weren't for our shared sect background, I wouldn't have entrusted you with this task. You should learn to be grateful. Otherwise, think about it. Using this banner spirit or that one makes no difference. Why should I choose you? Isn't it because we're fellow disciples? I've achieved what I have today, thanks to you. Rest assured, as long as you work diligently, I won't treat you unfairly. Lu Xen. While Lu Yang was inspecting the work within the Myriad Spirits banner, in another secret chamber of the Blood Garment Tower, Yin Yaoing was experiencing an internal struggle. How could this be? Her expression was a mix of joy and surprise, and the token around her neck, symbolizing her identity as a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, was emitting light. It was a communication light. By channeling mana into it, one could communicate with the person on the other end. She had never imagined that her token had this function, but why had no one contacted her before? In the next moment, Yin Yaoing heard a familiar voice in her ear. Yaoing? Good, you're alive. It seems you still have some fate. You are sister. Yin Yaoing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had previously extended an olive branch to Lu Yang, partly because she believed in his character and partly because she was confident in her own background. As long as Lu Yang was willing to reform, she could have the Sword Pavilion accept him. Because her Yin family had once produced a Sword Pavilion sect master, a golden core true lord. Although they had declined over time, they remained a prominent family within the Sword Pavilion. However, she herself was not highly regarded by the family. The one truly valued was her elder sister, Yin Yaoing, a true disciple of the Sword Pavilion, who cultivated the Tai Golden Radiance pill book, focused solely on cultivation, even refusing to use pills to accelerate progress, and was among the rare few who had mastered great divine abilities in the late Qi refining stage. Describing her as heaven's favored daughter was no exaggeration. Yin Yaoing and Yin Yaoing, those sisters with only a one-character difference in their names, had vastly different talents and aptitudes. Where are you now? The light shimmered, and a cold voice emanated. Your fate was insufficient, leading to your misfortune in the Demon Sect. Now that it's fulfilled, you should escape the calamity. Could she return to the Sword Pavilion? Yin Yaoing was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed and quickly said, I'm in the Blood Garment Tower at the Skeleton Mountain Market. Sister, are you coming to get me? Blood Garment Tower? Yin Yaoing paused slightly before saying, Were you harvested by the Blood Garment Tower Master? So be it. I'll kill him for you, and your merit will be complete. Upon hearing this, Yin Yaoing was stunned and quickly said, Sister, you've misunderstood. Brother Lu may come from the Demon Sect, but he's not a villain. On the contrary, he aspires to righteousness and has exceptional talent. I believe it's better to persuade him to reform than to kill him. He could be an asset to the righteous path. Before she could finish, a sharp rebuke interrupted her. Absurd. In the next moment, outside the Skeleton Mountain Market, a tall woman in white robes with crane patterns, her beautiful eyes gleaming with sword light and exuding heroic spirit, suddenly crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Beside her, a middle-aged man frowned and asked, What happened? Yaoing is beyond saving. Yin Yaoing shook her head and sighed. She pleads for a demon, likely already entangled in calamity and unable to extricate herself, with no hope of escape. What does Junior's sister plan to do? Go to the Demon Sect's market. As she spoke, a nameless fury arose in Yin Yaoing's heart. Yin Yaoing was her sister, bearing a 7-part resemblance to her. Now, having been harvested by a demon, the image was akin to herself being. At this thought, Yin Yaoing felt a wave of discomfort and instinctively closed her legs. Immediately, a trace of killing intent flashed across her delicate face. A demon has ensnared my sister. If I don't personally slay him, my thoughts will remain unsettled. At the Blood Garment Tower within the Skeleton Mountain Market, Liu Yang had just withdrawn his consciousness from the Myriad Spirit's banner when he suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes. His spiritual platform clouded. He furrowed his brows slightly and looked toward the distant sky. In the next moment, he rose into the air on a stream of light and arrived at the edge of the market. He saw a brilliant light shooting across the sky, swift as fire and lightning, arriving at the market gate before it receded. A tall, valiant woman stepped out. So, it's a fellow Taoist from the Sword Pavilion. Liu Yang, having studied the divine firmament sword control true formula, recognized her background at a glance. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "I am Liu Yang. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist?" Jade Pivot Yin Yaoing. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. After all, Yin Yaoing and Yin Yaoing, such similar names naturally led to associations. Are you here to take back your sect member? Thinking this, Liu Yang did not hesitate. With a casual gesture, he directly pulled Yin Yaoing out from the Blood Garment Tower and threw her before Yin Yaoing. Miss Yaoing has not suffered any grievances in the Saint Sect. Although she is nominally my cauldron, I have never harvested her over the years, so she remains a virgin. If you wish to take her back, please do as you please. My cultivation is shallow, so I won't see you off. In Liu Yang's view, he had no enmity with the Sword Pavilion. After all, he not only preserved Yin Yaoing's life, but also her chastity. As the leader of the righteous path, Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion wouldn't make things difficult for him. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Yaoing still a virgin? Yin Yaoing's beautiful eyes lowered, her gaze falling on Yin Yaoing. Yet, instead of joy, she showed a hint of disdain and helplessness. In the next second, she sighed deeply. What a pity! Yaoing, you won't survive this tribulation. Upon hearing this, not only Liu Yang, but even Yin Yaoing was stunned, her face full of disbelief. Sister, what do you mean? You didn't receive the true transmission, so you don't understand. Yin Yaoing shook her head. You lack fortune and destiny, yet you forcibly sought immortal fate. Originally, you would have faced 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Failing any one of them would result in the loss of your Dao and death. Therefore, I specifically asked Master to combine your tribulations into a single 10-year great calamity. This 10-year great calamity was your 10 years trapped in the Demon Sect. During these 10 years, if you had endured all the humiliation, your red lips tasted by thousands, yet still maintained a steadfast Dao heart, unwavering in your resolve, the tribulation would have been considered past. Unfortunately, you are still a virgin. Being a virgin and not having suffered humiliation means the tribulation hasn't lessened at all. It might even intensify. At this point, Yin Yaoing looked at Liu Yang, her eyes filled with killing intent. This demon ruined your cultivation. He appears benevolent, but harbors malicious intent and should be executed. Liu Yang had to admit he was dumbfounded. Yin Yaoing was even more unable to accept it, her lips trembling. So, the reason I fell into the hands of the Demon Sect 10 years ago, becoming a cauldron of the Demon Sect. Naturally, it was all my plan. Yin Yaoing nodded. Without this, you would have no hope of establishing your foundation in this life. You are my sister. Naturally, I must consider your well-being. This was all for your own good. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was speechless. Damn it, the righteous path has lunatics. If Liu Yang had previously held some admiration for the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, the renowned leader of the righteous path, now he felt nothing at all. Better to stay in the Saint Sect. Every disciple in the Holy Sect is a talent. I absolutely love it here. Come, return with me. On the other side, Yin Yaoing paid no attention to Lu Yong and Yin Yaoing's expressions, saying loudly, I will think of another way to help you pass this great calamity. I won't. Faced with Yin Yaoing's persuasion, Yin Yaoing instinctively took a step back, looking at her sister as if she were a stranger. After all, she never imagined that the experience of falling into the Demon Sect's hands 10 years ago, nearly leading her to despair, was orchestrated by her own sister. If not for meeting Lu Yong, who preserved her life and chastity, she might have been harvested into medicinal dregs, dying in some corner. Listen to me. Seeing Yin Yaoing's reaction, Yin Yaoing frowned slightly. You haven't learned great divine abilities, nor do you understand cause and effect, so it's naturally hard for you to comprehend my intentions. Intentions? Yin Yaoing took another step back, her tone filled with hatred, setting me up to be thrown into the Demon Sect, letting me be humiliated and harvested. This is your intention for me. I am following cause and effect, acting on behalf of heaven. When you achieve success in the immortal path in the future, you will naturally thank me. Yin Yaoing's tone was calm. In her view, her actions were entirely appropriate, all in accordance with the natural order and destiny. Seeing Yin Yaoing still wanting to argue, she simply waved her hand, and a brilliant light enveloped Yin Yaoing, knocking her unconscious and casually placing her beside her. Words are wasted when opinions differ. I won't argue with you now. After doing all this, she looked at Lu Yong again. Why are you looking at me, fellow Taoist Yin? Lu Yong raised an eyebrow. Yin Yaoing's beautiful eyes gazed over, her expression indifferent, and she said lightly, You deliberately ruined Miaoqing's cultivation. I wish to borrow something from you as compensation. Lu Yong laughed loudly upon hearing this. You're not thinking of borrowing my fine head, are you? His words were full of sarcasm. Yin Yaoing nodded slightly, not angered, but her phoenix eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling, killing intent. If you're unwilling, don't blame me for eliminating demons to uphold the Dao. With that, she raised her delicate hand. In an instant, a clear light illuminated 10 miles around. It was a crystal-clear, glass-like magical sword, its blade reflecting the surrounding mountains and rivers. Do you really think I fear you? Lu Yong laughed proudly, then turned and leaped, instantly transforming into a stream of light, hiding within the market. The 100 Bones, True Formation, and Sword Formation diagram activated instantly. A hidden dragon in the abyss. Who can kill me? Seeing this, Yin Yaoing smiled coldly, showing no hesitation. Within the Skeleton Mountain Marketplace, upon witnessing Lu Yong and Yin Yaoing vanish simultaneously, everyone realized it must be the power of the glazed magical sword suspended in the air. Seeing this scene, Luo Wa's expression turned solemn, yet he felt secretly delighted. A foundation establishment, true person truly possesses unfathomable abilities. Senior brother actually managed to lure in a big fish. The heaven-evading sword, this spiritual treasure, has resurfaced. This treasure ranked 37th among the 108 swords of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, holding the top position among the Earth Fiends. Though not a spiritual treasure, it surpassed them, containing a mustard seed cave heaven. In combat, merely shining the sword light could draw the enemy into the cave heaven, thus gaining the upper hand. Inside the cave heaven, the sword pavilion cultivator's magical power was replenished by the cave, allowing them to use divine abilities without expending power. In contrast, non-sword pavilion cultivators, once trapped in the cave, would first lose 30% of their true chi, then 30% of their divine abilities, and finally 30% of their spiritual treasure's power. With such advantages and disadvantages, the outcome was already determined. This was why Yin Yaoing, knowing Lu Yong had dual formations protecting him, remained confident. She understood that dual formations couldn't block the heaven-evading sword's capture. In fact, most 5-element objects couldn't stop the heaven-evading sword. The only way to block the heaven-evading sword with formations was to use those involving spatial transformations, but such formations were exceedingly rare. Moreover, Even if they existed, a ninth-grade formation master couldn't set them up. Given this demon must meet his end this time. On the other side, Divine Martial Sect Elder Ouyang Feng clapped and laughed heartily. Although he couldn't personally avenge himself, Liu Yang's death would still alleviate his deep hatred. Hearing this, Luo Wuya could only shake his head without refuting, for he felt the same. If Liu Yang had dual formations protecting him, their duel might have been evenly matched. But once trapped in the heaven-evading sword, death was certain. Even he would be in danger. However, this also aligns with senior brother's intentions. That Liu Yang didn't know his place, repeatedly defying senior brother and entangling karma. Senior brother deliberately lured Yin Yaoing here, perhaps intending to kill with a borrowed knife. Thinking of this, Luo Wuya felt at ease. Although both were disciples of the Holy Sect, he had no intention of helping, merely waiting for Liu Yang to be killed, allowing Yin Yaoing to seize his fate and open the witch ghost's secret realm. Meanwhile, inside the heaven-evading sword, the sword light shone down, and even multiple formations couldn't block it. When Liu Yang regained his senses and his vision cleared, he found himself in a completely different environment. All he saw was rampant sword chi. As the sword chi descended, Liu Yang immediately felt his true chi weaken by 30%. Using divine abilities became significantly more difficult. Understanding this was the cave heaven suppression. The next moment, heavenly light appeared above, and Yin Yaoing stepped out gracefully. Primordial Saint Demon, today you shall face your destined calamity. Be executed. The tiny body-shedding corpse liberation true method in his hand was also a great divine ability. Because of this, he dared not underestimate the power of such abilities. Now it's truly a life-and-death struggle, Liu Yang thought rapidly. As he knew, the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion's Tai Golden Radiance Pill book could refine golden, silver, and jade lights, each being a superior divine ability. To perfect this great divine ability, one must achieve the three radiances converging at the crown, refining the three lights into one Tai Golden Radiance. This not only combined all effects, but also amplified the power, even aiding in breaking through to foundation establishment. Fortunately, her divine ability shouldn't be perfected yet. As the saying goes, the great Dao is singular. If a divine ability were perfected, Yin Yaoing wouldn't have split into three lights, but would have only one Tai Golden Radiance. Perhaps this is my opportunity. At this moment, Yin Yaoing took action. She waved her sleeve, and the golden light around her moved at will, enveloping Liu Yang. Liu Yang immediately retreated. The golden light, called divine light, moved with the mind. If the mind was disturbed, it would self-immolate. Thus, even a slight touch would ignite inner fire, causing the body to burn with golden light, turning into ashes without suppression. Go! Liu Yang's mind moved, and the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light surged upward, the overwhelming blood light forcibly resisting the descending golden light, both stalemating in the air. Seeing this, Yin Yaoing gently pressed her brow. The next moment, a sword pill appeared, flashing like lightning, disappearing instantly, and reappearing above Liu Yang's head, striking down. Clang! Clang! As the sword chi howled down, Liu Yang's blood-sun sword pill was isolated outside the cave heaven. He could only sigh, revealing a wind and thunder treasure mirror behind his head. Taiwei Mirror. The mirror's surface shimmered, and instantly wind and thunder followed. The Taiwei wind and thunder chi within the mirror stirred up bolts of lightning, wrapped in howling Yin wind, forcibly capturing Yin Yaoing's sword pill like a vortex, continuously eroding its sword chi. Yin Yaoing remained calm, even smiling coldly. Though decisive, she wasn't reckless. Before coming to the marketplace and attacking Liu Yang, she had already investigated his background. Formations and the Taiwei Mirror were within her expectations. Now, having bypassed the formations with the heaven-evading sword and restrained the Taiwei Mirror with the sword pill, Yin Yaoing felt victory was in her grasp, deciding to deliver the final blow. In the next moment, Yin Yaoing simultaneously activated the silver and jade lights beside her. These were Qi Light and Essence Light, the former breaking all worldly Qi, the latter slicing through steel and iron. Now combined, they formed a clear, crystalline sword light slashing toward Lu Yang, truly a direct disciple of the sword pavilion. Seeing this, Lu Yang could only sigh. Yin Yaoing was evidently not a sheltered flower. Her tactical execution and timing were impeccable. In such circumstances, she had mastered a great divine ability. Though not yet perfected, she was only one step away from fusion. At least she had fully grasped the three divine abilities as components. In comparison, Lu Yang's mastery of the tying body-shedding corpse liberation true method was far inferior. The final component, Tai Pardon Talisman, was still stuck at a bottleneck, making no progress. He hadn't even gathered all three divine abilities, let alone integrated them. In terms of combat, I'm no match for her. Lu Yang clearly recognized this. After all, he was never adept at combat. His strength lay in using higher cultivation to overpower the weak. But now, Yin Yaoing was at the 9th level of Qi refining, while he was at the 8th. Not only were they not at the same level, but he was also challenging a stronger opponent from a lower position, completely against his usual approach. If this were a few months ago, I might have had to start over. However, now there was a new variable. In the next moment, facing Yin Yaoing's dual sword lights, Lu Yang raised his hand, successively throwing out 2 talismans, which exploded mid-air. Boom! With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning and a sword Qi surged out, blocking Yin Yaoing's descending sword light at the critical moment. 9th grade talismans. Yin Yaoing's brows twitched slightly, but quickly returned to calm. Only 2, still a drop in the bucket. How many talismans can you have? As a direct disciple of the sword pavilion, she didn't practice talisman arts, but wasn't unfamiliar. Even a 9th grade talisman required at least 3 days for a late-stage Qi refining cultivator to draw, dedicating all efforts. So she was certain Lu Yang had no more than 10 talismans. The next moment, Lu Yang waved his hand again. Then, a scene that left Yin Yaoing dumbfounded unfolded. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, dozens to hundreds of talismans spread across the sky. Behind the Myriad talismans, Lu Yang shook the Myriad Spirits banner, with numerous banner spirits working overtime, rushing production. How many talismans? Don't compare your personal workshop output with mine. Let me show you the power of a black-hearted industrial assembly line. As his words fell, the group of talismans activated simultaneously. In an instant, sword Qi and lightning intertwined, illuminating the entire cave heaven. Also illuminated was Yin Yaoing's astonishing. Though talismans and formations each had their unique merits, they ultimately served the same purpose. As external tools, they allowed cultivators to overcome stronger opponents and achieve victory through weakness. A 9th grade formation alone could grant Lu Yang the upper hand in a duel. Even a 9th grade talisman, while perhaps not as formidable as a formation, was enough to make Yin Yaoing treat it with utmost caution. It was not something to be taken lightly. Not to mention, Lu Yang had just unleashed nearly 500 talismans at once, all activated simultaneously, their combined power causing the very heavens and earth to change color. Although talismans turned to ash after use and couldn't be preserved, making them consumables that many cherished, Lu Yang was an exception. If he ran out talismans, he would simply have the banner spirits work overtime to produce a new batch. Boom! In an instant, sword energy filled the sky, thunder roared, and countless talisman lights flashed like lightning, surrounding Yin Yaoing as if thousands of blades were upon her. Seeing this, Yin Yaoing had no choice but to retreat defensively. The next moment, a surge of energy transformed into a silver canopy above her, shielding her from all the talismans. However, this was only temporary. While talismans didn't drain Lu Yang's spiritual power, Yin Yaoing's use of the Tai Golden Radiance Pill book consumed a significant amount. As her energy waned, the protective light around her was shredded by the talismans, forcing her to summon another layer of light to barely protect herself. Slash! Lu Yang, without a hint of mercy, unleashed sword energy and thunder talismans, instantly tearing apart Yin Yaoing's protective garment. In a flash, her garment shattered, scattering like rain and revealing vast expanses of snow-white skin. Yin Yaoing's face turned crimson with anger, her jade-like body trembling violently. Instinctively, she tried to cover herself, but Lu Yang's relentless attacks left her no room to do so. Fiend, you're courting death. Yin Yaoing's expression twisted in fury. Having reached the 9th level of qi refining at a young age and mastering the great divine abilities of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, she was a true disciple and a foundation establishment seed of the sect. Always aloof and proud, she had never found herself in such a humiliating situation. Lu Yang, noticing this, smirked slightly. Fellow Taoist, you truly possess a heavenly beauty, so ample, so fair, and so smooth. Though Yin Yaoing tried her best to conceal herself, it was futile against Lu Yang's discerning eyes. He saw everything, whether he should or not. Yin Yaoing, extremely sensitive to his gaze, became even more frantic. What infuriated her further was Lu Yang's disdainful expression. In broad daylight, such indecency. Is this what you call a righteous sect? As he spoke, Lu Yang continued to direct talismans at Yin Yaoing. His words were merely a tactic to unsettle her mind, with the ultimate goal of defeating her. As expected, being humiliated by Lu Yang and having previously held the advantage only to be reduced to such a state by his extravagant use of talismans, Yin Yaoing's emotions ignited, causing a slight crack in her Dao heart. Now's the time. Lu Yang seized the moment when Yin Yaoing's Dao heart wavered and her mind became distracted, immediately forming a hand seal. Suddenly, a circular light appeared behind his head. As the light illuminated, Lu Yang's vision changed dramatically. The area where he had just battled Yin Yaoing was now filled with numerous traces of her energy, remnants she had left behind. Profound Yin shape capturing, nailhead, life claiming. With a thought, Lu Yang directed the circular light onto one of Yin Yaoing's energy traces, capturing it and projecting her graceful figure. The next second, without hesitation, Lu Yang slashed with 2 fingers. The circular light split in 2, and the image of Yin Yaoing within was also divided. An invisible force immediately acted upon Yin Yaoing's real body. Crack! Suddenly, a soft tearing sound was heard, and a clear blood mark appeared on Yin Yaoing's snow-white, ivory-like forehead. The blood mark began to widen. You wish. In an instant, Yin Yaoing's pupils contracted, her fair skin flushed, her brows arched, and a golden light burst from her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she retracted the divine light that had been contending with the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, and simultaneously gathered the chi light and essence light. The 3 lights merged into a brilliant golden light, soaring into the sky, making her appear like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. 3 lights combined, Tai golden flower. At that moment, Lu Yang felt that Yin Yaoing had suddenly become taller, not in a physical sense, but in terms of dimension. This is the great divine ability. Previously, Yin Yaoing had only been using superior divine abilities that comprised the great divine ability. Now, she had managed to activate the true great divine ability. It was an entirely different sensation. With the blessing of Tai golden flower, Yin Yaoing seemed to transcend the mortal realm, gradually ascending to a level beyond Lu Yang's reach. The 2 stood one high, one low. This disparity was all too familiar to Lu Yang. Though not as terrifying as that day, it still reminded him of the initial shock he felt upon meeting Taoist Hong Yun. At that moment, Yin Yaoing moved. With a graceful wave of her hand, the profound Yin shape capturing technique that had been acting upon her was forcibly redirected to another person with a similar energy signature. Her twin sister, Yin Yaoing. The next second, the blood mark on Yin Yaoing's forehead rapidly healed, while Yin Yaoing, still unconscious outside the cave, suddenly split open. Truly ruthless and decisive. Witnessing this, Lu Yang mocked, "Fellow Taoist, you act swiftly, resorting to fratricide at the first sign of danger to save yourself. Is this the righteousness of the sword pavilion? This is Miaoqing's tribulation. Do not distort the truth." Yin Miaoqing's tone returned to its usual indifference. "You've disrupted her cultivation, causing her tribulation to remain incomplete, leading to today's calamity. You are the true culprit." Lu Yang laughed heartily. "Fellow Taoist, your shamelessness is unparalleled. You're wasted in the sword pavilion. You should join our Saint Sect." Yin Yaoing remained unmoved, but the killing intent in her eyes grew colder. She said coldly, "Sharp-tongued fiend, today I shall act on behalf of the heavens." The next moment, the tiny golden flower she had condensed collapsed with a roar, sweeping towards Lu Yang and all his activated talismans. In an instant, Lu Yang's figure and hundreds of talismans were obliterated, as if they were mere mantis arms trying to stop a chariot, all swept away. This kind of transformation was just like the words on a book being erased by a rubber eraser. There was neither a corpse, nor any lingering chi. Not even a trace was left behind, as if it had never appeared in this world to begin with. Immediately after, the tiny golden radiance disappeared, revealing Yin Yaoing's staggering figure. However, at this moment, this proud daughter of heaven wore a face that was deathly pale. "Pooh! Ugh!" As soon as Yin Yaoing landed, she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, the brilliance enveloping her body collapsed with a loud crash, and she could no longer gather even the slightest bit of radiance. "It's gone, all gone." Yin Yaoing's red lips trembled lightly, without a trace of victory's joy. This was the price she had paid for forcibly activating the Tai golden radiance through a secret technique without having reached the peak of chi refining. Her essence, energy, and spirit, the three forms of brilliance, all shattered. Decades of painstaking cultivation had gone up in flames. The once bright path to foundation establishment now carried a shadow of uncertainty. Yin Yaoing sighed in sorrow and was about to leave the cave heaven. But just at that moment, she saw a figure suddenly appear, one she could hardly believe. "Fellow Taoist, the outcome hasn't been decided yet, and you're already leaving?" Lu Yang appeared handsome and poised, his sleeves fluttering. Though he too had suffered great depletion of true chi and heavy losses in magical power, there was not a single wound on his body. "That's impossible." Yin Yaoing's flower-like face turned pale with horror. Her usually crisp and pleasant voice now turned sharp. "That was Tai golden radiance. How could you possibly have blocked it?" Naturally, Lu Yang would not tell her. Indeed, if relying solely on his own divine abilities, Lu Yang would not have been able to withstand that Tai golden radiance. Such a grand divine power already held the might of foundation establishment. What blocked it was his talent. Purple talent, some skill. Some skill. No matter how terrifying the attack, as long as it falls within your ability limit, you can handle it freely, twice. In his previous life, after angrily drawing his sword and slaying the peak master of Mending Heaven Peak, this was the talent he obtained upon restarting. If Yin Yaoing had been able to unleash Tai Golden Radiance 4 or 5 times in succession, he would have died without question. But she could only unleash it once, so she had no one to blame for his cheat. Although it was only twice, it really was twice. Lu Yang smiled calmly, first picking up the Taiwei mirror, then stepped in front of Yin Yaoing and used the mirror's light to immobilize her completely. Yin Yaoing instinctively began to struggle, glaring angrily at Lu Yang. "What do you intend to do?" "To be honest, I'm quite interested in the Tai Golden Radiance pill book. I won't tell you anything." "Relax. You will." Lu Yang sneered coldly. "After all, I'm a disciple of Mending Heaven Peak in the Primordial Saint Sect." Much later, as the clouds scattered and the rain ceased. What a pity it's not complete. Lu Yang closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Only 1/3 of it. The remaining parts are restricted, impossible to extract. In the next second, he looked again at Yin Yaoing. Seeing this, Yin Yaoing clenched her silver teeth tightly, yet dared not show the slightest trace of resentment. She could only force a flattering smile. "You've already had me. Isn't that enough?" Lu Yang looked disgusted. "What use are you?" Boom! Before Yin Yaoing could finish her sentence, Lu Yang flicked the Taiwei mirror. In an instant, wind and thunder raged. On the spot, that enchanting figure was shattered into dust. At Skeleton Mountain, the atmosphere remained tense, with swords drawn and bows bent. Luo Wuya, Ouyang Feng, and Yun Jiqiu, all at the peak of qi refining, stood in a standoff, none willing to yield. Just then, a streak of light suddenly flew in from the horizon. As it approached, the light converged, revealing an elderly monk clad in a kasaya and holding a meditation staff. He clasped his hands in greeting toward Yun Jiqiu. "Poor monk Ming Chan greets benefactor Yin." Yun Jiqiu nodded slightly upon seeing this and said indifferently, "Demon-subduing Chan Master Ming Chan, I've heard of you. It seems you had some karmic connection with my uncle for a few years." Benefactor sees clearly. Ming Chan smiled faintly. In the past, when Senior Yun was seeking evil spirits in the East Sea, he once rested at my temple. I received his guidance, which led to my achievements today. At this moment, Skeleton Mountain was teeming with various individuals. With the opportunity for foundation establishment at stake, not only were the Divine Martial Sect, Primordial Saint Sect, and Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion present, but also some renowned rogue cultivators drawn by reputation. Among them, demon-subduing Chan Master Ming Chan stood out as an exceptional figure, being one of the rare rogue cultivators who had reached the peak of qi refining. However, it was evident that he was more inclined toward the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Wuya, confident in having true person Yin Shan as his backup, remained composed. On the other hand, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but frown. After all, as far as he knew, Ming Chan was no ordinary individual. Originally a mortal, he had devoted himself to Buddhism for 3 lifetimes, unwavering in his resolve. As a result, he formed a karmic connection with the Buddhist sect, eventually inheriting the teachings of a high monk. With his 3 lifetimes of Buddhist affinity, his cultivation in the Buddhist path progressed rapidly. Moreover, the inheritance he received was the most aggressive and domineering demon-subduing Chan, making him frequently engage in battles with demonic entities. His combat experience was extensive. At the very least, Ouyang Feng knew that if he were to face him, he wouldn't be confident of victory. Judging by the timing, Miaojin should be returning soon. Yin Jiqiu calculated with his fingers, then glanced at the already split-in-half Yun Miaoqing beside him and shook his head. It's a pity that Miaoqing ultimately couldn't escape her fate. Amipa. Upon hearing this, Ming Chan also clasped his hands together, his face showing concern. "I hope benefactor Miao." Seeing this, Yin Jiqiu immediately laughed heartily. It must be that junior sister has achieved great success and returned victorious. Before his words fell, the heaven-evading sword trembled violently, its sword light bursting forth once more, tearing open the void. Then, a figure stepped out from within. In an instant, Yin Jiqiu's laughter came to an abrupt halt. On the other side, Ouyang Feng also wore a face of suspicion, and even Luo Wuya's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at the figure in midair. Lu Yang. He survived? Where is Fairy Miaojin? Completely ignoring the commotion around him, Lu Yang stood proudly in the air. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-evading sword, now without its original master, immediately fell into his grasp. This was a fine treasure, and it was destined for him. The next moment, Yin Jiqiu transformed into sword light and arrived directly at the edge of the market. He looked deeply at Lu Yang and said in a low voice, "I underestimated you. Lu Yang glanced sideways. And you are? Yin Jiqiu, Miaozhen's senior brother. Yin Jiqiu's face was calm. Fairy Miaozhen's immortal path is not yet severed. Give me her true spirit. I want to send her for reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang paused, then suddenly laughed. Fellow Taoist may not know, but I am a disciple of Mending Heaven Peak of the Primordial Saint Sect. As soon as he said this, Yin Jiqiu's expression changed drastically. What did you do to her? Lu Yang, however, paid no heed and laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist Miaozhen is of exceptional beauty and talent. What else could I do? Naturally, I raped her before killing her. Yin Jiqiu's brows furrowed, finally revealing an angry expression. You dare to covet the divine abilities of my sword pavilion? Lu Yang remained indifferent, calmly meeting his gaze. What can you do to me? Upon hearing this, a sharp killing intent suddenly shot out from Yin Jiqiu's eyes. However, Lu Yang paid no attention, merely raising his head to look at the boundless sky. Struggling, damn it, I can't hold on anymore. At the moment he killed Yin Miaozhen, Lu Yang knew exactly what situation he was about to face, a collective attack with no room for maneuver. More importantly, he clearly felt that after Yin Miaozhen's death, an invisible fate suddenly blessed him, making his thoughts clearer, his comprehension greatly enhanced, and even the bottleneck of the 9th level of qi refining, which had remained unmoved for a long time, loosened significantly. Lu Yang understood well that Yin Miaozhen had to die. It truly is an inescapable fate. That true person did it on purpose. He deliberately sent Yin Miaozhen to find me, intending for her to kill me or for me to kill her. This was clearly forcing a duck onto the rack. Either Yin Miaozhen killed him and was used by the Foundation establishment true person behind the scenes, or he killed Yin Miaozhen and took her place. There was no third option. Foundation establishment true persons. How domineering they are. It was precisely because he figured this out that Lu Yang had no interest in Yin Jiqiu's threats, knowing that no matter what, he couldn't hold on any longer. Because what that true person probably needed was a great battle, a life-and-death battle. Since that's the case, it's better to be straightforward. Lu Yang sighed, looked at Yin Jiqiu again, and then adjusted his mindset. Thinking positively, at least this meant that the true person valued him. Not afraid of you being weak, just afraid you have no value. After several lifetimes of cultivation, Lu Yang understood this all too well. In the Primordial Saint Sect, only by demonstrating your value to survive do you have the right to live. At that moment, a figure suddenly approached. It was Ming Chan. Amipa. He stepped forward and said loudly, Benefactor Lu, you must know that you cannot escape this calamity. However, this poor monk has a method that can save you from the sea of suffering. Oh, save me. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang glanced at him and sneered. Then I must thank the master for his kindness. But I wonder, what is the method the master speaks of? Ming Chan clasped his hands together and said calmly, Although you are deeply entrenched in the demonic path in this life, with accumulated sins hard to return from, you still harbor a kind heart. This poor monk is willing to personally send you into reincarnation. When you return in your next life, I will take you as my disciple. At that time, you may still have hope of attaining righteous fruits. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was speechless. Personally send me into reincarnation. Master, you also want to kill me? Not to kill you, benefactor, but to form a karmic bond with you. Ming Chan's face was solemn, full of compassion. When you are reborn, this poor monk will have you serve as a menial worker in the sword pavilion for 30 years. In this way, you can cleanse your karma and cultivate the righteous path in the future. Righteous path, my ass. Lu Yang laughed loudly. No matter how much you say, it's better to have a straightforward duel. In my Primordial Saint Sect, broken bones are the best argument. As soon as he finished speaking, a talisman appeared in his hand. Return wind, return fire talisman. The next second, the talisman shattered, and Lu Yang's aura instantly returned to its peak. Without another word, he drove his sword to strike. outside the Skeleton Mountain Market, within a newly established temporary cave dwelling. Multicolored mist surged and swirled, and within it, a woman of unparalleled beauty sat cross-legged, regulating her breath, inhaling and exhaling the mist. After a short while, all the mist finally converged. Subsequently, the colors of the multicolored mist gradually blended, ultimately transforming into a pure white divine light, devoid of any impurities, illuminating everything. I've succeeded. As the pure white divine light condensed, the woman within the mist immediately opened her eyes, revealing a joyful expression. 7-colored pure light chi. I've achieved perfection in chi refining. The technique she cultivated was passed down by an elder of the Primordial Saint Sect, refining the 7-colored pure light chi, which appeared pure white but was actually a fusion of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet mist. Each color represented a purification, and after 7 purifications, the quality of the true chi reached the 4th grade. With this, foundation establishment is within reach. Fairy Fascia sighed. As for the 4th grade true chi being unsuitable for forming a golden core, it didn't matter to her. She never aspired to the golden core path anyway. Finding a piece of mist gathering stone this time was truly a stroke of fortune. It's just a pity about junior brother Lu. Cultivation is a path against the heavens. If he had left the market with me, perhaps he too would have had a chance at perfecting his chi refining. With a breakthrough achieved, Fairy Fascia's thoughts shifted. Previously, she had submitted to Lu Yang because he oversaw the market and could rival the perfection stage of chi refining. But now that she had broken through, Lu Yang was no longer as important. After all, rivaling was ultimately not the same as truly achieving it. Without the formation, Lu Yang's strength, in her eyes, was insufficient. Moreover, Fairy Fascia harbored dissatisfaction with Lu Yang's overly cautious behavior earlier, feeling it was merely an excuse due to his lack of strength. Boom! At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and above the sky, spiritual tides surged, with rolling spiritual energy sweeping in, nearly causing Fairy Fascia to stumble. What's happening? Fairy Fascia quickly activated her escape light, flying into the air, looking towards the center of the spiritual tide's upheaval, and her delicate face suddenly changed. It's the market? Boom! A second loud explosion, another wave of spiritual tide, as if someone had detonated a spiritual energy bomb. Fairy Fascia hurriedly used her 7-colored pure light chi to protect herself. However, compared to the vast power of heaven and earth, her 7-colored pure light chi ultimately fell short of the crucial step. The 4th grade true chi struggled to maintain stability, and for a moment, she was like a small boat in a storm, constantly rocking. The originally pure white divine light was gradually beaten into a multicolored hue. This is the aftermath of a battle. Fairy Fascia deployed the Qixia smoke net shield to stabilize her form, her face showing horror. Such a phenomenon. Someone is fighting fiercely in the market. Could junior brother Lu be dead? Fairy Fascia's heart trembled, and she immediately flew towards the market. From a distance, she saw at the center of the spiritual tide a figure being besieged by several people. There were 3 attackers, and upon recognizing them, Fairy Fascia's expression became even more shocked. Yin Jiqiu of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, Tai Sword, Ouyang Feng of the Divine Martial Sect, Heaven Flipping Hercules, and the rogue, cultivator, demon-subduing monk, Ming Chan. They're joining forces? In her line of sight, above the Skeleton Mountain Market, a blood-colored sword formation spread across the sky. Thousands of blood lights transformed into a vividly lifelike 8-clawed true dragon, charging left and right, swinging its tail and horns, finally letting out a dragon's roar that stirred the spiritual tide. Break! Each time the spiritual tide erupted, Yin Jiqiu, Ouyang Feng, and Ming Chan were forced to retreat temporarily, but they quickly regrouped and pressed forward again. I didn't expect Benefactor Lu to have such fortune. Third grade, true Qi. Ming Chan pressed his palms together, a trace of surprise appearing on his usually calm face. Third grade, true Qi. That's already at the level of a true disciple in major sects. Thinking of this, Ming Chan's expression became even more compassionate. Benefactor, it seems we are fated. This time, sending you into reincarnation, I must inquire about your third grade true technique. When you return in your next life, I can return the technique to you intact, fulfilling our master-disciple bond. Bald monk courting death. Liu Yang sneered, and the dragon formed by his true Qi roared again. Simultaneously, the blood sun sword pill emerged, and the sword formation expanded with a roar. Well said, well said. We act on behalf of heaven. Benefactor, why resist in vain? Seeing this, Ming Chan didn't confront head-on. Instead, he shook his kasaya, and the 7 treasures on it, Rui Pearl, Mani Pearl, Dust-Repelling Pearl, and others, instantly radiated Buddha light. Relying on this protective Buddha light, he retreated calmly, avoiding being caught in Liu Yang's sword formation. In fact, Liu Yang's ability to hold on until now owed much to the Blood Sun sword pill. After all, the grand formation within the sword pill ensured the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light would hit its target with immense power. Whenever he was at a disadvantage, he could use it to turn the tide. Of course, if he truly failed, the 100 Bones True Array could save his life, allowing him to make. Besides that, there was also the reason that the 3 opponents were unwilling to go all out. They're wary of my profound, form-capturing grand art. Liu Yang understood clearly that the more intense the battle, the more likely his opponent's qi would leak. Once Liu Yang seized it, it would be a fatal blow. Therefore, Yin Jiqiu and the others had a simple plan to wear Liu Yang down. After all, they were 3 qi refining perfectionists, each with formidable combat power. At this moment, the 3 joined forces against a qi refining 8th layer cultivator, with a 10-fold chance of victory. Even if Liu Yang had 2 grand formations to rely on, it was futile. If I were only at the 8th layer of qi refining, that would indeed be the case. Liu Yang's eyes flickered. He looked up at the sky, and a sudden realization arose in his heart. Today, now, is the time to break through. The next moment, Liu Yang let out a long howl towards the sky, and his true qi surged violently at that moment, unexpectedly impacting the 9th layer of qi refining. Seeing this, Yin Jiqiu and the others were momentarily stunned, then sneered, "Ignorant fool! Breaking through during a battle? You've read too many novels. Breaking through during a battle is tantamount to seeking death. Cultivators, when breaking through, always sit in meditation and seclusion, because during a breakthrough, true qi erupts, requiring full concentration. But if you're in a battle with external enemies interfering, how can you focus on breaking through?" However, at that moment, above Skeleton Mountain, in a higher-than-high place, a gaze fell, overlooking the people within Skeleton Mountain, as if observing puppets on a sand table. Interesting, courageous, and understands timing. Not bad. True person Inshan chuckled softly, then extended his hand, gently plucking as if playing a zither string. The originally deadly situation suddenly changed. This change was most deeply felt by Liu Yang. Just moments ago, he felt his true qi in chaos, forcing a breakthrough unprepared, with a high risk of going astray. But suddenly, everything changed. The chaos of his true qi was just right, coincidentally meeting the requirements for a breakthrough. The bottleneck was unexpectedly not as difficult as imagined, just enough for him to break through. Moreover, his state was blessed, instinctively stabilizing his cultivation after the breakthrough. Coincidence, luck beyond belief. Is this the feeling of being heaven's chosen? When fortune arrives, heaven and earth assist. He didn't even need to deliberately do anything to achieve the desired result. Boom! The next moment, under the astonished gazes of Yin Jiqiu and the others, Liu Yang boldly broke through, mastering the final transformation of the 9-fold transforming dragon art. the flying fish transformation. And the flying fish transformation focuses on breaking through. Therefore, Lu Yang didn't pause. His newly advanced true Qi surged again, under the enhancement of the flying fish transformation, launching an assault on the bottleneck of the 10th layer of Qi refining. Then he naturally broke through again. Ninefold transforming dragon. Qi refining perfection. Roar. For a moment, a clear dragon roar echoed throughout Skeleton Mountain. The sound swept over Yin Jiqiu and the others, revealing stiff and astonished faces. This is impossible. No, there's a true person manipulating karma. The next moment, Yin Jiqiu and the others finally reacted, their faces showing panic. They saw Lu Yang standing proudly in the air, then turning to look at them, revealing a sinister smile. Understand now? This is what it means to act on behalf of heaven. With a single thought from a foundation establishment true person, the world changes. To Qi refining cultivators, a foundation establishment true person is like heaven. Whoever has a true person backing them is heaven's chosen, the one truly acting on behalf of heaven. Amipa. The next moment, Ming Chan said nothing more. He shook his kasaya, Buddha light flashed, and he was the first to disappear. Although Ming Chan was a rogue cultivator, he had received the teachings of the Buddhist sect, so he had some understanding of foundation establishment true persons and was even more aware of the terror of this realm. The so-called foundation establishment was merely a term used in the immortal sects. In the Buddhist sect, it had another name called Lotus Platform. Cultivators established their Dao foundation and were called true persons, while those who studied Buddhism sat upon the Lotus Platform and were called arhats. Although the names differed, the results were essentially the same. An arhat. There is an arhat behind Skeleton Mountain. Damn it, what opportunity! It's all fake. Clearly, there's an arhat luring people. Even if there is some opportunity, it's already predetermined by that arhat. Amit Badam. At this moment, Ming Chan had completely lost the demeanor of a Buddhist monk, reverting to his old habits in panic, spewing profanities incessantly. After all, before he practiced Buddhism, he was just a mountain bandit. It's quite laughable. Every time he killed someone and robbed the road, he would bow to a Buddhist statue, never expecting that one day he would actually receive a Buddhist opportunity. The opportunity even said it was the merit he had accumulated over several lifetimes. So he put down the butcher's knife and became a Buddha on the spot. Since then, everything Ming Chan did went smoothly. He easily broke through to the peak of Qi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. However, now he only felt fear. The 3-lifetime merit and overwhelming luck that had always been favorable seemed to have lost their effect at this moment, only frantically warning him in the dark. Danger. Certain death. Run quickly. As Ming Chan fled, he gradually stopped, sweat pouring from his bald head, looking around to find that it was still the same as when he started. What is this place again? Was I really escaping just now? With confusion, the Buddhist light in Ming Chan's eyes gradually extinguished, and he unexpectedly went into a deviation, losing the vitality of the Dharma body he had cultivated for decades. He died. From beginning to end, the foundation establishment true person didn't even appear. Just a slight influence on the web of karma caused him to die naturally and inevitably. Meanwhile, outside the Skeleton Mountain market, Yin Jiqiu and Ouyang Feng were also drenched in sweat. They didn't flee, not because they reacted slower than Ming Chan, but because they knew escaping was useless. Facing a foundation establishment true person, could you still escape? Rogue cultivators were just inexperienced. Especially Yin Jiqiu. As Lu Yang broke through, he only felt that the originally clouded spiritual platform suddenly cleared, followed by intense panic surging in his heart. What am I doing? What did I just do? At this moment, a figure. It was a young man in a black robe, with a gloomy appearance and a pale complexion, seemingly just an ordinary Taoist priest commonly seen in the mortal world. Greetings, senior. Without any hesitation, Yin Jiqiu immediately sheathed his sword and saluted. The true person of Yin Shan ignored him, only gazing intently at the skeleton mountain below, where a black flame was slowly rising from the earth's veins. On the other side, Lu Yang also had a sudden realization. Witch Ghost's secret realm. The karma and fate in the dark told him that as he broke through, his fortune reached its peak, causing the Witch Ghost's secret realm to sense it and choose to emerge for him. It really is fishing. The next second, the Witch Ghost's secret realm, which had been continuously sending him a sense of intimacy, suddenly paused, followed by intense anger and fear erupting. This was the emotion of the secret realm's spirit. The fish had taken a bait. "Come here." The true person of Yin Shan slowly spoke, without displaying any divine power. Just this one sentence caused the emerging Witch Ghost's secret realm to uncontrollably fly towards him. Then Lu Yang couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it! Because within the open secret realm, there was a blazing sword aura crouching like a tiger, seemingly waiting to deliver a fatal blow to those outside. Clang! The next second, Lu Yang's thoughts froze, his gaze locked onto a sword aura that seemed to see through his entire being. Golden core, sword aura. The true person of Yin Shan took a step back, shielding Lu Yang in front of him. This was why he was always unwilling to act personally and chose to hide behind the scenes. In an instant, the true person of Yin Shan felt fortunate. After all, if he had personally opened the Witch Ghost's secret realm, he would be the unlucky one locked by the sword aura now. In the face of golden core sword aura, there was no difference between foundation establishment and chi refining. It was all a matter of one sword. However, unexpectedly, the sword aura didn't strike. Lu Yang only felt that the newly cultivated perfect true chi, the third-grade true dragon chi, trembled slightly, seemingly resonating with the sword aura in the secret realm. The two sides were thus in a stalemate. Seeing this scene, even the true person of Yin Shan let out a light, looking at Lu Yang with some surprise, obviously not expecting such a variable. No one knew how much time passed. Lu Yang seemed to have passed some kind of test by the sword aura. The opponent no longer struck, but directly dissipated on the spot, transforming into rolling spiritual energy, returning to the heavens and earth. Only then did Lu Yang suddenly come to his senses, his stagnant thoughts resuming, his whole body instantly drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. The 9 transformations dragon art, the inheritance of true person Panlong. You're lucky. True person Panlong is not a demonic cultivator. This golden core sword aura targets demonic cultivators. If you had cultivated our sect's technique, you would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, you practiced the 9 transformations dragon art. The true person of Yin Shan looked at Lu Yang with some surprise, but didn't care too much. After all, the quality of the bait didn't matter, and Lu Yang's life or death was insignificant to him. Whether the fish was caught was the key. Since the Witch Ghost's secret realm had emerged, his purpose was achieved. It was time to reel in the line. The true person of Yin Shan raised his hand and grabbed. The just emerged Witch Ghost's secret realm, with black flames soaring into the clouds, immediately disappeared, turning into a stream of light falling into his palm. Good, a perfect heavenly corpse fiend. The true person of Yin Shan looked satisfied. The cultivation of the foundation establishment realm had its mysteries, requiring the chi of earth fiends, and the heavenly corpse fiend was the top among earth fiends. With this item, his breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment was certain. At this moment, Lu Yang suddenly stepped forward, knelt on one knee without a word, and said loudly, "Congratulations, senior brother, on obtaining this opportunity. The great Dao is now within reach." Not far away, Luo Wuya, the second senior brother of the Three River Society, immediately changed his expression. Damn it, he got ahead. No wonder this kid could stand out among ordinary disciples. Truly worthy of being a disciple of our sect, a shameless flatterer. Luo Wuya cursed Lu Yang inwardly while quickly stepping forward. Congratulations, senior brother. May your immortal life last 1,000 years. Ha ha! 1,000 years is the lifespan of a golden core. I can't afford that, can't afford that. Although he said so, the true person of Yin Shan was obviously enjoying it, wishing Lu Yang and Luo Wuya would say more. In the end, even Yun Jiqiu and Ouyang Feng forced themselves to offer a few congratulations. However, upon hearing this, the true person of Yin Shan looked playfully at Ouyang Feng. The divine martial sect openly challenges our sect, and you still dare to speak in front of me? Ouyang Feng's scalp instantly tingled, trembling as he said, "You can't kill me. Our divine martial sect also has a true person. From now on, there won't be." The true person of Yin Shan casually said something that made Ouyang Feng's liver and gallbladder split. Since I can appear here, the divine martial sect's fate is already over. This is impossible. Our divine martial sect. Before Ouyang Feng could finish his sentence, his entire body's blood and energy suddenly went berserk. In his shock and anger, he couldn't suppress his mind, only able to widen his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, Ouyang Feng, a cultivator at the peak of qi refining, exploded, turning into a sky full of light rain, quietly merging into the heavens and earth. Only after the light rain ceased did the true person of Yin Shan look away, seeing Yun Jiqiu from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion drenched in sweat. However, in the end, he didn't act, merely waving his sleeve and disappearing with Luo Wuya and Lu Yang, leaving behind a silent skeleton mountain. For Lu Yang, this was an unprecedented experience. He was ascending. In a certain mysterious realm, his position was continuously rising towards a higher place, and all mundane things became increasingly insignificant to him. Is this the perspective of a foundation establishment true person? Is this what Ascension feels like? Lu Yang had an epiphany. No wonder most foundation establishment true persons were elusive, transcending the mundane. Perhaps this height was one of the reasons. At the same time, he recalled the tight, golden radiance that Yin Yaoing had used in their previous duel. That great divine ability had given him a similar feeling, though not as high as now. Thinking back, perhaps great divine abilities were simulations of foundation establishment. No wonder it was said that mastering a great divine ability could increase the success rate of foundation establishment. It was like the difference between starting to climb from the foot of the mountain and starting from halfway up. With different starting points, the difficulty of reaching the summit naturally varied. The next second, Lu Yang's mind suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, he seemed to fall into a place where one couldn't see their hand in front of them, seemingly all-encompassing, yet void and silent, with his spiritual consciousness unable to expand. However, the situation quickly changed. "Beasts! You bunch of beasts!" Accompanied by an enraged roar, a burst of colorful light suddenly exploded in the mysterious realm, and around the colorful light, strands of towering black energy sealed all directions. Whether it was the colorful light or the black energy, both felt as heavy as mountains to Lu Yang. However, judging from the situation, the colorful light was evidently firmly pinned in place by the black energy, and as time passed, large areas of the colorful light were being eroded by the black energy. The once vigorous roar also became increasingly feeble. Is this a foundation establishment battle? Lu Yang was filled with uncertainty, also understanding that he was merely hitching a ride on true person Yin Shan's coattails and couldn't truly witness this battle between true persons. But relying on experiences from his previous lives, he still made a judgment. That colorful light is probably the true person from the divine martial sect. I see. This is another scheme. Only this time, the bait is the entire skeleton mountain. Thinking of this, Lu Yang suddenly felt enlightened, because everything before his eyes unraveled a mystery he had never been able to solve. Obviously, true person Yin Shan was fishing at Skeleton Mountain for the Witch Ghost secret realm, and judging from his words, this was likely related to his cultivation. But from beginning to end, there was only one foundation establishment cultivator at Skeleton Mountain, true person Yin Shan. What about the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Martial Sect? At first, Liu Yang thought that true person Yin Shan had superior methods, able to set up the scheme without being noticed by the Divine Martial Sect's true persons. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. In fact, it was quite the opposite. This true person probably didn't hide anything at all, but openly manipulated cause and effect, all to lure out the Divine Martial Sect's Foundation establishment cultivators. True person Yin Shan was fishing at Skeleton Mountain, using himself as bait. And the Primordial Saint Sect was fishing across the entire northern frontier, using true person Yin Shan as bait. Now, the fish had taken a hook, and the Foundation establishment cultivators of the Divine Martial Sect had all fallen into the trap. Boom! In an instant, the entire world was in turmoil. A Foundation establishment true person from the Divine Martial Sect shouted loudly, "Demon Sect, are you truly going to destroy our Divine Martial Sect's orthodoxy this time? Otherwise, a true person from the Primordial Saint Sect sneered. Let me guess, are you still hoping for that group of lunatics from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion? Let me tell you, they won't come." As early as 10 years ago, during the Battle of the Mass Grave in Jiangnan, our Sect Supreme and the Sword Pavilion Sect Master reached an agreement. The northern frontier belongs to our sect, and the southern frontier to the Sword Pavilion. So today, our Primordial Saint Sect will destroy your Divine Martial Sect, and in the future, the Sword Pavilion will destroy the Myriad Poison Sect of Miaojian. It's a one-for-one exchange. No one loses. What impossible? Chongguang, you're lying to me. Facing the Divine Martial Sect's Foundation establishment cultivators' angry rebuke, true person Chongguang sneered. Just take it as me lying to you. Anyway, after today, there will be no more Divine Martial Sect. Kill. In an instant, the colorful light surged, finally transforming into 5 brilliant auras. However, instead of combining their forces, they scattered and fled rapidly in all directions. Scatter and escape. Try to return to the sect. Escape? Wishful thinking. It was still true person Chongguang. This Foundation establishment cultivator from the Primordial Saint Sect now appeared particularly domineering, laughing loudly. Heaven and earth, there's nowhere you can escape. Boom! With a loud bang, Liu Yang completely lost all senses, fell into unconsciousness, and didn't know how long it took before he slowly regained consciousness, feeling as if he were in a dream. Awake! A voice came from his ear, and Liu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, becoming fully alert. Looking around, he realized he was back in the forest of Skeleton Mountain. Beside him, true person Yin Shan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a faint smile. "Greetings, senior brother." Without hesitation, Liu Yang immediately performed a grand salute. "Rise." True person Yin Shan raised his hand slightly, chuckled, and said, "You helped me seize the Witch Ghost's secret realm this time, which is a great contribution. So, I'll give you some advice. Please enlighten me, senior brother," Liu Yang said respectfully. "First of all, I previously forcibly elevated your fortune and helped you seize others' fortune. Although this allowed you to make rapid progress in a short time, the hidden dangers are immense." True person Yin Shan deliberately paused after speaking, seeing that Liu Yang's expression remained unchanged, showing neither pride nor fear. Only then did he nod slightly and continue. "Therefore, according to my calculations, your luck will be extremely poor for the next 30 years. It's best not to cultivate or go out. Otherwise, there's a risk of death." "I accept your guidance," Liu Yang said, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After all, although he lost 30 years of luck, true person Yin Shan gained a witch ghost. Despite this, Liu Yang didn't rush to use it to comprehend the Tai Wei Pardon Talisman. Although his great divine ability, the Tying Body-Shedding Corpse Liberation True Method, only lacked this final component, he valued another gain from Skeleton Mountain even more: the Tai Golden Radiance Pill Book. Of course, he hadn't obtained the complete Tai Golden Radiance Pill Book. After all, he wasn't a true disciple of Mending Heaven Peak, and the grade of dual cultivation methods was limited. So, Even after nearly draining Yin Yaoing, he hadn't managed to acquire the entire book. He had only obtained one-third of it, a divine ability named Tai Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. As the name implied, once cultivated, this divine ability could condense a jade-colored essence light. When applied to the body, it rendered the flesh indestructible like diamond. Additionally, it had the effect of healing physical injuries. This aspect was particularly crucial for Lu Yang now, as his body was severely damaged due to misfortune. Once my injuries and luck recover, I might need to find a body refinement technique to cultivate. With this in mind, Lu Yang immediately took out his disciple token and contacted second senior brother Luo Wuya of the Three River Society to inquire about suitable techniques. As a Qi refining perfection cultivator, he now had the qualification to speak with Luo Wuya as an equal. Soon, Luo Wuya replied, "There's indeed a technique well suited for you, junior brother, but it's not yet time to cultivate it. Perhaps wait a few years, and I'll inform you when the time comes." Lu Yang readily agreed, and then entered seclusion. A few years later, a spirited young man arrived outside Lu Yang's cave dwelling. The young man, named Wang Song, had recently joined the sect a few days prior. Through the recommendation of his grandfather, Wang Borong, he had joined the Three River Society and accepted a commission from Luo Wuya. Senior brother Luo had an agreement with senior brother Lu regarding a body refinement technique. However, after years of bloody battles with the divine martial sect, senior brother Luo has achieved great merits and received a foundation establishment rare treasure from a true person. He's preparing to break through to foundation establishment and cannot come personally, so he sent me to deliver the technique. But now, senior brother Lu is also in seclusion. What should I do? Wang Song furrowed his brow in frustration. In the end, he decided to find a cave dwelling near Lu Yang's and settle in, reasoning that he was young and had time to wait for Lu Yang to emerge. With this thought, Wang Song glanced at Lu Yang's cave dwelling, eyes filled with anticipation. As far as he knew, this senior brother Lu had once been an ordinary disciple, but had risen to Qi refining perfection and was now on the verge of foundation establishment. If senior brother Lu can do it, so can I. I'm currently at Qi refining level 1. As long as I study diligently and work tirelessly, I can also become someone like senior brother Luo and senior brother Lu in the future. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. In the cultivation world, years pass unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had gone by. Mending Heaven Peak's library pavilion. Now over 50 years old, Wang Song had been stuck at the bottleneck of Qi refining level 3 for over a decade, with little progress in cultivation. His appearance had aged noticeably. The elder who had introduced him to the sect, Wang Borong, had long since passed away, leaving him with a secure position as a library pavilion steward and a cave dwelling with a 30-year mortgage. Fortunately, with consistent diligence over 30 years, he was close to paying off the loan. The sharp edges of youth had long been worn away. Now, Wang Song's face bore only the numbness inflicted by the sect's hardships. His initial resolve of never underestimate a young man's potential had shifted to respect the deceased. Just getting by. Looking on the bright side, at least he was close to paying off his cave dwelling loan. This way, when his son joined the sect, he would have a foundation to build upon. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly echoed from afar. Wang Song looked up in confusion and saw that the cave dwelling he had both loved and hated, once cursed at but never opened, had suddenly activated. He's out of seclusion. Senior brother Lu is out of seclusion. The next second, the cave dwelling opened, and Wang Song saw a handsome young man, as spirited as his younger self 30 years ago, strolling out. 30 years had passed, yet time had left no mark on him. Then, as if sensing Wang Song's gaze, the handsome young man suddenly turned his head. His calm eyes seemed to penetrate one's soul. "You are?" Liang looked curious. With a thought, a halo appeared behind his head, resembling a full moon, filled with intricate talismanic script. The script resembled dragons and phoenixes, evoking a contradictory feeling. At first glance, it appeared as tiny as a mustard seed, but upon closer inspection, one could become immersed, as if witnessing the vast universe. Over time, the script transformed, displaying scenes of birds, flowers, fish, insects, and all manner of life. Tai Wei Pardon Talisman. The final divine ability of the Tying body-shedding corpse liberation true method, unlike the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light or the profound Yin form-capturing grand art, was not used for combat. It was used for divination. Thus, when Liu Yang's gaze fell upon Wang Song, as the talisman operated, the event's causes and effects were no longer a mystery to him. Wang Song's identity, his ancestors, cultivation techniques, level, divine abilities, and even the reason for waiting outside the cave dwelling, all were revealed to Liu Yang. This sensation of having all things within one's grasp made Liu Yang reflect. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be a Foundation establishment true person. Of course, this was also due to the significant cultivation gap between him and Wang Song. Divining a Qi refining perfection cultivator wouldn't be so effortless. This indicated that he was still far from being a Foundation establishment true person. On the other side, Wang Song had finally seen the senior brother Liu he had longed for over the decades. As he stumbled forward to pay his respects, he heard a sigh. No need for formalities. Just give me the item. Wang Song dared not delay. He quickly produced a jade slip he had kept for 30 years. Liu Yang scanned it with his spiritual sense. The restrictions lifted and the contents emerged. Luo Weia hadn't deceived him. It was indeed a body refinement technique well suited for him. Regarding Wang Song, Liu Yang did not pay much attention, at most sign that his friend from previous lifetimes, the elder of the library pavilion, Wang Borong, actually had descendants. Perhaps in future lives, he could take care of them again. For now, he had more important matters to attend to. Activating his escape light, Liu Yang left the cave dwelling and simultaneously took out the bright Dao jade slip to begin comprehending the saint's theft. An ancient saying goes, "If the sage does not die, the great thief does not cease." This does not mean that sages are thieves, but that sages establish laws for the world, which, while regulating worldly conduct, also provide convenience for great thieves. However, this is the orthodox interpretation. The understanding within the saint's theft is entirely different. The saint's theft states, the sage uses his own rules to profit himself. Those who do not comply are regarded as bandits. The so-called sage is the great thief who steals the world. Therefore, to cultivate this body refinement technique, one must establish a method of cultivation for the world. When all people follow this method, the cultivator can steal the fate of the world's people to nourish himself. This is the true meaning of the technique. The sage is the great thief, and the great thief is the great Tao, using the smoke and fire of the human world to forge the golden body of the sage. Once the golden body is forged, the physique becomes as firm as the sage's law, unchanging for 10,000 generations, ranking among the top 10, even among the many body refinement techniques of the Primordial Saint Sect. Seeing this, Liu Yang was simply amazed. Turning all the world's people into cultivation resources. Is the Primordial Saint Sect still the same sect? Every time I develop a slight fondness for it, it always manages to open my eyes anew. To be honest, ever since meeting Ming Chan, Yin Yaoing, and others, Liu Yang's impression of the orthodox path had significantly declined. Indeed, the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion and other orthodox sects treated their own people quite well, aligning with orthodox standards in all aspects, but this only applied to their own people. What defines their own people? The orthodox path emphasizes cause and effect, past and present lives. If you accumulated good karma and merit in your past life, then you are considered one of their own and can receive favor from the orthodox path. Conversely, if you committed evil in your past life and have karmic debts, then even if you're innocent in this life, you cannot enter the orthodox path and may even be killed under the pretext of it's for your own good. cleansing karma, or opportunities await in the next life. Yin Yaoing, that madwoman, is a typical example. In contrast, Lu Yang discovered the dividing line between the orthodox and demonic paths. For the Primordial Saint Sect, disciples are all talents, so they accept students without discrimination, regardless of past lives or merit. The orthodox path, however, emphasizes acting on behalf of heaven. Reincarnation, cause and effect, and fate are highly valued by the orthodox path, often using these as criteria for recruiting disciples. Both have their pros and cons. The difference lies in who is more anthropomorphic. Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt helpless. There isn't a single normal sect. What has become of this world? It must be a systemic problem. While pondering, Lu Yang had already arrived deep within the sea of clouds. Soon, a majestic and grand black mountain range came into view, Yin Shan, which also served as the headquarters of the Three Rivers Society. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "Junior brother Lu, you've finally come out of seclusion." The next second, a figure identical to 30 years ago appeared outside Yin Shan. Seeing this, Lu Yang smiled slightly and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, senior brother Luo. No need for formalities between us." Luo Wuya smiled and patted Lu Yang's shoulder. He had always valued Lu Yang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially sent him the Saint's theft technique. He had also somewhat guessed Lu Yang's intentions. "Junior brother, you've come for the Saint's theft, haven't you?" Lu Yang nodded and said, "This technique is indeed profound and mysterious, but its scope is vast, and it takes a long time to cultivate. I'm afraid it can't be accomplished overnight." "Ha ha!" Luo Wuya laughed heartily. "Junior brother, you don't really plan to leave the Primordial Saint Sect and start cultivating this technique from scratch in the mortal world, do you? The Primordial Saint Sect is vast and rich in resources, full of talents. Why go through such trouble? Regarding the Saint's theft, the sect already has a complete cultivation method." Lu Yang cupped his hands. "Please enlighten me, senior brother. Follow me." Luo Wuya led Lu Yang into a grand hall within Yin Shan. At the center of the hall stood a massive crystal sphere. This place is called the secret realm of law refinement. Seeing Lu Yang's puzzled expression, Luo Wuya pointed at the crystal sphere and explained, "Don't be fooled by its size. This is a creation of a Dao Lord." "Dao Lord?" Lu Yang was shocked. Foundation establishment cultivators are called true persons. Golden core cultivators are called true lords, and only nascent soul cultivators are honored as Dao Lords. This object was actually crafted by such an existence? Within the secret realm of law refinement are 140 million living beings, each with strong vitality and pure souls. One person here is equivalent to more than 10 mortals outside. Whether for refining magical treasures or cultivating techniques, they are top-notch materials. "Junior brother, it's perfect for you to cultivate the Saint's theft." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang gasped. 140 million talents? It seemed that with his breakthrough to the great perfection of Qi, refining, and joining the Foundation establishment faction of the Three Rivers Society, he now qualified to learn some of the sect's true foundations. At this moment, the secret realm suddenly radiated light. The next second, a young man in black robes emerged, his face filled with frustration. "Damn it, a bunch of stubborn people failed again." After speaking, the young man glanced at Luo Wuya, but said nothing and left directly. Seeing this, Lu Yang naturally remained silent. Only after the young man had gone did he look at Luo Wuya, who showed a hint of schadenfreude. He's also an inner sect true disciple, the only son of true person Chongguang, named Chongming. Don't mind him. He failed in cultivating the Saint's theft again. I won't hide it from you. Junior brother, the Saint's theft isn't easy to cultivate. At this point, Luo Wuya regained a solemn expression. Don't underestimate the people in this secret realm. Although they are talents, they are not fools. You know, junior brother, the Saint's theft requires creating a cultivation method from scratch for the world, and only then can one cultivate it. The more profound the created technique, the greater the feedback upon success. However, we are not Dao Lords. The techniques we create are mostly shallow and easily seen through. That's why the Saint's theft often fails. In the past, some disciples cultivating the Saint's theft were even discovered by the living beings, who feigned cooperation and ultimately turned on them, making them laughingstocks of the sect. So, think carefully about how to cultivate this technique, junior brother. After speaking, Luo Wuya took out a jade slip and handed it to Lu Yang. I also cultivated this technique back then and have some shallow experience. Thank you, senior brother. It's all for the Three Rivers Society. I'm still waiting for you to achieve great success and come out of seclusion. If you truly master the Saint's theft, you'll be quite formidable among the true disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, catching the implication in Luo Wuya's words. Only by mastering the Saint's theft would he be formidable. So, he's not impressive enough now? Lu Yang remained calm, still respectfully saluting before approaching the secret realm of law refinement. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, numerous information streams flowed into his mind. It should be said that this was indeed a creation of a Dao Lord. This secret realm could actually be configured. Human culture, geography, and architecture could all be shaped according to his thoughts. This power to change the world with a single thought made Lu Yang both respectful and deeply apprehensive, because in his heart a thought lingered. The secret realm was a creation of a Dao Lord. Since the Dao Lord could do such terrifying things within the secret realm, could he possess the same power in reality? The living beings within the secret realm were talents to him. Then, what were the cultivators of the Primordial Saint Sect to the Dao Lord? Lu Yang dared not think further, only sighing helplessly. Damn it, the Primordial Saint Sect is full of talents. Standing before the secret realm, Lu Yang carefully contemplated this creation of the Dao Master, while pondering how to configure the secret realm to best benefit himself. First of all, I will definitely not step onto the stage. I only need to scatter the seeds and then wait for them to blossom and bear fruit. If there is no mastermind from the beginning, naturally no one will investigate. Secondly, I do not need a peaceful world. After all, only in chaotic times do heroes emerge, and only in chaos can one fish in troubled waters. Even if a hero who discovers the truth does appear, he won't be able to stir up much trouble, because I can simply let heroes deal with heroes, and let the brave contend with the brave. Thus, a large number of settings were input into the secret realm. In the next moment, the entire secret realm radiated light, rotating in circles. Within it, Lu Yang seemed to see countless scenes of the mortal world constantly changing. Seeing this, Luo Wuya took the initiative to say, "Junior brother is about to enter the secret realm for cultivation, so I won't disturb you. I wish you success in advance." "Thank you for your kind words, senior brother," Lu Yang replied with a bow. "I will remember your guidance, and when I achieve success in the future, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask." Upon hearing this, Luo Wuya immediately smiled with satisfaction. Junior brother is destined for great things. In the next second, the light of the secret realm engulfed Lu Yang. Quite impressive. Inside the secret realm, Lu Yang stood atop a mountain peak, his eyes filled with curiosity, feeling that the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees all appeared so real. But there are still flaws. It's not perfect. A halo appeared behind Lu Yang's head as the Tai Pardon talisman operated, divining and deducing, instantly seeing through the illusions and discovering flaws that differed from the real world. These flaws were minor and existed in the microscopic domain, which Lu Yang could only perceive through his divination abilities. Ordinary cultivators could not see these flaws from a macroscopic perspective, and as for those talents who had lived in the secret realm since birth, it was even more impossible for them to notice anything amiss. Rather than calling it a world, it's more like a massive stage set. The flowers, birds, fish, and insects all were real. However, the world that composed all of this was entirely fake in nature, no different from a pigsty in a rural mortal's home. This is the talent cultivation base of the first Saint Demon Sect. Lu Yang shook his head, no longer sighing, and began preparing for his grand undertaking of imparting the Dao, the most important aspect of which was establishing a cultivation system. With the bright Dao jade slip, it's no wonder Luo Weia said that the Saint Thief is very suitable for me. Because the bright Dao jade slip, this artifact of deduction, could make the cultivation system he created have fewer flaws and be less likely to be noticed by the locals within the secret realm. The cultivation system must not be too complex. After all, with my abilities, the more complex it is, the less it can withstand scrutiny. So simplicity is best. It should be understandable to fools and cultivable by anyone, but also can't be too weak. If the strongest in this system only reach the first layer of chi refining, although they won't pose a threat to me, the chi fortune that the Saint Thief can steal will be pitifully small, which will be detrimental to my cultivation. So I should be bold and elevate the system's peak combat power. Thinking of this, Lu Yang suddenly had an epiphany. The true disciple that senior brother Luo mentioned, who was counterkilled by someone in the secret realm, probably also wanted to maximize benefits like me, but ended up failing unexpectedly. No, I need to set up an insurance policy. Lu Yang pondered continuously and finally had a framework. With the help of the bright Dao Jade slip, numerous details were filled in, eventually forming a complete system. After a moment, Lu Yang made a decision. Since the Saint Thief is ultimately a body-refining cultivation method, if he were to establish a cultivation system, it should naturally focus on body refinement, making the cultivation process more efficient. Regarding the physique, the most advanced knowledge Lu Yang possessed came from Yin Yaoing's Tai Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. Therefore, he planned to use this divine ability as the foundation. Thinking of this, Lu Yang immediately began to activate the divine ability. Heart fire, lung metal, spleen earth, liver wood, kidney water. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, tendons, bones, flesh, blood, wool. Lu Yang calmed his mind, gathering the radiance condensed from his 5 viscera and all parts of his body into himself, then directing it towards the heavenly gate atop his head, erupting from his crown. Brilliant flames shone, enveloping Lu Yang, eliminating all flaws, making his physique as translucent as jade. This was the Tai Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. At the same time, Lu Yang also used the bright Dao Jade slip to record all the changes of this divine ability. Based on this, he quickly organized a complete system. This method shall be named Martial Dao. Martial Dao cultivators prioritize blood and qi, mastering the 5 elements within the body, opening the 9 orifices of heaven, and breaking through the mysteries of creation. A consummate martial artist should be comparable to the late stage of qi refining. However, although martial Dao enhances divine power, it cannot achieve flight. This was Lu Yang's insurance policy. Martial artists cannot fly. In this way, even in the worst-case scenario where he is counterattacked by someone in the secret realm, at worst, he can simply fly away. If he can't win, he can at least escape. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yang finally awoke from his meditative state. In his hand, there's already a book recording the martial Dao. In the next second, as Lu Yang's thoughts moved, the book suddenly emitted golden light, splitting into 4 in midair, then dispersing towards the horizon. The pieces are set. Let's see what changes the future will bring. Lu Yang smiled slightly, then turned and returned to the temporarily established cave dwelling, entering seclusion once again. In terms of cultivation, he still had many unfinished matters. For example, he had now mastered the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, the profound Yin form-capturing grand art, and the Tai Wei pardon talisman, the 3 divine abilities that compose the Tai Yin body-shedding corpse liberation true method, just like Yin Yaoing back then. However, he still had no clue how to integrate them. This wasn't because he didn't know the method. In fact, the final step of the Tai Yin body-shedding corpse liberation true method was very simple, with the key being one sentence. Die through Tai Yin, temporarily past the 3 gates. Tai Yi guards the corpse. 3 souls camp in the bones. 7 spirits attend the flesh. Fetal spirit records chi, thus reforming the body, reborn to ascend to the heavens. In short, it requires dying once. Only after death can one shed and transform. Although failure means true death, success allows one to transform into an immortal fetus, possessing part of the power of a foundation establishment true person. This step isn't actually difficult for most people. It's merely a matter of whether the cultivator dares to gamble on the probability between life and death and whether they have the luck to succeed. However, for Lu Yang, this was an insurmountable chasm, because once I die, I immediately restart. After restarting, everything returns to the beginning. What talk is there of shedding after death? Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. All along, the Book of 100 Lifetimes had been his greatest reliance. No matter what danger he encountered, he had the confidence to face it, at worst starting over. Unexpectedly, the Book of 100 Lifetimes had become an obstacle to his further progress. Time flew by swiftly, and the years passed like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had gone by once more. When Lu Yang opened his eyes again, although his appearance showed no signs of aging, a strand of white had appeared amidst his once jet-black hair. In the blink of an eye, I'm already 80 years old. Although chi-refining cultivators lived longer than ordinary people, their lifespan was only about 150 years, not significantly longer. At 80, he was already considered middle-aged. In another 20 years, Zhao Xue's stealing heaven's secrets would be unlocked. Although there's no hope of reaching foundation establishment in this lifetime, once I master the saintly theft, I can attempt foundation establishment again to gain experience in advance. The path of Dao was within sight. The path of Dao was within sight. Even the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method. After 30 years of secluded research, he had successfully developed a clever secret technique with the help of the bright Dao jade slip. To truly cultivate the Taiyin shedding form corpse dissolution true method, one must experience death before shedding. But if I die, it will trigger the Book of 100 Lifetimes to restart. However, this death isn't absolute. The Taiyin shedding form corpse dissolution true method doesn't truly cause the cultivator to die. The so-called death actually refers only to the physical body. After the physical body dies, it refines underground, claws and hair grow subtly. The corpse appears lifelike, and over time, it achieves the Tao. But for others, the death of the physical body is true death. After all, the physical body is the vessel of the soul. Once the body dies, the soul gradually dissipates, and death is only a matter of time. However, conversely, as long as I keep my soul conscious while letting the physical body die, preventing the soul from dying, the Book of 100 Lifetimes won't be triggered. In this way, there might be an opportunity for death before shedding. This was the solution provided by the bright Dao jade slip, and Lu Yang found it highly feasible. The only issue was the clever secret technique he had developed for this purpose. Although, according to the deductions of the bright Dao jade slip, this secret technique is sufficient to stabilize my soul after the death of the physical body, I have never seen a soul that truly exists independently of the body. If I could witness it once and record it with a bright Dao jade slip, having the data would perfect the secret technique. More importantly, Lu Yang knew that such existences did exist in the world. Foundation establishment true persons. Foundation establishment true persons have a natural lifespan of 300 years, which is actually just the lifespan of the physical body. The soul's lifespan is much longer, so they often choose to reincarnate after death. Although after reincarnation, everything starts anew, and cultivation falls back to the foundation establishment level. There is no mystery of the womb. Before the age of 8, they will inevitably awaken past memories, and thereafter, cultivation progresses rapidly. As long as they can reach foundation establishment again, they can gain another 300 years of natural lifespan. Of course, this cannot continue indefinitely, because each reincarnation consumes one's achievements. If the foundation establishment true person's Tao practice doesn't grow, they will only become weaker over time. The first reincarnation is undoubtedly a prodigy. The second reincarnation can still be outstanding among people. By the third reincarnation, they become an ordinary genius. By the fourth or fifth life, if the foundation establishment true person's cultivation hasn't improved, they will completely become ordinary, no longer transcendent as before. This is the so-called. The fruit of a true person is severed after 5 lifetimes. Moreover, after reincarnation, it's not guaranteed to return to foundation establishment. Once a true person reincarnates, if they can't suppress their fate, past karma will follow. A slight mistake and premature death is quite normal. Therefore, every true person is extremely cautious when reincarnating, concealing their fate, and rarely informing outsiders to avoid unexpected karmic tribulations. Under such circumstances, how difficult is it to witness the reincarnated soul of a foundation establishment true person? Thinking of this, Liu Yang felt a headache again and had to temporarily set it aside, turning to calculate whether his grand plan of spreading the Dao had made any progress. Tai Wei Talisman, Decree of Heavenly Pardon. Liu Yang pinched his fingers and recited the incantation. The Tai Wei Talisman divined the heavenly secrets, and his mind quickly immersed into the omnipresent karmic web of the world, beginning a keyword search. Soon, corresponding information emerged in his mind. At the end of the Great Zhou dynasty, the emperor was tyrannical, and the people suffered. Thus, the heavenly book appeared, divided into 4 volumes, scattered among the people, causing hidden dragons to rise across the land. After the chaos settled, the 4 volumes of the heavenly book found their owners. 1 volume was held by the Howard Academy, passed down through generations of scholars. 1 was obtained by the Hanging Temple, becoming the supreme scripture of Buddhism. 1 was annotated by the Celestial Master Mansion, serving as the token of successive celestial masters. Only the last volume was lost among the common people, its whereabouts unknown. Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, the 3 schools divided the world, becoming the source of contemporary martial arts. Excellent, excellent. Liu Yang's face showed joy, and he immediately activated the saintly theft. In the next moment, he felt a surge of overwhelming fate sweeping over him, instantly engulfing his body. In an instant, Liu Yang's body exploded. However, miraculously, after the explosion, his body did not turn into flesh and blood, but transformed into countless specks of dust, with Liu Yang's consciousness residing at the center of the dust. He could feel that each speck of his physical body's dust was being tempered and refined by the burning fate. Human worldly experiences refined the golden body of a saint. After a long time, until the overwhelming fate was exhausted, the dust regrouped and reformed Liu Yang's body. However, this time, his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Saintly theft, golden body, minor achievement. A gleam flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. Then he took a step, and in an instant, a terrifying ripple capable of shaking mountains spread out like waves. Under the impact of this terrifying ripple, the cliff cave dwelling where Liu Yang was located seemed to experience an upheaval. Rocks tumbled down as if an invisible storm was raging. Countless fierce birds and beasts were startled, looking toward the mountain where Liu Yang was in seclusion, then fled in panic. Feels pretty good. Liu Yang exhaled deeply, feeling for the first time the solidity of his body. Now he feared that his physical body alone could rival the late stage of qi refining. However, in the next second, his expression turned solemn. According to senior brother Luo's experience, the saintly theft uses the people of the world as resources, greatly damaging virtue. Minor achievement can still be muddled through, but major achievement will inevitably attract tribulations. Many who cultivated the saintly theft failed because of this tribulation. The lucky ones could save their lives, while the unlucky ones, like that true disciple who was counterkilled by a native in the secret realm, died unexpectedly. But now I remain behind the scenes. Who in the secret realm could become my tribulation? Thinking of this, Liu Yang couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Jiangnan, Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Yun Jiqiu stood on a pavilion, but compared to his heroic demeanor 60 years ago, he now looked like an old man nearing death. At this moment, a flying letter broke through the air. Yun Jiqiu caught the letter and looked at it intently. His expression changed dramatically, and he immediately rode a light of escape, soon arriving at the ancestral home of the Yun family. As soon as he entered, a young man with a sorrowful expression came out. Upon seeing Yun Jiqiu, he cried out, "Granduncle, the patriarch is about to pass away. To see you one last time, he has already lit the 7-star lamp. Once the lamp extinguishes, he will inevitably reincarnate. There's not much time. Please go in quickly to see him." How could this be? Yun Jiqiu showed a sorrowful expression upon hearing this. Besides that, there was also panic. The Yun family patriarch, currently the only foundation establishment true person in the Yun family, and the pillar of the Yun family in the Sword Pavilion for hundreds of years, had actually reached the end of this life. Upon receiving the tragic news, Yun Jiqiu dared not delay and hurried to a secluded chamber deep within the ancestral residence. Inside the chamber, smoke curled in the air, and a single candle burned slowly. At a glance, its light shone brightly, but the oil within the lamp was nearly depleted. The next moment, a light cough came from within the mist. "Jiqiu, come forward." As the voice fell, the smoke dissipated, revealing an elderly man seated upright in a chair, dressed in splendid robes, his face aged, but his back still straight. Yun Jiqiu immediately knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, ancestor." "Rise," said the Yun clan ancestor with a faint smile. "There is no need to worry. This is my second reincarnation, and I have the experience. There should be no problem. It's just unfortunate that after I reincarnate, it will take at least 20 years before I can return. During that time, no one will hold the fort for our clan. Jiqiu deserves 1,000 deaths." Yun Jiqiu appeared even more dejected, fully understanding the hidden meaning in the ancestor's words. Yun Yaoing, the clan's most outstanding descendant in nearly 100 years and a true foundation establishment seed, had died. Such a heaven-blessed girl had fallen at the hands of a demonic fiend due to his momentary negligence. Because of this incident, his prestige in the clan had plummeted, and the Yun clan also lost much of its influence due to the absence of a foundation establishment seed. Over the years, Yun Jiqiu had made countless trips to the righteous demonic battlefield in hopes of avenging Yun Yaoing's death at the hands of Liu Yang, but all his efforts had come to naught. Upon thorough inquiry, he found out that the old turtle had actually stayed in the Saint Sect for 60 years. This infuriated Yun Jiqiu to the point of cursing aloud. You need not blame yourself too much. The Yun clan ancestor remained calm. 60 years ago, Skeleton Mountain was part of the demon's scheme, obscuring the heavenly will. Ultimately, it was my failure to foresee it. If not for that, I would never have allowed you and Miaojin to go to Skeleton Mountain. In any case, Miaojin is dead. Our Yun clan must now find another path. So not long ago, I agreed to a task entrusted by the sect master. What? Yun Jiqiu was startled. The sect master's task. Is it to use your reincarnated body to assassinate the foundation establishment seed of the Demon Sect? Such events were not uncommon on the righteous demonic battlefield. The Yun clan ancestor nodded. If I can slay the Demon Sect's foundation establishment seed, I will gain great merit. It can also serve as nourishment for my future cultivation. But ancestor, you've already reincarnated once before. 4 foundation establishment cultivators. The first reincarnation was the rare fate of a chosen one, with unmatched merit and destiny, offering the best chance of returning to foundation establishment. But a second reincarnation was a different matter. Especially in the past 300 years, the ancestors' cultivation had seen little progress and remained at early foundation establishment, adding many uncertainties to reincarnation. In this life, one must dare to gamble. The Yin clan ancestor smiled faintly. Recently, the sect mastered divine cause and effect, discovering anomalies in the Demon Sect's secret realm of law refinement. there may be an opportunity. The Demon Sect's secret realm of law refinement traps billions of souls outside the cycle of reincarnation. The sect master has long disapproved of it. This time, he will not only help me reincarnate within it, but also personally shield me from heavenly detection, ensuring that no one will discover me and allowing me to awaken my past memories at birth without the mystery of the womb. In this way, I can look for a chance to shatter the secret realm and return those souls to reincarnation. At this point, the Yun clan ancestor revealed a look of anticipation. If this mission succeeds, it will be a great merit and can assist me in returning to Foundation establishment. To think such a thing is possible, this is indeed a great fortune for our Yun clan. Upon hearing this, Yun Jiqiu finally showed a look of excitement. The most dangerous period for reincarnated Foundation establishment cultivators was the early years while still trapped in the mystery of the womb. But with the sect master's help, the ancestor could break through the mystery immediately after reincarnation. This invisibly increased the chances of the ancestor's successful return to Foundation establishment by a large margin. Once the ancestor succeeded, the Yun clan would be able to continue its brilliance for another 300 years. Afterward, the Yun clan ancestor gave detailed instructions on how to forge the illusion that he was still alive after reincarnation to buy time for his return, among other matters. Not until the oil in the lamp grew dim and was about to extinguish completely did the Yun clan ancestor wave his hand with lingering intent. Everything is ready. You may go. Yun Jiqiu immediately bowed once again and respectfully said, I wish ancestor a successful return through reincarnation. Yun Jiqiu waited for a moment, but did not hear any response from the Yun clan ancestor. When he looked up again, the lamp had gone out, and the Yun clan ancestor had already fallen silent. It was the dead of winter, and the world was covered in white. Decades ago, great chaos erupted in the world due to the emergence of the Heavenly Book. One scroll of it fell into the hands of the Hao Ran Academy, which revered imperial power, allowing the chaos to be suppressed. Afterward, the foolish emperor of Great Zhou suddenly died, and a new monarch ascended the throne. Ironically, the great chaos had caused massive death and wiped out the population pressure. After the war ended, peace returned, ushering in an era of stability. Thus, the new emperor was hailed as the restorer of Great Zhou. This was evident in the capital, Tianjin City, where no one picked up lost items on the road and doors were left unlocked at night. Even at night, the city remained full of singing and dancing. And in the northeastern corner of Tianjin City, deep within a mansion, in front of the birthing room, a dignified man paced anxiously back and forth until a loud cry came from within. Master, the child is born. The child is born. The next moment, the birthing room door opened and a maid hurried out. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations. Madam has given birth to a boy. Upon hearing this, the man looked up and laughed heartily. Heaven has not forsaken my Wei clan. At last, we have a male heir. Excellent. Everyone shall be rewarded today. The man's name was Wei Qie. He had risen from humble origins 20 years ago and shone brilliantly in the pacification war of Great Zhou, earning immense merit and the title of Marquis of North Pacification. He held some renown in Tianjin City and was considered one of the martial heroes. Now that the Wei clan had a new male heir, it was naturally a cause for grand celebration. Yet at the same time, inside the birthing room, though the newborn was still crying loudly, no one could detect the massive soul now residing within the frail body. Success. The Yin clan ancestor had successfully reincarnated. His true memories instantly awakened, but he did not control the body's instincts. Instead, he sat within his sea of consciousness and began divining in silence. Great Zhou, Heavenly Book. So that's how it is. A saint's theft indeed. In an instant, the Yun clan ancestor discerned part of the truth. As a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Sword Pavilion, he was extremely familiar with all of the Saint Sect's techniques. Saint's theft was one of the most dazzling among them. Of course he would recognize it. This was the advantage of foundation establishment reincarnation. Even without cultivation after reincarnation, a powerful soul allowed him to divine causality and manipulate fate easily, a dimensional blow to chi refining cultivators. Yet soon, the Yin clan ancestor frowned, because when he tried to deduce who was cultivating Saint's theft, he encountered complete emptiness, as if causality had been severed around the person. How interesting, a treasure that conceals heavenly secrets. The next second, the Yin clan ancestor's brow smoothed. He had long anticipated the importance of divination in this reincarnation and had thus come prepared. He had brought with him a secret treasure of destiny. With the Heaven Inquiry instrument bestowed by the sect master, no heavenly concealment will avail them. At his mental command, a spherical magical treasure appeared in his hand. Using it to divine, he instantly broke through the concealed web of cause and effect. The next moment, the Yin clan ancestor was stunned. But soon, he couldn't help but laugh wildly at the sky. Every cause must have an effect. Every cause must have an effect. So that's it. Causality truly does not let one off easily. Liu Yang, muttering the name of the one who had killed Yin Yaoing, whom he had once placed such hopes on, yet had remained free for 60 years, the Yin clan ancestor's killing intent surged, especially after using the Heaven Inquiry instrument to uncover a trove of intelligence on Liu Yang. Tying body shedding, corpse liberation, true method, Saint's theft, third-grade true chi, and the stealing heaven's secrets technique. If all are completed, this child has a 40% chance of breaking through to foundation establishment. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in the Yin clan ancestor's eyes. This child must not be allowed to live. With my current strength, wanting to kill that little demon is probably not easy. The ancestor of the Yin family had a contemplative expression on his face. After all, he had just reincarnated into an infant's body, possessing only a powerful soul and divination abilities, without any combat strength. But it doesn't matter. The ancestor of the Yin family was not in a hurry. After all, Liu Yang could not possibly discover him. He could completely develop slowly and recover to the peak of chi refining within 10 years. However, that kid is slippery and currently controls this secret realm of refining methods. Once he realizes he's in danger, he can exit the secret realm at any time. Even if I recover to the peak of chi refining to kill him, I must plan carefully and find a way to lure him into the trap, making it impossible for him to escape. The ancestor of the Yin family pondered while continuing his divination. The 3 steps of martial arts are to master the 5 elements within the body, open the 9 orifices of the heavens, and break through the mysterious gate of creation. A consummate martial artist can rival the late stage of chi refining. What a wonderful method. The ancestor of the Yin family showed an expression of amazement. He had established his foundation twice and lived for more than 600 years, having seen countless demons, including those who had cultivated in a saint's theft, but few were like Liu Yang. Without entering foundation establishment, one cannot know destiny. Divination and deduction abilities are far from meeting the standards of creating a method. Even if one barely creates something, it's like a mud hut shattering upon touch. Those who achieve great success can rival the mid-stage of chi refining, which is already considered impressive. Reaching the late stage of chi refining is already deemed perfect. That demon actually has such talent. The ancestor of the Yin family was amazed, and his apprehension deepened. He had already made up his mind not to let Liu Yang break through to foundation establishment, to avoid adding strength to the demonic path. But how to do it? Saints' theft steal the fate of the world, depleting virtue. Those who achieve great success will inevitably encounter calamities. In this way, my reincarnation this time may be his calamity. The ancestor of the Yin family comprehended the heavenly secrets and gained insight in his heart. However, I have the heavenly instrument to protect me. He cannot divine my existence, but I can easily grasp his whereabouts. This should be my great advantage. In that case, I could try to create a calamity for him. This calamity should not be too easy to resolve, nor too difficult. It should let him see hope of resolution, so he will personally take action. Use this calamity to lure him into the trap and fall into my snare. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. The ancestor of the Yin family had already reincarnated once, so he did not hold the airs of Foundation establishment and would not underestimate Lu Yang. His planning was extremely meticulous. Then, what should the calamity be? The ancestor of the Yin family pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly, having made a plan. For this child, the most worrisome thing is the error in the cultivation of saint's theft. In that case, I will help him. He created the 3 steps of martial arts, so I will create the 4th step for him. However, this step will no longer be limited to the framework of the system he created. Thinking of this, the ancestor of the Yin family immediately began to manipulate cause and effect. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. In 10 years, heroes rose across the world, and the development of martial arts reached an extreme. The 3 steps of martial arts became widely known and were learned by people all over the world. And in this era of martial valor, one night in the capital city, thunder suddenly roared, dragons and snakes rose from the land, heavy rain poured down, and then the entire city's people saw a pillar of vast energy shooting straight into the sky, breaking through the rain clouds, reversing the celestial phenomena. In less than an hour, the clouds cleared, and the sun shone brightly. The next day, a piece of news spread across the world. The master of the Howren Academy, who held a volume of the heavenly book, saintly scholar Wang Jing, comprehended the Dao overnight, saw through the mysteries, and actually walked out the 4th step of martial arts. The 1st step of martial arts is to master the 5 elements within the body. Heart, lungs, spleen, liver, kidneys. The 5 organs are complete, and one is a martial artist. The 2nd step of martial arts is to open the 9 orifices of the heavens. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, tendons, bones, flesh, blood, and mind. When all 9 orifices are open, one can be called a martial master. The 3rd step of martial arts is to break through the mysterious gate of creation. 3 feet above the head is the divine. Using the 5 organs to transform the body's essence, and the 9 orifices to draw the power of heaven and earth, combining internal and external, breaking through the mysterious gate above the head, one can see the divine. People all thought that martial arts ended here, and one would be a grandmaster with no path forward. However, with the breakthrough of saintly scholar Wang Buin, martial artists across the world were inspired. Wang Buin, with a heart of righteousness, did not keep his insights to himself. The 4th step of martial arts is called investigating the changes between heaven and man. To achieve this method, one must break free from the shackles of martial arts, no longer confined to martial arts itself, but walk out their own path, thereby achieving the transformation between heaven and man. Saintly scholar comprehended this point, no longer confined to martial arts, but created the fortune observation technique, which can know destiny, observe fortune, and even change the heavenly mechanism, all because of his dedication to the country, wanting to use the fortune observation technique to extend the national fortune of the Great Zhou, establish an unbreakable kingdom, and open an era of peace for all generations. With the breakthrough of saintly scholar, cause and effect changed, and the world underwent drastic changes. The second to break through was the current practitioner of the Celestial Master Mansion on Mount Longhu, barefoot Taoist Ton Jing, who had an epiphany and broke through during a medical consultation. The third was God Monk of Deliverance Xian Ku of the Hanging Temple, who had an epiphany and broke through during a morning lesson. The 4th, 5th, 6th, in just 10 years, 7 martial arts celestial beings emerged in the world, proving the feasibility of this path and completely breaking the framework of martial arts initially set by Lu Yang. In the extreme west of the secret realm of refining methods, amidst dense forests, Within the blood-washing Tianhe sword formation diagram, surrounded by countless talismans, Lu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. All he saw was dark clouds covering the sky, with no sight of the blue sky and bright sun. The next second, a halo of light shone behind Lu Yang's head. The Taiwei talisman operated, and the many changes over the past 10 years immediately entered his mind, all grasped by him. The fourth step of martial arts, investigating the changes between heaven and man, so fast. At this moment, Lu Yang was both delighted and suspicious. He was pleased that martial arts had changed so much in such a short time, but also doubtful. How could it be so fast? However, the divine causes and effects were seamless, with no flaws to be found. The martial arts I created, reaching the third step, can rival the late stage of qi refining. Now, people in the secret realm have walked out the fourth step. Roughly estimated, these so-called martial arts celestial beings probably have considerable strength, perhaps even rivaling the peak of qi refining. But in this way, it's no longer martial arts. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's expression gradually became serious. The divine events had no problems. The changes in cause and effect also had no issues. Everything was reasonable, with only one problem. Martial arts were out of control, and the saint's theft were about to fail. Only if he personally took action could it be corrected. This is not right. Lu Yang's heart instantly sounded an alarm. He naturally could not see the ancestor of the Yun family's layout and planning, nor could he sense the ancestor's manipulation of cause and effect. He only knew one thing. No one should think of making me leave this place. Here, he had countless talismans to use and formations to protect him. Even if 10 peak qi refining experts came, he would not fear, firmly sitting in the fisherman's seat. But once he left this place, it would be another matter. Moreover, he was now the one controlling the game, detached from worldly affairs. If he chose to enter the world and become widely known, it would be equivalent to stepping into the chessboard as a piece. One careless move could lead to total defeat. Thinking of this, Lu Yang immediately calmed down. Although the emergence of martial arts, celestial beings could disrupt his saint's theft, it would also take some time. Let me first send a clone to explore the path. With a thought, Lu Yang summoned the Myriad spirit's banner into his hand. Then, a strand of white qi appeared at his fingertip, surprisingly a pure, innate one qi. This was something he had refined from himself in his second life. Once, this innate true qi had extraordinary effects, even helping him break through to the mid-stage of qi refining in his third life. Unfortunately, in the subsequent lives, it gradually became useless. Now is the perfect time to make use of this waste. Another month passed swiftly. Inside the cave dwelling, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, a mass of white qi surging and tumbling in his palm. After a long while, Lu Yang gently tossed it outward. Boom! With a loud explosion, the white qi rapidly expanded, reconstituting into a human form identical in appearance to Lu Yang, though its aura was entirely different. Lu Yang's true body's aura was ethereal like an immortal, possessing the Dao essence found only in superior true qi of genuine cultivators. In contrast, the white qi incarnation of Lu Yang exuded overwhelming blood energy, each movement seemingly bearing the weight of 1,000 caddies, and his upright, handsome face carried an innate majesty. Not bad, not bad. Gazing at the innate true qi incarnation he had painstakingly refined over a month, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, martial arts have such applications. Typically, the innate true qi incarnation couldn't break through. Its essence was a mass of white qi, impermanent and untrainable, akin to Lu Yang's previous cultivation of the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, where his body ultimately transformed into a blood shadow. However, martial arts changed everything. By eschewing the path of immortal cultivation, martial arts focused solely on nurturing and refining blood energy, which perfectly suited the innate true qi incarnation, allowing it to overcome the barrier of being untrainable. Unfortunately, I still don't understand how to proceed to the fourth step. At present, the innate true Qi incarnation possessed only the strength of the third step in martial arts. Though Liu Yang had deduced the fourth step, he had yet to find the correct path. Therefore, this time, Liu Yang planned to visit Tianjing City. He intended to meet saintly scholar Wang Buin, who had pioneered the fourth step in martial arts, hoping to glean some inspiration from him. Let you venture out on my behalf. With a thought, Liu Yang's innate true Qi incarnation immediately disintegrated on the spot, transforming into a stream of white Qi that vanished into the sky, heading towards Tianjing City. It finally moved, almost simultaneously, within the Wei family residence in Tianjing City. The 10-year-old Wei Yun suddenly looked up at the sky, a flash of bright light passing through his black eyes. However, the next moment, he frowned. Something's off, it's a clone. Observing the divination results, the Yin family patriarch gritted his teeth in anger. After waiting 10 years and expending significant effort to manipulate karma, he had only managed to lure out a clone. Was that little demon truly so unhurried? The Demon Sect always emphasized bold advancement, yet suddenly, such a cautious old turtle had emerged. For the first time, the Yin family patriarch felt troubled. However, he quickly adjusted his plan. Since you sent out a clone, I'll find a way to destroy it, and see if your true body can remain still. Of course, he wouldn't act personally, as that would only alert the enemy. The best approach was to have martial artists within the secret realm eliminate Liu Yang's clone, allowing them to discover the truth of the secret realm and rise in rebellion. Naturally, the rebellion was doomed to fail. The Yin family patriarch didn't care about their success. The crucial part was the process of rebellion. Once these martial artists left the secret realm, even if they died, their souls would enter the cycle of reincarnation, making it impossible for the Dao Lord to retrieve them. Although they would lose their lives, they would gain freedom. Upon reincarnation, these billions of souls would fill the vast karmic web of heaven and earth, granting him immense merit. Perfect timing, I can have that person take action. With this thought, the Yin family patriarch immediately performed a hand seal to manipulate karma. What secrets does this heavenly book conceal? In the Imperial Palace of Tianjing City, Ji Xiongying, one of the 7 martial arts celestials of the current era, furrowed his brows as he examined a golden book before him. The heavenly book comprised 4 volumes, divided equally among Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. According to legend, the final volume was lost among the populace and vanished without a trace. However, unbeknownst to others, the great Zhou royal family had secretly acquired it. It was through this heavenly book that Ji Xiongying had completed the 3 steps of martial arts by the age of 30. After saintly scholar Wang Buin revealed the method for the 4th step, Ji Xiongying created world authority, harnessing the nation's power to bolster himself, ultimately breaking through to become a celestial grandmaster. Yet, the more he delved into the heavenly book, the more anxious he became. Where did the heavenly book originate? Everything has a source. If the heavenly book is so profound, perhaps only the legendary immortals could have created it. This thought sparked boundless ambition in Ji Xiongying's heart. Even after achieving the status of a martial arts celestial, he found his lifespan remained unchanged, akin to that of an ordinary person. How could he accept this? I desire immortality. I want to live forever. I wish to become an immortal. A trace of blood-red light flickered in Ji Xiongying's eyes. His already strong desire was now deliberately stirred. At this critical juncture, who's there? Suddenly, Ji Xiongying looked up. His world authority allowed him to sense the fluctuations in the great Zhou's national fortune. Tianjing City, being the capital, was virtually his domain. At this moment, he detected a distinct foreign entity intruding into his territory. With a thought, Ji Xionging instantly infused himself with the nation's power. In that moment, it was as if billions of great Zhou citizens were supporting his body, enabling him to break the martial artist's limitation of flight and soar into the depths of the clouds. Then he saw a figure. The newcomer wore flowing robes, traversing the sky with clouds beneath his feet, appearing as a celestial being. Only his gaze towards Ji Xiongying held a hint of surprise. You can actually fly? Observing the martial artist before him, Liu Yang calculated with his fingers and immediately discerned Ji Xiongying's identity. So that's it. A celestial has indeed broken through the martial arts barrier. Ji Xiongying also scrutinized Liu Yang, frowning. Your qi isn't condensed, your blood isn't refined, only your spirit is somewhat decent. Seems like you're a rogue cultivator taking an unconventional path. Yet you can fly. Did you obtain some secret technique? Never mind. Once I capture you, I'll naturally uncover the truth. With that, Ji Xiongying directly attacked. Previously, though domineering, he wouldn't act without cause. However, now, his unfulfilled desires made him restless. Moreover, he believed Liu Yang wasn't a martial arts celestial. Without that status, Liu Yang wasn't qualified to converse with him as an equal. Thus, capturing him would also serve as an outlet for his frustration. Come here. In the next moment, Ji Xiongying moved, instantly appearing before Liu Yang, his 5 fingers reaching for Liu Yang's neck, the airflow at his fingertips emitting a piercing screech. Liu Yang and Ji Xiongying were now in close proximity. He could even faintly hear the sound of rushing rivers from Ji Xiongying's body. That was his blood surging. The beating of his heart resembled a celestial drum, indicating an incredibly powerful physique, definitely comparable to the peak of qi refining. Liu Yang was astonished. In terms of physical strength alone, Ji Xiongying even surpassed Liu Yang, who had partially mastered the Saint Thief technique. Truly inhuman. But it seems that's all he has. Splat! In the next second, blood splattered. Ji Xiongying staggered backward, shock in his eyes as he stared at Liu Yang. Between them, a white line was gradually fading. It was this white line that had just sliced open his palm. What kind of martial art is this? Sword Qi Talisman. Under Ji Xiongying's stunned gaze, Liu Yang smiled calmly, then took out a yellow paper filled with scribbles and set it ablaze. Boom! In an instant, Ji Xiongying felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. The sword Qi that had just torn through his palm now erupted from the burning talisman. Under the brilliant sword Qi, a bewildered face was illuminated. What is this? This. Having lived for several decades and earned the illustrious title of Martial King of Suppression, this was the first time Ji Xiongying felt an emotion bordering on absurdity. He saw Liu Yang raise his hand, and a piece of yellow paper with ghostly scribbles would appear beside him, then ignite, followed by various phenomena completely unrelated to martial arts. Sword Qi slicing through the air, thunderbolts crashing down, golden light suddenly flashing. Each piece of yellow paper brought him deadly danger. Swish, swish. Sword Qi slashed Ji Xiongying's cheeks. Lightning struck his body, making him feel numb all over, while his full-force punch was intercepted by a sudden golden light. Impossible! Ji Xiongying retreated again, but dared not engage with Liu Yang any further. He could only grit his teeth, looking at Liu Yang with fear, yet also a hidden desire. In the next moment, a title surfaced in his mind. Immortal? At this moment, Liu Yang's methods were just like those of immortals in storybooks, instantly igniting his desire for eternal life. Thinking of this, Ji Xiongying widened the distance between them again, speaking excitedly. Wait, there's actually no deep enmity between us, right? How about this? As long as you join our royal family's offering hall and share that yellow paper technique with me, I'll grant you myriad tales of golden lands. You can choose whatever you like. Whatever I like. Liu Yang shook his head and chuckled. Do I need to choose? The entire Great Zhou is a secret realm of the Primordial Saint Sect. It originally belongs to me, and you dare to promise me what's already mine? All right then, I'm quite interested in the martial arts methods of heaven and man. This is my dominion of a world. Without another word, Ji Xiongying directly took out a book and threw it to Liu Yang. It contains only half a volume. If you give me the technique, the remaining half will also be yours. Liu Yang. Ji Xiongying's ambition was almost written on his face, and Lu Yong naturally saw through it. However, he didn't mind, and certainly wouldn't pass on cultivation methods to him. After all, it was of no benefit to his cultivation of the saintly thief, and it also violated sect rules. What a pity! Lu Yong shook his head, put away the dominion of the world, glanced indifferently at Ji Xiongyin, and then his figure suddenly dissipated, intending to turn and leave directly. Try to leave? Seeing Lu Yang's flesh and blood body disintegrate into a wisp of ethereal white gas, Ji Xiongyin roared in anger, while the desire on his face deepened. Immortal technique. It must be an immortal technique. I must obtain it. Dominion over the world. Ji Xiongyin exhaled and spoke, raising his hand and clenching his 5 fingers. A surge of blood and qi poured into it, instantly turning his entire palm blood red. In an instant, Lu Yong seemed to see a vast landscape slowly unfolding before him. Scholars rising at the crow of a rooster, farmers resting at sunset, warriors roaming the rivers and lakes, merchants trading in the bustling world, all vividly depicting the national destiny of Great Zhou, as well as the world's grand momentum. Dominion over the world, and also a fist dominating the world. Ji Xiongying's fist momentum had no physical form, purely a mental oppression, the spiritual accumulation of this martial arts master, already transcending martial arts. However, you want to compare willpower with me? I practice cultivation and possess spiritual consciousness. Ji Xiongying's fist momentum might be invincible against crude martial artists who only knew fists and kicks, but using it against him was futile. Boom! With a thought, Lu Yong shattered Ji Xiongying's fist momentum instantly. The so-called national destiny, the vast landscape, were all swept away by his spiritual consciousness. You can actually withstand my punch? Ji Xiongyin gritted his teeth. Again. However, what responded to him was a cold laugh. Stubborn and ignorant. As the words fell, dozens of talismans suddenly appeared out of thin air. With the Myriad Spirit's banner in hand, he had brought plenty of talismans on this trip and didn't care about consumption at all. The talismans shattered in a single breath, transforming into a torrent of sword qi that fell upon Ji Xiongyin, causing him to let out a miserable scream on the spot. In an instant, blood dyed the sky, though his physique, comparable to the peak of qi refining, was indeed ferocious. The sword qi talismans could slice his flesh, but could not sever his bones. When the sword qi dissipated, Ji Xiongyin had already turned into a blood-soaked figure. His entire body had no intact flesh, as if he had just been subjected to dismemberment by 1,000 cuts. He dared not remain at the scene and vanished in the blink of an eye. You fled quite decisively. Lu Yong frowned slightly. This incarnation of his cultivated purely in martial arts and relied entirely on talismans to defeat enemies. Although he could fly, his speed was actually still slower than Ji Xiongyi's. Lu Yong looked slightly grim. The vitality of a martial arts master exceeded his expectations. Though Ji Xiongyin had appeared pitiful and miserable, as long as he escaped with his life and rested for a few days, he could recover more than half. A physique comparable to peak qi refining, yet lacking matching divine bodily abilities. He really is a superb material for corpse refinement. Thinking of this, Lu Yong felt a bit remorseful. Truly, one is influenced by those they are close to. Even someone as kind-hearted as him had grown ruthless after spending time in the Saint Sect. I'm not that kind of person. Lu Yong shook his head. Besides, refining corpses was inefficient. Using the Myriad Spirit's banner to refine them instantly was undoubtedly much more effective. That being said, Lu Yong had no intention of devoting himself to this path. After all, once this lifetime ended, he would definitely choose cultivation, and the Myriad Spirit's banner couldn't be taken with him. I'll think about it next life. With that thought, Lu Yong directly dispersed his body, then silently reformed in an alley of the capital city, merging seamlessly into the crowd. As expected, he lost. That's only natural. Ton Jing City, Wei family residence. The Yin family patriarch withdrew his gaze calmly. Ji Xiongying's defeat was within his expectations. If anything, Ji Xiongying winning would have been the surprise. After all, this time, in stirring the threads of karma, the purpose of Ji Xiongying's fight with Liu Yang wasn't to win, but to make Ji Xiongying discover Liu Yang's existence. Then to gradually spread the news, ultimately influencing other martial masters, and eventually uniting all of them to deal with Liu Yang. As long as they destroyed his incarnation, there would be no fear of his true body not appearing. For this, he had already arranged an opportunity, or rather, a bait. All that remained was for the fish to bite the hook. Now was the perfect chance. With this in mind, he immediately began stirring karma again. Almost simultaneously, having just escaped with his life, Ji Xiongying dared not return to the royal palace, fleeing instead to the outskirts of the capital, hiding within a mountain forest. He originally just wanted to avoid Liu Yang. Yet while hiding, he accidentally discovered a sealed stone chamber within a hidden cave. Inside, a skeleton sat upright. This is... Ji Xiongying stepped before the skeleton and saw it holding a dust-covered book in its hands. He immediately reached out, took it, and casually flipped it open. At a glance, Ji Xiongying's eyes widened. His face was soon filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Truly, heaven helps me. The author of the book was unnamed, and its contents were merely a short record. There are immortals in this world who do not age or die. Kill them and eat their flesh to gain eternal life. But immortal techniques are supreme, hard to overcome. I have studied bitterly for decades, and before dying, finally comprehended a method to slay immortals. On the auspicious day of Shock, 7 great masters must wield 7 divine weapons and form a formation together. Only then is there hope of victory. Auspicious day of Shock, 7 martial slaughters of immortals. Besides the background and details, the book also recorded the forging methods for the 7 divine weapons. Ji Xiongying read in rapture, his ambition reignited. Ha! I truly possess great fortune and great destiny. If I kill that immortal, I shall surely live forever. As he laughed heartily, Ji Xiongying's consciousness grew increasingly obsessed. Karma clouded his true heart. All thoughts other than slay the immortal and gain eternal life were erased. At the same time, as Ji Xiongying's fortunate encounter, Liu Yang had already arrived at the most prosperous area of Tianjing City, where the number of martial artists was the highest. Howard Academy. This institution, which held a volume of the Heavenly Book and pioneered the 4th step of martial arts, had now vaguely surpassed Taoism and Buddhism, becoming the holy land of martial arts. However, strangely, ever since the 4th step of martial arts was achieved and the method widely disseminated, the dean of Howard Academy, saintly scholar Wang Buin, had gradually disappeared from public view, becoming increasingly reclusive. Nowadays, even the high-level members of the academy found it difficult to see him. What a feng shui treasure land! To avoid attracting attention, Liu Yang had dispersed his form, transforming into a mass of invisible qi, and was observing Howard Academy with great interest. In his view, this academy was truly a place where outstanding people and spiritual energy converged. In the entire Tianjing city, only this place was overflowing with spiritual energy. Even an ordinary person, if they studied here for several years, could develop some spiritual insight and cleverness. What was even more remarkable was that this was not a natural creation, but a man-made design. The overall layout of the academy, the position of each classroom, the placement of flowers, birds, fish, insects, and various landscapes had sublimated the mundane feng shui methods, faintly forming the embryonic shape of a spirit-gathering formation. Based on this alone, Liu Yang knew that this saintly scholar was definitely someone extraordinary. Thinking of this, Liu Yang immediately took a step forward, directly arriving at a study deep within the academy, intending to meet this renowned native. Then he was surprised by the scene inside the study, because the person inside was not the elegant scholar with a feather fan he had imagined, but a disheveled man constantly drinking wine. Was this the saintly scholar? At this moment, The disheveled man suddenly raised his head, his drunken eyes hazily looking toward Liu Yang's position. I didn't expect an honored guest to visit. With a thought, Liu Yang reassembled his form, transforming from invisible qi into a tangible body, cupping his hands in salute to the disheveled man. Liu Yang greets Taoist Wang. Buyuan greets the honored guest. The disheveled man also returned the salute, then patted his sleeves and stood up, exclaiming, "The honored guest's abilities are extraordinary. The previous battle with Martial King of Suppression amazed me, making me think several times that an immortal had descended. I wonder what the honored guest seeks from me. I wish to discuss the Tao of heaven and man with you." Liu Yang got straight to the point, saying, "The fourth step of martial arts, investigating the changes between heaven and man, I have some insights, but have not grasped the essentials. I hope you can teach me." Upon hearing this, Wang Buyuan blinked. "With the honored guest's abilities, you're also interested in martial arts? Other mountain stones can polish jade." Liu Yang said calmly, "Are you willing to teach me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Buyuan immediately laughed. "A guest is a guest, especially an honored one. If the honored guest wants to learn, I will naturally share everything I know without reservation. However, the Tao of heaven and man is diverse, created by martial artists based on their understanding of heaven and earth and themselves. Therefore, I cannot describe it to the honored guest in detail, only briefly explain my personal method. If the honored guest has doubts, you can consult other heaven and man practitioners." With that, the two sat facing each other. The fourth step of martial arts, I call it investigating the changes between heaven and man, meaning to use one's own power to leverage heaven and earth, to glimpse the heavenly mechanisms with human strength. My fate observation technique is like this, involving the changes of the three talents. The three talents are heaven, earth, and man. First observe man, to know appearances, then observe earth, to know feng shui. Finally observe heaven, to know destiny. These three are interlinked. Observe earth through man, observe heaven through earth, and observe fate through heaven. At this stage, I can know the changes in the world without leaving home. Observe the changes in national destiny, where disasters occur, where civil unrest arises, where officials are inactive, and where those who receive salaries compete with the people for profit. I can see most of these. Although there are still errors, I can achieve 70 to 80% accuracy. What surprised Liu Yang was that Wang Buyuan truly did not hold back, fully disclosing the fate observation technique, whose variations even involve causality. Of course, this was not truly calculating causality. Strictly speaking, what Wang Buyuan did was merely guessing, so he could not calculate details, only understand the general idea, and know some specific events. Even so, it was still astonishing. How'd he do it? Facing Liu Yang's doubts, Wang Buyuan shook his head. "To be honest, I just had a moment of inspiration one day, without any trick." "I see." Liu Yang nodded upon hearing this. Then the two exchanged ideas for several more hours before he got up to leave, intending to visit other heaven and man practitioners. Meanwhile, in the Wei family residence, the Yin family patriarch opened his Dharma eyes, silently witnessing the entire exchange between Liu Yang and Wang Buyuan, then withdrew his gaze without any fluctuation. That demon is truly ignorant. He had no interest in Wang Buyuan's insights, because no one knew better than him that Wang Buyuan's insights were due to his manipulation of causality. After all, it was not something that could truly comprehend causality, just a mortal's guessing method. The Yin family patriarch did not care at all, sneering inwardly, discussing the Tao with various heaven and man practitioners, trying to take a fifth step beyond my foundation to bring martial arts back on track. Simply delusional. After all, he manipulated causality, allowing Wang Buyuan to create the fourth step of martial arts, raising the limit of martial arts to the peak of qi refining. This was already the limit, because beyond that was foundation establishment. And how could Liu Yang create the method of foundation establishment? So in the Yin family patriarch's view, Liu Yang's actions were meaningless and futile. According to the Yin family patriarch's calculations, The current heaven and man methods had already disrupted Liu Yang's saint thief cultivation. To break the situation, the only way was to first kill all the heaven and man practitioners, then prohibit the heaven and man methods. What he needed to do was to kill Liu Yang's avatars, forcing his true body to act personally. In this way, Liu Yang would be trapped. From this perspective, Wang Buiyuan was just a pawn of the Yin family patriarch. As for pawns, the Yin family patriarch naturally had no interest. As for what amazed Liu Yang, it was not worth mentioning in the Yin family patriarch's eyes, including Liu Yang. Although the Yin family patriarch treated him seriously, he always harbored disdain in his heart, because in the end, they were just a group of mortals. With the Heaven Man instrument bestowed by the sect master, even Foundation establishment true persons cannot detect my existence. How much trouble can mere mortals cause? Leaving Howard Academy, Liu Yang once again transformed into invisible qi, walking through the streets of Ton Jing City, carefully reflecting on a recent exchange with Wang Buiyuan. 3 talents, fate, observation technique. Thousands of miles away, Liu Yang's true body opened his eyes, a halo radiating behind his head. The Taiwei talisman operated, silently calculating the many changes in Ton Jing City. The feedback causality showed everything was normal. The next 30 years in Ton Jing City will be very stable, with no changes in causality. This is normal. After all, there are 2 martial arts heaven and man practitioners stationed here. Then, Liu Yang suddenly changed his approach, no longer calculating the causality of the entire Ton Jing City from a macro perspective, but learning from Wang Buiyuan's fate observation technique, starting from the citizens of Ton Jing City, calculating individual causality, and then using the changes of the 3 talents to deduce the causality of heaven and earth. The reason for this was merely to verify the fate observation technique. However, the next second, Liu Yang was stunned. East Street breakfast stall, Wang Erneu's family of 3, using the Taiwei talisman to calculate, supplemented by the fate observation technique, should have many descendants, yet there's a great calamity of sudden death. 6 Doors Patrol Constable, Ton Jing, has a great calamity of sudden death. Li Chungrong, great calamity of sudden death. Lu Xinshang, great calamity of sudden death. Calamity, calamity, calamity. Almost everyone Liu Yang saw in Ton Jing City had a great calamity of sudden death in their fate, but when expanded to the whole city, there was no change. How is this possible? If the entire city's citizens truly had a great calamity of sudden death, the whole Ton Jing City would have been shrouded in dark clouds. With his personality, he would never have approached. No, something's wrong. In an instant, Liu Yang's pupils contracted sharply. From the small, one can see the large. If one can calculate heaven through man, one person might make a mistake, but if 10 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people are all like this, then it's heaven that's wrong. The heavenly mechanisms and causality have been obscured. Damn it, is there a Foundation establishment, true person in the secret realm, trying to harm me? At the Howard Academy, just after Liu Yang had left, Ji Xiongying arrived quietly. Bookworm, have you met that immortal? As soon as he entered the door, Ji Xiongying was slightly startled in his heart. He had not expected Wang Buiyuan, who had been high-spirited just a few months ago, to now look so disheveled. What happened to you? Nothing. Wang Buiyuan took another swig of wine and said with a smile, If you're talking about the one who fought you, then yes, I've seen him. He seemed quite interested in my fate observation technique. What an honor. Cut the nonsense. Ji Xiongying sneered coldly and through the ancient text he had obtained through a fortunate encounter in front of Wang Buiyuan. He can help us fulfill our grand ambition. There are immortals in this world, ageless and undying. Kill them and eat their flesh, and one can attain immortality. Ji Xiongying shouted, Weren't you determined to bring everlasting peace to the world? As long as we kill that immortal and share his flesh, we can live eternally and create an eternal world of peace. An eternal world of peace. Wang Buiyuan murmured softly, but did not show the excitement Ji Xionging had imagined. He simply shook his head, then said calmly, "Then let's give it a try." "Good. It's a deal." Ji Xionging noticed something off about Wang Buiyuan's attitude, as if he was hiding something, but he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, so long as Wang Buiyuan was willing to act. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Tianjing, at this moment, Lu Yang had already regained his composure, because he had suddenly realized something. If it truly was a Foundation establishment true person, there would be no need for such trouble. Because this was different from the incident at Skeleton Mountain. At Skeleton Mountain, the hidden true person Inshin hadn't intended to kill him, only using him as bait, but this time was different. This time, it was clear someone truly wanted him dead. The reason they hadn't acted yet was probably because his true body was still hidden within layers of formation arrays, and they had only sent an external incarnation to scout. This indicated that the mastermind's cultivation was definitely not at the Foundation establishment realm, because if they were, they wouldn't need to be cautious. Just one palm strike would be enough to kill him. From this angle, though the opponent could manipulate karma, their strength was probably only at the peak of chi refining. A bit strange, able to manipulate karma, but not at Foundation establishment. It's important to note that calculating karma and manipulating karma may only differ by one word, but they are worlds apart. It's the dividing line between chi refining and Foundation establishment. Calculating karma merely allows some foreknowledge, but manipulating karma can truly cause events to unfold according to one's will. Normally, only Foundation establishment true persons can do this. Therefore, able to manipulate karma, but not at Foundation establishment, should be impossible. Unless Foundation establishment reincarnated. Lu Yang frowned. After eliminating all other impossible speculations, the only answer surfaced. There's a reincarnated Foundation establishment expert in the secret realm. That's it. The tribulation of the Saint Thief. Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt it was ridiculous. What was this? The tribulation of his perfected Saint Thief technique turned out to be a reincarnated Foundation establishment cultivator causing trouble. No way. By the heavens, he had always been kind and amiable. How could he have provoked a Foundation establishment cultivator? The next second, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Yin Yaoing, Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. In this life, there were only two Foundation establishment cultivators who might bear a grudge against him. One was the master of Mending Heaven Peak, but he was in the prime of life and nowhere near needing reincarnation. The other was the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Given the scale of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, it would be perfectly normal for a reincarnated Foundation establishment to exist there. And since there was already enmity, could this be what drew in the tribulation of the Saint Thief? Surely it couldn't be that ridiculous? At this thought, Lu Yang broke into a cold sweat, nearly so startled he was about to exit the secret realm on the spot and report to true person Inshin that there was a villain inside. But in the end, he resisted the urge to leave the secret realm, because he suddenly remembered the final step of the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method he had previously deduced and prepared to cultivate required a reincarnated Foundation establishment soul for completion. On the other hand, he hadn't perfected the Saint Thief technique yet either. If he reported now and true person Inshin cleared the field, he'd end up with nothing. Never mind the Foundation establishment soul. The Saint Thief would surely be a failure. Though it is a tribulation, it's also an opportunity. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune often go hand in hand. Every cause has its effect, and every debt has its payback. If he could survive this tribulation on his own strength, then the tribulation would transform into a monumental opportunity. Besides, he did have a chance at victory. Before, the enemy was in the dark, and he was in the light, knowing nothing about them. Of course, that was a sure-death scenario. But now that he knew the truth, it was a different story. He could use the situation to his advantage. Since that reincarnated Foundation establishment expert is scheming against me in secret, this so-called martial path of heaven and man must have also been his creation. I knew there was something off. He wants to lure me out. And since I've only sent out an incarnation, he's clearly unsatisfied. So that's why Ji Xiongying suddenly showed up to fight me. If nothing goes wrong, he must have a backup plan. He likely wants to destroy this incarnation to lure me out of seclusion, out of the formation's protection. But Ji Xiongying is no match for my incarnation. So to kill me, they'll have to join forces with other heaven and man. It all made sense now. Completely clear. Liu Yang's face remained calm, but in his heart he had already pieced together most of the Yun clan ancestors' plot, and his understanding of karma had also deepened. This is Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment cultivators rarely fight to the death, so they usually strike through karma. Whoever can read the opponent's karma first gains overwhelming advantage. He wants to kill me? Then I'll let him try. After pondering for a long time, Liu Yang quickly came up with a countermeasure, because in fact he was also planning to battle the martial path heaven and man to steer martial path back onto the right track, but not by creating a fifth step. Here, the Yun clan ancestor was quite accurate. Given Liu Yang's current cultivation and insight, even with the guidance of the bright Dao Jade slip, it was impossible for him to forge a new realm. However, to break the deadlock, he didn't actually need to create a new realm. As long as people believed he had created one, that was enough. After all, the essence of Saint Thief was theft, and to deceive the world and steal one's reputation. No true substance was required. First, I need a new identity. Since he wanted everyone to believe he had created a new realm, he had to make it convincing, and for that, a high-prestige origin was essential. My true name, I'll go with Chakra, Emperor Shiva. I've lived for over 1,000 years, and am the only immortal in this world, having long reached the ultimate limit of this world, now seeking a way to break through. And the reason I communicate and battle with the martial path heaven and man is because I believe that when one's cultivation reaches the peak of the world, the only way to advance further is to fight and kill one another, pushing each other to extremes in life and death, thereby breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. I call this realm Shattering the Void. After shattering the void, one can ascend and drift away. Thus, no one knows what really happens, nor can anyone describe the mysteries of this realm. Because everyone who reaches this realm never comes back. No first-hand accounts. The unknown breeds fear, and also hope. I don't even need to describe this realm in detail. I just need to stage a grand battle and demonstrate it in public. The rest, they'll fill in themselves. This was a massive pitfall. The martial path's fourth step had already reached a dead end. Foundation establishment was impossible. But human ambition is boundless, and the martial path of heaven and man needed something to chase. And this goal, Liu Yang would give it to them, as long as he, in front of everyone, performed a sufficiently spectacular act, making the so-called Shattering the Void feel ethereal yet plausible. If no one believed it, no matter how real, it would be false. If someone believed it, no matter how fake, it would be true. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head. It had been 3 years since Liu Yang visited Wang Buiyuan. Over the past 3 years, he had met with other martial arts martial path of heaven and man's, some friendly, some fierce, and even sparred with a few combative ones. However, Liu Yang had gained considerable insights, especially into the so-called fourth step of martial arts, investigating the transformation of heaven and man, which he now understood more profoundly. His once dormant spirit had become extraordinarily active, and his entire body's vital energy seemed ready to burst forth, an extraordinary sensation. That night, the moon was dark, the wind was high, and the stars were densely scattered. The usually brightly lit streets were, for some reason, shuttered tight by many households, making the vast capital city appear somewhat desolate. In the pitch-black streets, only Liu Yang walked alone. This path of the martial path of heaven and man is quite intriguing. Liu Yang appeared calm, silently comprehending the circulation of his vital energy, feeling it to be exceptionally agile, almost as if it had come alive. Investigating the transformation of heaven and man involves 2 changes. The first is the human transformation, which unifies a martial artist's vital energy and spirit perfectly. The second is the heavenly transformation, harmonizing the internal vital energy and spirit with the external universe. The more Lu Yang pondered, the stronger his state became. Swish! At that moment, a blade's gleam suddenly lit up the darkness, its brilliance illuminating the street, dazzling beyond compare. Clang! Clang! In the next second, golden light erupted around Lu Yang, enveloping his entire body as if a golden bell shielded him. The blade struck the golden bell, producing bursts of heat and dazzling sparks, breaking through 3 layers of golden light before being barely stopped by the final layer. Seeing his attack fail, the assailant retreated without hesitation, disappearing back into the darkness. Boom! As the attacker retreated, a brilliant sword energy struck his previous position, carving a deep chasm into the ground. So it's you, fellow Taoist Ding. Lu Yang looked up and smiled slightly. It's been a year, and your demonic blade seems to have advanced further, breaking through 4 of my protective talismans. He then glanced at the weapon that had just attacked him. A crescent-shaped, rainbow-like, yet deeply demonic curved blade that could captivate anyone who looked at it. The blade was responsible for 70% of the damage to his protective talismans. Exiled immortal Emperor Shurtian. Ding Feiying's gaze was calm, but his tone carried fervor. Ji Xiongying claims you are a true immortal of this era. If I can slay you, my blade technique will surely reach perfection. Lu Yang shook his head and chuckled. Just you alone? That's overestimating yourself. Alone, perhaps not. But what about 7? As he spoke, more figures emerged from the darkness, led by none other than King of martial suppression, Ji Xiongying. This martial arts martial path of heaven and man's gaze towards Lu Yang was filled with extreme greed, as if he wanted to devour him alive, sending chills down one's spine. Behind him stood the disheveled Saint Heart scholar Wang Buin. Additionally, the street where Lu Yang stood was blocked at both ends by a sorrowful-looking monk and a Taoist holding a horsetail whisk. From Hanging Temple, God Monk of Deliverance Xian Ku. From a martial path of heaven and Man Master's mansion, barefoot Taoist Chong Qing Jing. On the rooftop, under the bright stars, a tall woman in a white long dress, as graceful as jade, looked down. From Hundred Flowers Palace, Fairy Mingyu Hua Xiangrong. The last was a burly man wearing dragon-shaped arm guards, exuding a rugged aura despite his luxurious attire. A rogue cultivator, alliance leader of the world Guan Xinkuan. The 7 martial arts martial path of heaven and man's of the current era had gathered, surrounding Lu Yang in this street, with the sounds of armored troops faintly heard beyond. It seemed even the Imperial Palace's guards had been mobilized. The martial world unites to execute one man. What a grand formation. Lu Yang praised, his face still calm, even laughing, but you've come at the right time. Today, this immortal shall use your strength to shatter the void. As he spoke, without waiting for a response, he punched forward. The first to confront him was God Monk of Deliverance, Xian Ku from Hanging Temple, who stepped forward to block Lu Yang, raising his hand to meet the punch. Then he saw Lu Yang open his fist, revealing a sword energy talisman in his palm. Clang! Clang! Brilliant sword energy burst forth, striking Xian Ku's forehead. However, when the sword energy dissipated, a surprising scene unfolded. Umitba! Xian Ku stood firm, hands clasped, his skin glowing with a golden hue beyond the ordinary, his internal vital energy roaring louder than great rivers. Lu Yang's sword energy talisman had only managed to pierce his forehead slightly, drawing a drop of blood. Master Xian Ku's physique is indeed unparalleled in this era. Ji Xiongying was overjoyed and immediately called for everyone to attack together. Then he saw Lu Yang calmly take out a thick stack of talismans. Ji Xiongying. Boom! In the next second, dozens to hundreds of talismans were unleashed, radiating multicolored lights and grand phenomena, instantly reducing the surrounding buildings to dust. Meanwhile, Lu Yang's aura continued to rise. Ha ha ha. It's happening. This immortal is about to succeed. He laughed maniacally, shattering the void. After living for over 1,000 years, this immortal is finally about to shatter the void. Hearing this, the martial path of heaven and man's were stirred. Shattering the void? Since becoming martial path of heaven and man's, they believed the path ahead was completely cut off. But now, hearing Liu Yang's words, could there be a new path beyond? Even the observing ancestor of the Yun clan showed a surprised expression. A new path? Impossible. The Yun clan ancestor quickly dismissed the thought. The fourth step of martial arts was his own derivation, spread through Wang Buiyuan. He was certain it was a dead end, with no further path. How could there be a new path? Just a deception, trying to fabricate a new path? Unfortunately, with me here, no matter how you fake it, I can find the flaws. As long as there's a flaw, you can't become a sage thief. In the end, you'll have to reveal your true form and fall into my trap. Despite his words, the Yun clan ancestor felt something amiss, as if this cause and effect was heading in an unfavorable direction. Never mind, better to eliminate this incarnation early to avoid future troubles. With that, the Yun clan ancestor immediately performed a spell, influencing fate, and sent his thoughts into the void. Don't delay. Act now. Almost simultaneously, Ji Xiongying, who had been considering Liu Yang's claim of shattering the void, suddenly had a realization and decisively said, "Don't be deceived by him. This talk of shattering the void is just to confuse us. Now that all 7 of us are here, each wielding divine weapons, let's form a grand formation, slay him, and share eternal life." As Ji Xiongying's voice fell, all the martial path of heaven and man's present struck at once. With the ancestor of the Yun clan secretly manipulating karma, no one noticed anything unusual. In the next second, the 7 of them surrounded to kill, and 7 divine weapons lit up the night sky. Good timing. Before Liu Yang finished speaking, his entire body burst into a mass of innate qi, then swept in like a violent wind, appearing before Ji Xiongying in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Ji Xiongying's eyes flashed blood red. His divine weapon was the Heavenly Prince Sword. At this moment, the divine sword was unsheathed, causing the skies above Ton Jing City to churn with clouds and wind in an instant. All the civilians within Ton Jing City suddenly felt a heavy weight on their hearts, inexplicably losing all strength and collapsing to the ground. In their place, Ji Xiongying's divine power surged violently. Dying. In the next second, Ji Xiongying slashed with his sword. Its power even surpassed that of a sword qi talisman, landing on Liu Yang and nearly scattering his qi-transformed body. But that was all. The innate qi avatar could gather and disperse at will, completely unafraid of physical attacks like fists, blades, and swords. That was why he sent this avatar in the first place. After all, martial cultivation was a crude system Liu Yang had created. Even though the Yun clan ancestor had supplemented it up to the 4th step, allowing accomplished practitioners to have physiques comparable to late-stage qi refining cultivators, it still had enormous flaws. As long as a cultivator mastered one countering divine ability, they could easily defeat it. Everyone attacked together. Seeing his sword had failed, Ji Xiongying immediately retreated. Restrain him. Don't let him use those talismans again. Force him into melee combat with us. He didn't need to say it. The other martial path of heaven and man's had already charged in. Leading the charge were barefoot Taoist Chong Qing and calamity-delivering monk Xian Ku, one Taoist and one Buddhist, now flanking from left and right. At the same time, fairy Mingyu Hua Xiangrong descended from the heavens, and World Alliance Lord Guan Qinkuan replaced Ji Xiongying to confront Liu Yang head-on. Only the demonic blade Ding Feiying remained hidden in the shadows like a venomous snake, ready to strike with a lethal slash at any moment. Boom! Liu Yang fought freely, sometimes reshaping his body and casting talismans, other times dispersing his form to dodge attacks. Facing 7 at once, he handled it all with ease. In the distance, The Yun clan ancestor who was secretly observing the battle shook his head. Too weak. Although in terms of level, the martial path of heaven and man's were supposedly superior to Liu Yang's innate Qi avatar, the reality was quite different. If Liu Yang's innate Qi avatar was like a fully geared top-level character, then the martial path of heaven and man's were at most blank slate max levels. They appeared equal, but the difference was like heaven and earth. This flaw belonged to martial cultivation, a system less than 100 years old, inherently no match for immortal cultivation. Fine, I shall make a move. The Yun clan ancestor moved a thought, immediately stirring karma. He slowly shifted the originally Liu Yang-favored situation toward the martial path of heaven and man's victory. The effect was immediately visible in the martial path of heaven and man's states. Instead of tiring in battle, the 7 martial path of heaven and man's grew more excited the longer they fought. Countless flashes of inspiration erupted like a fountain. The divine weapons in their hands also grew increasingly powerful. These divine weapons have been designed by the Yun clan ancestor as opportunities for Ji Xiongying and perfectly matched each martial path of heaven and man's martial skills. Their combination could already produce power near that of divine abilities. But with the Yun clan ancestor forcibly pushing karma, this near-divine power instantly reached the level of a true divine ability. Boom! Another encirclement and attack. But this time, Liu Yang clearly sensed something was wrong. When his innate Qi avatar reformed, a piece of clothing was missing. Their attacks are working. Liu Yang's heart tightened. His avatar was flawless and seamless. This could only mean part of the innate Qi had been worn down by the martial path of heaven and man's. So the Foundation establishment cultivator finally made a move. Liu Yang's thoughts raced. Although he sensed no abnormalities and his divination revealed nothing, he still instantly identified the culprit. Fine, the performance had come far enough. After all, he needed this avatar to play out a grand drama. If he got careless and it was destroyed, that would be a real joke. Boo! The next second, all martial path of heaven and man's present heard a deep breath. Even the surrounding air currents churned violently, like winds and clouds being overturned. The sound was melodious and clear, like a true dragon inhaling and exhaling the world. Immediately after, the sky filled with white qi, which reformed into a figure. Liu Yang's silhouette reappeared, no longer dodging, but wearing a confident smile. Get lost. In an instant, a fierce aura burst from Liu Yang's body. A circular light halo appeared behind his head, like a round mirror reflecting thunder and wind. Tai-Wei mirror, also a weapon, but this spiritual treasure far outclassed the so-called divine weapons in the hands of the martial path of heaven and man's. Once unleashed, it instantly established dominance. Boom! The mirror's surface rippled. Thunder and wind exploded around Liu Yang, directly blasting all the martial path of heaven and man's away and severely injuring them on the spot. Even so, the martial path of heaven and man's were not disheartened. On the contrary, they grew even more excited. All distracting thoughts vanished, leaving only one idea. Kill! Kill him! With this intense killing intent, the martial path of heaven and man's fought as if divinely inspired. Their long-standing bottlenecks suddenly shattered. Only Saint Heart scholar Wang Buin, though equally fierce, moved with a hint of struggle, as if he had realized something but couldn't escape it, only drifting with the tide. Only his eyes, capable of seeing fate and qi, revealed a trace of fear. Don't worry, Brother Wang. You're a real talent. I'll save you in the next life. Liu Yang sighed inwardly, but his attacks showed no mercy. Another burst of wind and thunder drove the martial path of heaven and man's back again. Then, blinding light burst from every part of his body. In an instant, the void trembled. Vital energy surged like a dragon, piercing the clouds. It was like a sky-piercing pillar landing, calming the stormy moonlit night, tearing through the dark clouds and revealing a bright, full moon. A moment ago, it was a moonless, windy night. In the blink of an eye, It became a clear moon and sparse stars. Between heaven and earth, only Liu Yang's long howl remained. This immortal has achieved the great Dao. Crack. The next second, the void shattered. A massive rift opened above Ton Jing city. Liu Yang leapt forward, his figure flashing and vanishing into it. Shattering the void. Shattering the void. The visual impact shocked all the martial path of heaven and man's into clarity. Their eyes were filled with horror, as if witnessing an unimaginable martial myth. Was this the realm beyond martial path of heaven and man's? Shattering the void and ascending, thus transcending the mundane? Just like the immortals in fictional tales. What hidden truths lay within? I saw it. Among the 7 martial path of heaven and man's, only Ji Xionging murmured softly. He was the Yun clan ancestor's most valued piece, and thus received the most karma blessings, consuming almost all of his life's fortune. Because of that, his insight reached its peak at this moment. He seemed to see how Liu Yang opened that void rift. It was simply breaking the surface by piercing a point, finding the connection point in the void, breaking through it, and entering before it closed. Ha ha! I can do it too. In the next second, Ji Xionging suddenly laughed toward the sky. Then, holding the heavenly prince sword, he slashed at the void, and another rift appeared. Ji Xionging stepped in without hesitation. A moment later, all the rifts closed with a bang. The remaining martial path of heaven and man's stood in place, staring blankly at where Liu Yang and Ji Xionging had been. They ascended? How can this be? Shattering the void. So there really is a realm beyond martial path of heaven and man's? Shattering the void and ascending, to live freely beyond the mortal world? Meanwhile, outside the spell-refining secret realm, after Ji Xionging followed into the shattered void, he saw Liu Yang, who had entered first, standing in a grand hall, watching him with a strange expression. Not sure whether to call you lucky or unlucky. This place is... Ji Xionging turned around and saw only a crystal orb. But what he saw inside made his heart turn cold. It showed the bewildered martial path of heaven and man's. Inside the crystal orb were countless miniature buildings, cities of Great Zhou, the land under his rule. This is Great Zhou. How is this possible? Ji Xionging was no fool. On the contrary, to stand out among martial artists and be favored by the Yun clan ancestor, he was certainly intelligent. He quickly came to his senses and stared at Liu Yang in shock. A scam. All of it was a scam. Shattering the void was a lie. The next second, Ji Xionging abruptly turned, trying to break through the void again and send a warning to the martial path of heaven and man's inside the secret realm. Don't shatter the void. Boom! Before he finished, a beam of divine light descended and froze him in place. Then, the second senior brother of the Three River Society, Luo Wuya, strode into the hall. What an excellent corpse-refining specimen. Luo Wuya beamed. Junior brother, did you raise this in the secret realm? It's at the peak of chi refining. How did you raise it? Liu Yang cupped his hands and smiled. If senior brother likes it, it's yours. Good. Then many thanks, junior brother. The next second, Luo Wuya swiftly cast a hand seal. Ji Xionging instantly felt a chilling aura invade his body, and his martial path of heaven and man-level physique couldn't resist it. In his final moments, he thought many things. But in the end, this consummate martial artist, a martial path of heaven and man of his generation, a martial myth who had shattered the void, could only roar in fury at Liu Yang, who had orchestrated this entire scheme. Beast! You beast! Within the secret realm of law refinement, Liu Yang's true body remained unharmed, sitting calmly in his cave dwelling. As for Ji Xionging's dying curses, he paid them no mind. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. Saint Thief has succeeded. Liu Yang stood up, looking up at the sky. What he saw was a river of purple chi, the fate energy gathered from 140 million living beings within the entire secret realm. The fate energy of the martial path. At this moment, Liu Yang bathed in this fate energy. The radiant purple qi poured down, making him feel as if he had become the center of heaven and earth. Simultaneously, within the secret realm of law refinement, all 140 million beings, from mortals to celestial beings, felt something in their hearts. Each looked up at the sky, vaguely seeing a grand golden figure rising from the ground, solemn and majestic, lifted slowly upward by the rolling red dust. Law endowment upon the body, sacred body achieved. Lu Yang opened his eyes, once again feeling the Dao charm akin to Ascension that he had only sensed before in great divine abilities and foundation establishment true persons. His height was rising. The boundless fate energy was entirely absorbed by Lu Yang, leaving not a trace. This fate energy slowly constructed an extremely complex ritual within his body. At this moment, Lu Yang suddenly looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, in Ton Jing City, as Lu Yang shattered the void, and Xiongying followed closely, the face of the Yin clan ancestor suddenly showed shock and anger. Not good. Only now did he understand Lu Yang's scheme. He had fabricated a realm above the celestial being level called Shattering the Void, with himself as proof. Now, with Xiongying as additional evidence, the world would firmly believe this path was viable, and many would follow suit. The entire system was seamless. Even the fourth step of the martial path he pioneered was perfectly encompassed, not hindering Lu Yang's cultivation, but instead enhancing its power. Because relying solely on Lu Yang, the martial path would at most reach the late stage of qi refining. But with the Yin clan ancestors' help, the martial path's limit astonishingly reached the perfection of qi refining. Therefore, the fate energy feedback from the Saint Thief would be immense. Yet now, even he couldn't break the martial path system, because theoretically, a martial celestial being comparable to the perfection of qi refining was a dead end. This applied not only to Lu Yang, but also to himself. And the Shattering the Void realm had no flaws he could find. After all, once someone shattered the void, they vanished. With no evidence, it's always a matter of one side's word against another's. How could he find a flaw to break this predicament, unless he could create a method different from Shattering the Void that allowed the martial path to truly break through foundation establishment? But before his reincarnation, he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, with limited ability. How could he create a method enabling the martial path to break through foundation establishment? Perhaps a golden core true lord could. Otherwise, he would have to kill all who witnessed Lu Yang shatter the void. But what would that achieve? It would only expose his existence unnecessarily. In other words, Lu Yang's momentum in cultivating the Saint Thief was now unstoppable. Damn. Thinking of this, the Yin clan ancestor was so angry he could grind his teeth to dust. He never imagined his plans would fail, even aiding the enemy. After painstakingly manipulating cause and effect, he ended up making a wedding dress for someone else. He couldn't accept it. Thinking of this, the Yin clan ancestor gnashed his teeth, full of unwillingness. Then, he once again manipulated cause and effect, attempting a final effort. The Yin clan ancestor activated the Heaven Inquiry instrument to enhance his influence over cause and effect. The Saint Thief is destined to face a calamity, which was originally mine. But if I strip it away and use a substitution method, replacing human tribulation with heavenly tribulation, I can invoke the power of heaven and earth to kill him, stealing the fate energy of all under heaven, and act against the heavens, must be punished by heaven. With a roar from the Yin clan ancestor, suddenly, above Lu Yang's secluded place, the previously clear sky turned dark with clouds, lightning snakes darting through. Boom! Thunder erupted from the mountains, turning heaven and earth white. A massive bolt of lightning struck directly from the dark clouds, so fast that there was no time to react. In the blink of an eye, it hit Lu Yang. When the lightning dissipated, Lu Yang's figure slowly emerged. However, to the Yin clan ancestor's disbelief, facing this heavenly lightning that could potentially kill a Qi refining perfection cultivator. Liu Yang was unscathed. This is the law of the Saint Thief. In the Yin clan ancestor's heart, information about the Saint Thief flashed. The minor and major achievements of this body refinement method were entirely different. The minor achievement of the Saint Thief merely enhanced physical strength. The major achievement, however, could condense law. In immortal cultivation, height or status often symbolized absolute disparity. As long as the status was high enough, those below were like ants. Just like foundation establishment, true persons to Qi refining cultivators. And the law of the Saint Thief was, in a sense, status. Therefore, Liu Yang now was no longer on the same level as ordinary cultivators. All attacks from those with a status lower than his couldn't even harm him. For example, the rolling heavenly thunder summoned by the Yin clan ancestor through cause and effect, though powerful, lacked corresponding status. As a result, it was like a two-dimensional attack on a three-dimensional being. No matter how powerful, it was meaningless. Not only couldn't it harm Liu Yang, it couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Of course, laws also had strengths and weaknesses. Not everyone was the same. The Primordial Saint Sect had countless talents. Liu Yang wasn't the only disciple who cultivated the Saint Thief, but the law he condensed was the strongest so far, because the strength of law was determined by the system established through cultivating the Saint Thief. If the system stopped at the mid-stage of Qi refining, then the law could only ignore attacks up to that stage. Facing late-stage Qi refining, it would still be broken. However, with the help of the Yin clan ancestor, Liu Yang's martial path encompassed the perfection of Qi refining. Therefore, his law meant that unless a cultivator below foundation establishment mastered a great divine ability that could also elevate status, no one could break it. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck one after another. However, Liu Yang remained indifferent, unmoved. Even the surrounding grand formation was shattered, yet he remained unscathed. Seeing this, the Yin clan ancestor's eyes nearly burst with rage, yet he was helpless. At this point, we can only let him go. The Yin clan ancestor sighed. So be it. Let him leave. The sect master's task is more important. Senior, are you watching me? A calm voice came, and the Yin clan ancestor was suddenly stunned. In the perspective of cause and effect, he saw Liu Yang suddenly turn his head, looking at him calmly. He can see me. No, he knows of my existence. The Yin clan ancestor instinctively took a step back, heart filled with horror. He immediately severed the cause and effect connection, then concealed his breath, hiding all traces of himself. However, Liu Yang now was entirely different. Trying to escape, Liu Yang lowered his eyelids, ripples appearing in his eyes. At this moment, his sacred body had achieved great completion. Although he hadn't yet reached foundation establishment, the Yin clan ancestor was also no longer at foundation establishment. At this moment, their statuses weren't vastly different. In the next second, Liu Yang's soul left his body, soaring into the sky, overlooking the entire secret realm of law refinement. The vast land was fully visible. The Yin clan ancestor had the Heaven Inquiry instrument to protect himself, concealing his presence flawlessly. Therefore, Liu Yang couldn't calculate his position. However, having cultivated the Saint Thief here, this place was his domain. He didn't need to calculate. He only needed to see which aura hadn't been stolen by him. Whoosh! With a thought, Liu Yang's mind reflected countless auras, rapidly filtering them. In the end, only one seemingly weak aura remained, located within Ton Jing city. Immediately, the void opened. The Yin clan ancestor, thinking he had concealed his presence, looked up in astonishment. He saw a ripple above his head, and then a figure in black robes stepped out. Found you. In the very instant that Liu Yang appeared and spoke, the entire Ton Jing city transformed into black and white, with an indescribable ripple expanding in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, all was annihilated. Buildings vanished, pedestrians disappeared. Everything seemed as if it had never existed, treating both street beggars and martial artists equally. How could this be? A martial artist of the heaven and man realm shouted in terror, unable to accept the reality. Yet, regardless of their reactions, be it fleeing, confusion, or hysteria, they all quietly dissipated within that ripple. The sole exception was the saintly scholar Wang Bun, a peerless genius who pioneered the fourth step of martial arts, who remained unexpectedly calm at this moment, merely gazing at the sky with a trace of relief, observing fate and watching the heavens. How can a frog at the bottom of a well speak of observing fate or watching the heavens? As early as his breakthrough to the heaven and man realm, Wang Buiyuan had sensed something amiss. He had created the 3 talents fate observation technique, calculating the heavens through humanity, but when he exhausted his life's knowledge to peer into the cosmos, a tremendous anomaly emerged, because he saw that the heavens and earth were flawed. Though exquisite, they were inconsistent, like a meticulously crafted counterfeit. He once thought he had miscalculated, that the fate observation technique was imperfect, but no matter how many times he recalculated, the result remained unchanged. Could it truly be that the heavens and earth are flawed, and the human world a mere illusion? Since then, the once elegant and dashing saintly scholar had become a slovenly man who drank all day, wasting his life. Now he saw the truth. Only at this moment did Wang Buiyuan finally regain some of his former heroic demeanor, looking at the sky with a mix of relief and regret. What a pity! If I could witness the true heavens and earth, it would surely be a delight. The next second, his figure vanished. Thus, the entire Ton Jing city disappeared from the earth, with no trace of its people, leaving only the Yun clan ancestors' residence, and Liu Yang suspended in midair. In just the blink of an eye, Liu Yang used his secret realm authority to erase the entire Ton Jing city, collecting all living beings into the deepest part of the law refinement secret realm, awaiting the next disciple to reopen them. While the secret realm space where Ton Jing city once stood was compressed around the Yun clan ancestor. In this way, the space became highly condensed, preventing the Yun clan ancestor from escaping through the void. Liu Yang. The Yun clan ancestor's voice carried apprehension and frustration. The apprehension stemmed from Liu Yang's current strength, which he could no longer underestimate, and the frustration from the fact that this situation was entirely his own doing. Without him, even if Liu Yang had mastered the Saint Thief technique, it wouldn't have been so perfect. How could he not feel frustrated? However, the Yun clan ancestor quickly suppressed all negative emotions and said in a deep voice, erasing Ton Jing city, "Aren't you afraid the Saint Thief will lose the support of fate?" Senior overthinks it. Liu Yang responded with a faint smile. Since the Saint Thief has already been perfected, the fate of the world is no longer important to me. After all, since it's thievery, how could it possibly be returned? Compared to that, Senior should be more concerned about your current situation. Are you threatening me? The Yun clan ancestor's expression grew increasingly grim, his previously restrained aura gradually emanating, filled with killing intent. You dare to speak so boldly to me alone? A mere reincarnated foundation establishment. What's so remarkable? Liu Yang retorted sharply, showing no concession. I'm in need of a reincarnated foundation establishment soul to study secret techniques. Senior, your timing is perfect to assist in my cultivation. You little brat, courting death. In his fury, the Yun clan ancestor also clarified the current situation, even feeling somewhat relieved that Liu Yang hadn't left the secret realm but chose to confront him. If he had left the secret realm to report him, he would be doomed. But now that he came alone, perhaps there was still hope for redemption. The Yun clan ancestor frantically channeled his mana, and a brilliant golden light immediately rose above his head, radiating 3 colors, gold, silver, and jade, illuminating the sky in an instant. Tai golden radiance. Unlike Yin Yaoing's incomplete version, the Yun clan ancestor's Tai golden radiance was a fully refined, complete version, a true great divine ability. In an instant, the golden light surged mightily, sweeping through the heavens and earth, stirring up immense waves of spiritual energy, directly sweeping towards Lu Yang. Immediately, Lu Yang felt a golden brilliance before his eyes, as if isolated into another world. Then came the loss of essence, his body becoming withered, true chi exhausted, mana gradually weakening, divine consciousness dissipating, spiritual awareness no longer sharp. All his essence, energy, and spirit were brushed away by the golden light. However, in the next second, Lu Yang stomped his foot. Boom! In an instant, the entire secret realm seemed to tremble violently, like a person jumping from a high place, inevitably causing a shock upon landing. Almost simultaneously, the Yin clan ancestors' spiritual consciousness was greatly shaken. The previously condensed Tai golden radiance exploded in all directions the moment Lu Yang stomped his foot, and the previously brushed away essence, energy, and spirit rapidly returned to Lu Yang's body. The next second, Lu Yang moved. He gave a cold smile, then spread his sleeves, countless fireworks rising around him, swirling and coiling, finally erupting with a loud bang, causing the Yin clan ancestors' ears and eyes to ache. Looking up, he saw a majestic golden figure rising from the ground, shaped like a mountain, surrounded by swirling fireworks, stealing the world's fate to forge the saint's golden body. Only at this moment did Lu Yang reveal the true power of the perfected saint thief technique, law borrowing fate to take form, transforming into a saint's aspect. The Yin clan ancestor, seeing this, urgently activated the Tai golden radiance. In an instant, the golden radiance filled the sky, splitting into 3 lights of essence, energy, and spirit, forming a sun, moon, and stars formation, heavier than mountains, crashing down towards Lu Yang. But before the Tai golden radiance could fall, the towering saint's aspect extended a massive hand, its palm full and smooth, as translucent as jade, covering the sky and descending. With a grasp of its 5 fingers, it caught the magnificent Tai golden radiance along with the Yin clan ancestor in its palm. How bold! The Yin clan ancestor grunted, the Tai golden radiance continuously expanding, becoming increasingly blazing, almost transforming into a golden sun, trying to force open the saint's aspect's palm. However, on the other side, Lu Yang also formed seal. His physical body gradually became illusory, while the saint's aspect behind him became increasingly real, solemn, and unmoved by external forces. The Yin clan ancestors' erupting Tai golden radiance fell upon it, at most peeling off a layer of skin and flesh, but as soon as it did, Lu Yang regenerated it. The result was a prolonged battle where one side consumed mana, and the other consumed blood and energy with no advantage gained. Delay brings change. I must quickly subdue this person. The Yin clan ancestors' thoughts raced, knowing that Lu Yang had gained great fortune through him. The saint thief technique nearly perfected, already comparable to a great divine ability. To subdue him, he had to use even more powerful methods. With this in mind, the Yin clan ancestor immediately took out a spherical magical treasure, which was the heavenly instrument bestowed upon him by the sword pavilion master before his reincarnation. He offered this spiritual treasure into the air, then bowed respectfully. "Please, Heavenly Lord, take action." As his words fell, the heavenly instrument immediately began to rotate, causing the surrounding space to be inverted in all directions. Within the range of the heavenly instrument, all positional changes became chaotic. Forward became backward, left became up became forward, all determined by the wielder's intent. At this moment, upon its activation, the saint's aspect immediately lost its strength, and the Yin clan ancestor seized the opportunity to escape. Immediately after, he held the heavenly instrument and aimed it at Lu Yang. In an instant, Lu Yang felt his entire body tremble, the saint's aspect seemingly immobilized by a vast force, unable to move, remaining in place. It was evident that the Yun clan ancestor had altered all of Liu Yang's movements to remain stationary. After immobilizing the saint's aspect, the Yun clan ancestor didn't stop, continuously unleashing the Tai golden radiance, clearly intending to use this method to gradually break it apart. So strong, truly formidable. Liu Yang admired with a smile, acknowledging the Yun clan ancestor's undeniable strength, being a reincarnated foundation establishment cultivator with a treasure like the heavenly instrument. In terms of pure strength, if they dueled 100 times, he would likely lose all 100. However, dueling isn't solely about strength. Just as a chess player can defeat an opponent on the board, there are also ways to win outside the board. Meanwhile, outside the lore refinement secret realm, Liu Yang's innate Qi avatar rushed non-stop, arriving directly at the cave dwelling where true person Ming Chan was in seclusion. True person, I have a report. There's a bad person inside the secret realm. At the very moment Liu Yang reported to true person Ming Chan, the Yun clan ancestor within the secret realm suddenly felt a shiver throughout his body, as if a great calamity was imminent. Is it your incarnation? The Yun clan ancestor calculated with his fingers and instantly understood the cause and effect, followed by a trace of despair appearing on his face. Ultimately, it's a calamity that cannot be escaped. His current reincarnation heavily relied on secrecy. It was entirely due to the Sword Pavilion Sect master's concealment of the heavenly secrets that he hadn't been discovered. However, once exposed, even the Sword Pavilion Sect master couldn't rescue him. In other words, his final gamble, staking his life, had completely failed. The sect master's mission remained unfulfilled. The hope of returning to Foundation establishment was lost, and without him, the Yun clan status in the Sword Pavilion would inevitably plummet, no longer the lofty Foundation establishment immortal clan, and even facing imminent destruction. No, there's still a chance. The Yun clan ancestor looked at Liu Yang, a terrifying killing intent suddenly appearing in his eyes, his hatred for Liu Yang so intense that even the waters of the three rivers couldn't wash it away. In the next second, he showed a resolute expression. With a single thought, the Tai golden radiance originally surrounding him rapidly retracted, finally converging entirely at his fingertips, transforming into a sharp sword chi. This sword chi was a divine ability called Stabilizing the Origin with one slash, uniting with the world. Although the sword chi appeared ordinary, it could directly lock onto the enemy's cause and effect. Once the sword was unleashed, as long as the target's cause and effect remained, the sword chi would not dissipate. In the past, the Witch Ghost Path was exterminated entirely by the Sword Pavilion Sect master of that generation, a Golden Court true lord, using this divine ability, leaving no survivors. Even because the Witch Ghost Path left behind a secret realm inheritance, the cause and effect remained, so the sword chi persisted for 1,000 years. However, this sword was not something ordinary cultivators could unleash. Because it involved cause and effect, it couldn't be used without Foundation establishment, and now that the Yun clan ancestor had fallen from Foundation establishment, to unleash this sword, he had to sacrifice his life. In other words, he intended to perish together. With the nine heavens instrument obscuring the heavenly secrets, I can sacrifice my life to kill this demon, then reincarnate anew. Perhaps there's still a sliver of hope to escape alive. Although he was originally on his second reincarnation, and now, before returning to Foundation establishment, he was forcibly beginning a third reincarnation, which severely damaged his cultivation. Even if he succeeded in escaping, he would inevitably be trapped in the mystery of the womb in the future, becoming an ordinary mortal, never to transcend again. At least, I'll kill you first. The Yun clan ancestor stared intently at Liu Yang, then activated his divine ability, causing his entire essence, chi, and spirit to collapse, all converging into the sharp sword chi he had condensed. Slash! With a loud shout, the sword chi howled out, directly falling towards Liu Yang's location. In an instant, Liu Yang felt an intense sense of crisis, trying to fight me to the death. With a thought, Liu Yang's figure completely merged into the saint image behind him, then manipulated the saint image to extend two giant hands to grasp the sword qi. The two entangled. The saint image's hands were torn apart by the sword qi, but the sword qi was forcibly torn into large pieces. However, on the sword qi's side, as Liu Yang's cause and effect remained, the sword qi immediately absorbed the heavens and earth to replenish itself, and the torn sword qi instantly restored itself. On the other side, the saint image experienced the same situation. After all, it was merely a manifestation of Liu Yang's qi, not a real entity. At this moment, with a surge of his magical power, he immediately regenerated the missing flesh and blood. The two sides thus reached a stalemate. Seeing this scene, the Yin clan ancestor sighed, but didn't linger. At this moment, he no longer had a physical body, only a soul remaining in the world. Before the true person of the Saint Sect arrived, early reincarnation was the best strategy. At this moment, the Yin clan ancestor suddenly felt a chill sweep over his heart. Looking back, he saw Liu Yang in the distance sneering at him. "Senior, why rush to leave?" In the next second, he saw Liu Yang holding a mass of his own qi, then drawing a circular light, using the qi to reflect his figure. Not good. The Yin clan ancestor's pupils instantly contracted, shocked and angry, yet unable to understand. The profound Yin form capturing grand art. How'd he capture my qi? The profound Yin form capturing grand art, as long as it captured the qi, could kill enemies from a distance. The Yin clan ancestor had already calculated that Liu Yang had learned this divine ability, so he was extremely cautious about concealing his qi during the battle, absolutely not giving Liu Yang any chance to capture his qi, which should have been foolproof. But he didn't expect that his qi was still captured by Liu Yang. And now, having lost his physical body, only his soul remaining, if this technique struck, he would likely be annihilated instantly, with no chance of reincarnation. "Please, Heavenly Lord, save me." For a moment, the Yin clan ancestor had to postpone reincarnation, instead using his soul to activate the Nine Heavens instrument, trying to block Liu Yang's profound Yin form capturing grand art. Too late. Liu Yang waved his hand, severing the Yin clan ancestor's figure in the circular light. The Yin clan ancestor immediately focused his mind, preparing to resist. Then, nothing happened. The Yin clan ancestor blinked, stunned in place. The imagined remote curse kill of the profound Yin form capturing grand art didn't occur, as if it were fake. Something's wrong. It was indeed fake. He was stalling for time. The Yin clan ancestor suddenly realized, no longer daring to stay. With a wave of his hand, he opened a black passage, then his soul rushed into it. However, at that very moment, a vast qi suddenly entered the secret realm of law refinement. Seal the heavens and earth. Only a grand voice echoed throughout the secret realm, golden words and jade speech. The black passage the Yin clan ancestor had just opened instantly closed again. No, the black passage was the place of reincarnation. Seeing this, the Yin clan ancestor screamed miserably, his soul violently fluctuating, looking ferociously at Liu Yang. "You dare deceive me? What can you do to me?" Liu Yang smiled faintly, then saw another giant hand reaching in from outside the secret realm, gently grasping the sword qi entangled with him, instantly crushing it. No matter how powerful the divine ability, it was still useless in the face of a higher level. This is foundation establishment. Liu Yang sighed inwardly. Even though he had seen it many times, the crushing power of a foundation establishment true person over a qi refining cultivator still made him feel awe. In the next second, true person Yinshan's figure appeared beside Liu Yang. "Well done," true person Yinshan praised, then turned to look at the Yin clan ancestor's soul, laughing. "So it's you, Yin Qingchuan, you old scoundrel." Yinshan, the Yin clan ancestor's eyes turned, seemingly wanting to say something, but before he could speak, true person Yinshan raised his hand and struck his soul. Boom! In the next second, all of the Yin clan ancestor's consciousness was erased by true person Yinshan, leaving only a blank soul held in his hand. After all, he had fallen from Foundation establishment. Although a soul still retained some level, it couldn't compare to a true Foundation establishment true person. Moreover, after the Skeleton Mountain incident, true person Inshan's cultivation had improved, now at mid-Foundation establishment, far beyond what the Yun clan ancestor could match. Buzz buzz. With the Yun clan ancestor's death, the Nine Heavens instrument lost its owner. True person Inshan naturally didn't hesitate, immediately collecting and suppressing it, holding it in his hand to examine. A good treasure, truly a good treasure. The Yun clan ancestor could use this treasure to obscure the heavenly secrets, reincarnating into the secret realm unnoticed, showing its high quality, making even true person Inshan unable to resist. However, this matter involved the sword pavilion, and it was the soul of a Foundation establishment true person. According to sect rules, he had to report it to the sect master for judgment. But once reported, this rare treasure couldn't be hidden and would inevitably become the target of all. With his strength and status, he might not be able to keep it. At this moment, Lu Yong suddenly stepped forward, bowing. Senior brother, I, your junior brother, boldly have an unreasonable request. I wonder if I could borrow that Righteous Path Foundation establishment soul for use and return it within 10 years. Oh, you want this old scoundrel's soul? True person Inshan raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. You dare to think, but this involves the sword pavilion. Once I report it, the sect master will surely inquire, and then both the soul and the treasure can't be kept. However, it's not without a workaround. At this point, true person Inshan suddenly changed his tone, looking at Lu Yong with a half-smile. Many things, as long as they aren't weighed, 1,000 caddies become 4 taels. If you help me conceal this matter, no one reports it, no one investigates, then both the soul and the treasure can be kept. Lu Yong was stunned upon hearing this, then showed a puzzled expression. Conceal what matter? Good. Worthy of being a disciple of our Saint Sect. You can achieve great things. The two exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. In the next second, true person Inshan threw the Yun clan ancestor's soul into Lu Yang's hand, then collected the Nine Heavens instrument and floated away. Read it. The next day, Lu Yang departed from the secret realm of law refinement. As for the events that transpired within the secret realm, naturally, he kept his lips sealed, and even Luo Wuya remained silent, as if Lu Yang had never entered the secret realm. Regarding Lu Yang, the soul of the Yun clan ancestor had already been cleansed by true person Inshan. He was content to quietly amass wealth and naturally wouldn't spread the news. To reassure true person Inshan, after leaving the secret realm, he simply didn't leave and directly established a cave dwelling within Inshan. Cultivating in the mountains, years passed unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 years had gone by. On this day, Lu Yang awoke from seclusion, opened his eyes, and looked at the bright Dao jade slip that hadn't left his hand for 10 years, only to find several cracks had appeared on it. It seems this mysterious treasure also has its limits. Over the past 10 years, he had almost constantly activated this mysterious treasure. Thanks to it, his attainments in various fields had made significant progress. Formations, talismans, cultivation. Most importantly, he had finally deduced a secret technique to cultivate the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method without triggering the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Lu Yang named it the Yin Spirit Ghost Immortal Method. Simply put, it was a method of feigned death, with the soul guarding internally, unwavering in will, allowing the Yin Spirit to emerge upon physical death, thereby enabling the soul to remain in the world. By using this secret technique, Lu Yang could adjust his own soul to a state similar to that of a Foundation establishment true person soul, so that after the physical body died, he wouldn't enter reincarnation. This way, he could meet the conditions for cultivating the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method and undergo death and then shedding, without triggering the Book of 100 Lifetimes. In the next life, this shall be the goal. After all, Just the saint's theft alone had cost him several decades. Compared to it, the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method was only stronger, not weaker, and the time consumed would likely be even greater. There was no hope of achieving it in this lifetime. Thinking of this, Lu Yong took out another jade slip. It recorded a secret technique called stealing heaven's secrets, which Zhao Shuhe had traded to him back then, even placing a confidentiality restriction on it. If he could cultivate it successfully, it could increase his chances of foundation establishment by another 10%. Lu Yong lightly tapped it, and, as he expected, after 80 years, the restriction on the jade slip had already dissipated, allowing him to easily see its contents. Senior brother Zhao is an honest man, actually leaving no omissions and even writing annotations. As Lu Yong firmly memorized the stealing heaven's secrets technique, he sighed, "Oh right, senior brother Zhao still owes me money in this life. I mustn't forget in the next life." Another month passed before Lu Yong left his cave dwelling. However, this time, he heard a piece of news that greatly surprised him. At the Three River Assembly, second senior brother Luo Wuya attempted foundation establishment, failed, and perished. How could this be? Inside true person Yin Shan's cave dwelling, Lu Yong sighed deeply. I had a close friendship with senior brother Luo and thought that upon leaving seclusion, we could drink and converse joyfully. True person Yin Shan also shook his head upon hearing this. It's a pity about the second one. His cultivation method was the true inheritance of the Saint Sect, the heavenly craft true scripture. Upon completion, the heavenly craft treasure chi he refined was ranked 3rd grade. Besides that, he had also mastered a great divine ability and possessed a foundation establishment pill, giving him a 30% chance of breaking through. Foundation establishment was as difficult as ascending to the blue heavens. In this life, Lu Yong was already 100 years old, and Luo Wuya was no younger. A 30% chance of breaking through to foundation establishment was already worth risking one's life. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. After lamenting for a while, true person Yin Shan looked at Lu Yong. "I see that you've come out of seclusion this time with determination, planning to attempt foundation establishment." Senior brother sees clearly. Lu Yong cupped his hands, took out the soul of the Yun clan ancestor, and returned it to true person Yin Shan, saying solemnly, "After meeting with senior brother, I plan to enter seclusion. You are truly a talent, and should be cultivating in the Saint Sect." True person Yin Shan stroked his beard and smiled. "Now that I think about it, I somewhat regret depleting your fortune back at Skeleton Mountain, causing you to waste 30 years. Otherwise, if you were 30 years younger, you'd have a better chance at foundation establishment." Lu Yong shook his head. "Senior brother flatters me. I never speak empty words." True person Yin Shan shook his head, then waved his hand, and a jade token fell in front of Lu Yong, inscribed with 2 large characters. "Ascension. The Ascension order I didn't give you back at Skeleton Mountain. You exchanged it for the bright Dao jade slip. The second one couldn't use it, and the third died early on the righteous demonic battlefield. Take it." Lu Yong was stunned upon hearing this, then quickly waved his hands. "Senior brother's great kindness. I cannot accept this." "Enough nonsense." True person Yin Shan looked impatient. "Take it if I tell you to. If you can truly achieve foundation establishment, it would be a good karma." Upon hearing this, Lu Yong had no choice but to accept the Ascension order, and a sense of anticipation suddenly arose in his heart. His original intention in attempting foundation establishment this time was merely to accumulate experience for the next life. But now, with his true chi at 3rd grade, possessing the saint's theft, and if he added this Ascension order, could he really have a 30% chance? Could there be some conspiracy? Thinking of this, Lu Yong found it somewhat amusing. There was no helping it. There were too many talents in the Saint Sect, and unsolicited help made him uneasy. But even if there is a conspiracy, I'll accept it. Anyway, in this life, even if I die, I plan to die on the path to foundation establishment. If I don't succeed, I'll become a martyr. Whether there's a conspiracy or not doesn't matter. If there really is a conspiracy, I'll just be more cautious in the next life. Thinking of this, Lu Yong no longer dwelled on it, stood up, respectfully saluted true person Yin Shan, and then turned and left. Little did he know that after his departure, another figure appeared beside true person Yin Shan. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor, exuding a sharp aura between his brows, as if nothing in the world could daunt him. True person Yin Shan spoke first. "How is it?" "Not feasible." The man shook his head. "The best age for breaking through to Foundation establishment is around 70 or 80. This person is already over 100 years old. The chances of success are minimal. It's a pity that although he cultivated the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method, he didn't complete the final step of transformation to refine the status of corpse dissolution immortal. Otherwise, he could have increased his chances by another 10%. Without the assistance of a Foundation establishment true person, that place can't be breached by just the two of us. Let's hope he succeeds. If not, we'll have to risk inviting an outsider to help." True person Yin Shan looked helpless. "Senior brother Chong Wang, you've already achieved complete Foundation establishment, and with the reincarnation of the overturning Lampfire Master, this is an opportunity not to be missed. Indeed, at this point, we have no choice but to take a gamble." True person Chong Wang said solemnly, "If we succeed, it's our fortune. If we fail, it's our fate. Moreover, with the Millennium Great Tribulation approaching, if we don't become true lords, how can we be the ones to control the game? It's merely a matter of dying sooner or later. At least dying in pursuit of a breakthrough is better than, when the Great Tribulation arrives, having our minds clouded by calamity, becoming pawns of others, and dying in ignorance. You and I have both attempted Foundation establishment and should understand this truth." Senior brother speaks rightly. True person Yin Shan nodded, seemingly recalling past events, then sighed. Qi refining cannot transcend, and Foundation establishment is also hard to attain freedom. That's just how the world is. True person Chong Wang's tone was indifferent. Otherwise, why would there be talk of true persons and true lords? Qi refining cultivators, no matter how brilliant, are merely materials, ready to be expended at any time. Only by breaking through to Foundation establishment will one be regarded as a person, and only by achieving Golden Core can one be considered a lord above all, ruling over thousands. Foundation establishment cultivators lay the foundation of the great Tao, tempering their physical bodies to refine their mortal essence. When the six senses become empty and still, form is refined into Qi, and the 5 Qi ascend to the origin. With the 3 Yang energies converging at the crown, when the cultivation is complete and form is forgotten, the immortal embryo naturally transforms. When Yin is exhausted and Yang is pure, an external body is formed, allowing one to transcend the mortal shell and ascend to immortality, entering sainthood and forever departing from the mundane world. Inside the cave dwelling, Lu Yong sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, silently comprehending. The process of Foundation establishment varies across different cultivation methods, but regardless of the approach, the actual steps are not significantly different. That is, using one's own true Qi as the foundation to support the sea of consciousness and refine the form to ascend. For instance, the 9 transformations dragon art he cultivated upon perfection could refine 3rd grade true Qi known as true dragon Qi. Furthermore, the more advanced Foundation establishment method, the Myriad Chariot's Dragon Ascension Scroll, explicitly described how to use the true dragon fiend to complete the refinement and ascension. This highlighted the importance of the grade of true Qi. If the grade of true Qi was insufficient, one might be unable to lift the sea of consciousness or might exhaust their strength halfway through the ascension, resulting in a catastrophic fall with no burial place. The entire process of Foundation establishment was essentially a path of ascension, and the end point of this ascension path was the Foundation establishment realm. Upon realizing this, Lu Yong couldn't help but exclaim, Foundation establishment realm, Foundation establishment realm. It turns out it's not referring to a state, but to a place. That being said, Ascension was merely the first step. When a cultivator lifted their sea of consciousness and fully ascended into the foundation establishment realm, they had to begin constructing their own immortal foundation to ensure they could remain in the realm. This was another significant challenge. Ordinary cultivators, even after completing the ascension step, often exhausted their own resources, resulting in a barely stable immortal foundation. The consequence was an unstable immortal foundation, unable to withstand the pressure of the foundation establishment realm, leading to a sudden collapse. Failure in ascension might still leave hope for survival, but the collapse of the immortal foundation meant certain death for the cultivator. Luo Huya likely fell at this hurdle. It was important to note that when a cultivator ascended to the foundation establishment realm and began constructing the immortal foundation, not only was a solid cultivation base required, but countless demonic thoughts would also arise spontaneously. If the Dao heart was not firm and the mind wavered, one would inevitably be influenced by these demonic thoughts. Even with a deep foundation, it would be to no avail. Truly, every step is fraught with difficulty. After organizing the process of breaking through to foundation establishment, Lu Yang committed the contents, secrets, and various key points of the Myriad Chariot's Dragon Ascension Scroll to memory. Immediately afterward, he took out the Ascension token and began channeling energy into it. In the next moment, the Ascension token transformed into a stream of light and entered his sea of consciousness, illuminating his mind and making his entire body feel ethereal and transcendent. Closing his eyes, Lu Yang instantly entered a meditative state. Within his dantian, a strand of true qi manifested, sprouting wooden limbs, scales, claws, teeth, and whiskers, eventually transforming into a lifelike true dragon. Boom! With a loud roar, this true dragon departed from the dantian, traveled upward through the Run and Du meridians, passed through the Crimson Palace, entered the Purple Mansion, and directly reached the depths of the sea of consciousness. Immediately, Lu Yang felt a great light before him. The originally vast and seemingly inexhaustible true qi now poured out like a floodgate opened, transforming into an indescribable force that propelled his sea of consciousness to gradually ascend. Fortunately, I have this ascension token. Lu Yang's mind was clear. Supporting the sea of consciousness to ascend was no easy task. Originally, there should have been 9 layers of heavenly barriers obstructing the path, each requiring significant expenditure of vital energy to overcome. However, with the Ascension token bestowed by true person Ming Chan, all 9 heavenly barriers opened completely, making his ascension path smooth and unimpeded. More importantly, he was not ascending from the very bottom. Because I have cultivated the Saint Thief, I already possess a certain status. Strictly speaking, I started ascending from midair. Thus, the ascension journey was shortened by a small segment. Although it seemed minor, it could very well be the final straw that breaks the camel's back, saving Lu Yang considerable effort. The Saint Thief and the Ascension token each resolved a tribulation on Lu Yang's ascension path, while the third-grade True Dragon Qi provided a sufficiently deep foundation, allowing him to ascend into the foundation establishment realm step by step without worrying about depleting his true Qi midway. In this manner, after an indeterminate amount of time, Lu Yang felt the brilliant light before him gradually dim, as if he had passed through a region, revealing an endless expanse in his field of vision. Looking down, Lu Yang actually saw himself. In addition, he saw Ming Chan, the first Saint Demon Sect, the mountains and rivers, the sun and moon, and the myriad beings busy with their lives. Or rather, the mortal world. He had seen this scene once before, at Skull Mountain, when true person Ming Chan showed him a battle between Foundation establishment cultivators. It was the same spectacle. However, at that time, his true spirit was ignorant, unable to discern the appearance of the Foundation establishment cultivators, only perceiving their emitted magical light. If given another chance to observe, he should be able to see more clearly. Indeed, at this moment, he could see a figure sitting cross-legged in the northwest direction, closest to him. That was true person Yin Shan. His immortal foundation was a black mountain. Although it stretched for thousands of miles, in the boundless foundation establishment realm, it appeared extremely small. Simultaneously, true person Yin Shan seemed to have noticed him. In the next moment, a voice gently echoed. Focus your mind, do not be distracted. The voice, like a clear spring, washed over him, instantly cleansing Liu Yang's emotions. He suddenly realized, demonic thoughts have invaded, stirring my distractions. Realizing this, Liu Yang dared not be negligent and immediately focused his attention on the Foundation establishment realm. Now that the Saint Thief, Ascension token, and third-grade True Qi had all been utilized to their fullest, the rest depended solely on himself. Liu Yang began to gather his True Qi step by step, initiating the construction of the Immortal Foundation. However, he quickly encountered a problem: insufficient True Qi. That brief moment of distraction had caused a sudden loss of 30% of his True Qi, exacerbating the already limited supply, making it difficult to continue. Helpless, Liu Yang had to reduce the scale of the Immortal Foundation. The size of the Immortal Foundation often corresponded to the potential, cultivation, and magical power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. By reducing its scale, he was sacrificing future prospects for the sake of breaking through. He continued to cut down until it was half the original size, and only then was the True Qi barely sufficient. But in the next moment, Liu Yang saw true person Yin Shan suddenly rise and stride toward him, emitting a sinister laugh. Not bad, not bad. The Immortal Foundation is established. My efforts to assist you are not in vain. Now, the spiritual treasure in my hand lacks an Immortal Foundation to complete it. Junior brother Liu, you truly live up to my expectations. You are an excellent talent. Before the words had even fallen, true person Yin Shan reached out his hand. The familiar sensation, the familiar terror. Liu Yang had witnessed true person Yin Shan's actions before. At this moment, the power displayed was identical to his memories. Wait, identical? Something's not right. Liu Yang suddenly awoke. In his memory, true person Yin Shan dealt with the Yun clan ancestor. To handle him, there was no need for such a grand display. A mere glance would suffice. This was an illusion. In the next moment, Liu Yang's vision blurred. When he looked again, the demonic thoughts had dissipated, and true person Yin Shan remained seated in his original position, merely letting out a regretful sigh. It's a pity, junior brother. Liu Yang responded by lowering his head, only to see that the Immortal Foundation he had painstakingly constructed was now riddled with holes due to the momentary influence of demonic thoughts. Seeing this, Liu Yang could only smile wryly. Such suffering. Boom! Before the words had even faded, the sound of the Immortal Foundation shattering echoed throughout the Foundation establishment realm, even triggering changes in the external celestial phenomena. The wind howled mournfully, resembling the weeping of the heavens. While committing this experience to memory, Liu Yang silently chanted in his heart, Book of 100 Lifetimes. You failed to break through to the Foundation establishment realm and perished. Your Dao dissipated. Current remaining pages of the Book of 100 Lifetimes, 94. Starting a new life, you can choose one of the following gains from your previous life. 1. Treasure. 2. Cultivation. 3. Lifespan. 4. Abandon all gains and randomly awaken a talent based on your previous life's experiences. Those whose names are called, step forward. Liu Xian's voice echoed from the platform, but Liu Yang remained oblivious, his mind still fixated on the interface of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. I choose cultivation. In the next moment, his empty body was filled with surging true qi. The peak of the 10th level of qi refining from his previous life, along with the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, the great profound Yin shape capturing technique, the Taiwei pardon talisman, and numerous other divine abilities, all returned to him. Liu Yang couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Taiwei talisman, decree of heavenly pardon. In the next second, Liu Yang activated the Taiwei Pardon Talisman, simultaneously enhancing it with the status of the saint's theft, layering an illusory cause and effect over his own karmic line. In his previous life, he had cultivated diligently for 100 years without wasting a moment. With the help of the bright Dao Jade Slip, his attainments in formations and talismans had reached the 7th grade, essentially the limit for a qi refining cultivator. Among them, talismans were his main focus. His greatest achievement was successfully recreating the innate primordial true qi divine talisman, which concealed heavenly secrets, retaining 30% of its original effect. Using it temporarily is sufficient. After all, the original was drawn by a Foundation Establishment true person, blessed with the status of Foundation Establishment. It's unrealistic for me to perfectly recreate it. Achieving 30% is already commendable. Boom! In the next moment, Liu Yang sensed a disturbance in the karmic web, as if a powerful aura swept through, tracing along the karmic line of true person Panlong's inheritance towards him. Liu Yang instantly recognized the owner of this aura. It was none other than the master of Mending Heaven Peak. Such a swift reaction. In previous lifetimes, the master of Mending Heaven Peak had only found him years later, but now he had located him almost immediately. Was it because his cultivation was higher now? However, times have changed. Liu Yang calmed his mind. Since he had chosen cultivation and inherited the karma of true person Panlong, it was within his expectations that the master of Mending Heaven Peak would come after him. However, this time, there was a significant difference. He now possessed status. Foundation Establishment true persons could easily divine the fate of mortals without status, but once the target had status, the difficulty of divination would skyrocket. Oof. You little brat, courting death. Through the karmic web, Liu Yang heard the slightly angry voice of the master of Mending Heaven Peak echoing thunderously. It was evident that he had detected Liu Yang's attempt to conceal heavenly secrets and had even seen through Liu Yang's background, determining that he was not a Foundation Establishment true person, but a qi refining cultivator with status. In the next moment, Liu Yang felt the master of Mending Heaven Peak getting serious. A vast divine consciousness swept over, directly breaking through the illusory cause and effect he had set up, pursuing his origin. It wouldn't take more than a quarter of an hour to lock onto him. So strong, too strong. Yang marveled inwardly, but remained unflustered. The master of Mending Heaven Peak needed a quarter of an hour to lock onto him, but what he needed to do wouldn't even take that long. In the next moment, Liu Yang took action. He left his innate true qi incarnation in place, while his true body concealed itself and fled, heading straight to Liu Xin to retrieve his authentic divine talisman. With his current cultivation, dealing with Liu Xin, who was still in the mid-stage of qi refining, was a piece of cake. Liu Xin didn't notice anything amiss from start to finish. Moreover, to avoid alerting anyone, after taking the divine talisman, Liu Yang even replaced it with a youthful version he had crafted himself. Who is it? Almost immediately after he took the authentic divine talisman, the master of Mending Heaven Peak completely broke through Liu Yang's blockade and began sweeping through the karmic web. However, he found nothing. This experience of being played so thoroughly enraged the master of Mending Heaven Peak. No matter how he divined the heavenly secrets, he couldn't find the culprit. This bizarre change left the master of Mending Heaven Peak in silence. After a long while, he spoke again. "Hongyun, is that you?" "Ah." Within the holy sect, a handsome Taoist with a jade-like demeanor opened his eyes, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. "Old Chun, don't slander me." "Oof. It must be you." The master of Mending Heaven Peak seemed convinced that Taoist Hongyun was behind this. He sneered. "Panlong entrusted his inheritance to me before his death, agreeing that I would designate the successor. Yet you dared to secretly fish it away through a junior. Do you really think I fear your status and won't take action?" Taoist Hong Yin narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. Panlong's inheritance was fished away. Don't play dumb with me. The voice of the master of mending heaven peak continued. This matter between you and me is not over. A true lord reincarnated is ultimately no longer a true lord. Soon, the fluctuations in the karmic web dissipated. Clearly, although the master of mending heaven peak spoke fiercely, he still had reservations and didn't dare to act directly. However, Taoist Hong Yun still felt somewhat troubled. After all, among the many foundation establishment cultivators in the Holy Sect, the master of mending heaven peak was outstanding and not easily dealt with. He had been peacefully cultivating in his cave dwelling, yet now he had inexplicably provoked a formidable opponent. Naturally, his mood wasn't great, and he also became immensely curious. Who is plotting against me? Taoist Hong Yun calculated with his fingers, but found no results, frowning. If it's not a scheme, then it's an unintentional mistake that inadvertently affected me. Interesting. According to the master of mending heaven peak, a junior took away Panlong's inheritance from him, and he hasn't figured out who it is yet? Which junior is so bold? The more Taoist Hong Yun thought about it, the more curious he became, feeling an itch in his heart. Unfortunately, this junior seems to possess a treasure that conceals heavenly secrets. Ordinary methods can't calculate his identity, but using the overturning lamp flame for a junior is a bit excessive and not worth it. Forget it. More important matters await. With this in mind, Taoist Hong Yun shifted his focus. Almost simultaneously, a disciple within the Saint Sect suddenly raised his head. His previously muddled thoughts became clear, and his demeanor became imposing. His name was Xiao Shiya. So terrifying. Within the pleasure hall, Lu Yang had already been lured into the cave dwelling by Yu Suzhen, just like in previous lifetimes. Lu Xin was already waiting at the door. Originally, the next step was to surpass Yu Suzhen to death. However, this time, Lu Yang changed his mind. In this lifetime, I want to cultivate the Tying shedding form corpse dissolution true method, which requires me to die once. Since that's the case, I might as well die here. This time, Lu Yang planned to be surpassed to death by Yu Suzhen. Moreover, he intended to use Yu Suzhen's hand to test a thought in his mind. The correctness of this idea would determine his goal for this lifetime. That was the art of stealing heavenly secrets. This foundation establishment secret technique, traded to him by Zhao Xiuhe, allowed him to plant his own aura through dual cultivation with the opposite sex, making others serve as his stepping stones. Lu Yang's idea was simple. Could this technique be stacked? Because this secret technique was limited to the opposite sex, if he used it himself, it could only be applied to females, such as Fairy Feixia and Fairy Qinghe. However, whether it was Fairy Feixia or Fairy Qinghe, their talents and strengths were limited and couldn't meet his needs. The only one who met the requirements, Yin Yaoing, was far away in the Sword Pavilion. In contrast, it was different with males. Lu Xin, Zhao Xiuhe, Xiao Shiya, each was more significant than the last. They were almost all foundation establishment seeds, blessed with great fortune, and right beside him. Thus, Lu Yang devised a plan. If the art of stealing heavenly secrets could be stacked, then he would first use it on Yu Suzhen, turning her into a cauldron. Then, he would have her learn the art of stealing heavenly secrets and engage in dual cultivation with Lu Xin, Zhao Xiuhe, Xiao Shiya, and other prodigies. Wouldn't that indirectly apply the secret technique to Xiao Shiya and the others? Back then, Taoist Hong Yun had nearly scared him to death. This lifetime was the perfect opportunity for revenge. He would create a destiny-defying woman, Yu Suzhen, who surpassed even the destiny-defying man Xiao Shiya. SSS. Accompanied by a violent spasm, Yu Suzhen let out a sigh and then stood up from the body of the young man she had drained, who had already lost all signs of life. He finally succeeded. Feeling the true qi flowing within her, Yu Suzhen nearly burst into tears. After enduring countless hardships in the pleasure hall, she had finally broken through to the first layer of qi refining today. After a brief moment of emotional loss of control, Yu Suzhen composed her expression again, her brows and eyes relaxing. Her originally charming face suddenly became cold, and her beautiful eyes revealed determination. It was said that youth fades easily and beauty ages quickly, but she did not want to see herself grow old one day. I want to cultivate immortality. I want to live forever. At this moment, Yu Suzhen's desire for cultivation was stronger than ever. She wanted to climb to the top step by step in this Primordial Saint Sect. What she did not notice was that there was a second person in the cave dwelling. Right beside the young man she had just drained, a phantom figure, invisible to the naked eye, stood with hands behind his back, watching her with great interest. Stealing heaven's secrets, the first step is considered done. Senior Sister Yu is quite good. She already had the aspiration to cultivate immortality in her heart, and I didn't even need to deliberately stir it. Everything came from her own heart. This was the best outcome. After all, Lu Yang had not yet reached Foundation establishment. He was far from being as naturally integrated as a Foundation establishment true person. Deliberately influencing others' thoughts would easily reveal flaws. Then, Lu Yang examined himself again. Now that his physical body was dead, he had entered the death, then transformation state of the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method, and his soul had been preserved using the Yin spirit ghost immortal method deduced from his previous life, transforming into a Yin spirit to maintain his vitality. Death, then transformation. So, this is what it means. Lu Yang pondered in his heart. At this moment, his physical body had become like a pill furnace, and the three superior divine abilities he had mastered in life had become the medicinal ingredients inside the furnace. The body as the furnace, divine abilities as the medicine, and fortune as the craftsman. The result was to refine the three superior divine abilities into a position of corpse dissolution immortal. Only then would the Taiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method be considered complete. This process is probably very long, and it's not something that can be achieved just by spending time. The body as the furnace, but the fire used for alchemy is my merit and fate as the fuel. Burning merit and fate, transforming into alchemical fire and investing it into the body. This act was essentially seeking life through death. If, until the fuel was exhausted, the position of corpse dissolution immortal had not been refined, then it would be true death, and even because of the exhaustion of fate and merit, one would not even be able to be reborn as a human in the next life, only able to enter the path of animals. No wonder there's no mention of anyone else in the sect practicing this great divine ability. The rewards and the costs were completely disproportionate. It was conceivable what kind of determination the cultivator who originally created this great divine ability had. It was simply a do-or-die approach, leaving no retreat for oneself. This was cultivation. The great path was solitary, with no retreat, risking everything just to gamble on a chance. If one won, so be it, but if one lost, what kind of despair would that be? Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but feel emotional, tears streaming down his face. It wasn't until he saw the panel of the Book of 100 Lifetimes beside him that he came back to his senses and slapped his forehead. Almost forgot. I can restart, so it's fine. The soul, without the protection of the body, is hard to maintain. Emotions got the better of me. Lu Yang quickly composed his thoughts and turned to look at Yu Suzhen. At this time, although Yu Suzhen looked no different on the surface, internally, she was no longer herself. She had already been tainted by Lu Yang's influence. The technique of stealing heaven's secrets had directly transformed her into a human-shaped cauldron. From now on, no matter how far Yu Suzhen advanced in her cultivation, Lu Yang could, with just a thought, instantly drain her cultivation and fate, then feed it back to himself. But there's no rush. Next, I need to find a way to reasonably pass on the technique of stealing heaven's secrets to her, then let her surpass others, fatten her up, and then slaughter. Thinking of this, Lu Yang shifted his gaze to Lu Exen, who was waiting outside the cave dwelling. Primordial Saint Sect, Pleasure Hall. Yu Suzhen followed behind Lu Exen, her steps graceful, her figure enchanting. exuding utmost charm, yet her face carried a coldness that kept others at a distance. This strong contrast gathered in one person, coupled with Yusujin's already exquisite appearance, immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Even Liu Exin couldn't help but glance at her, a trace of evil fire flashing his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. Business was important. Junior Sister Yu, this is the Cultivation Method innate Dao book for our sect's official disciples. Take it back and study it well. Don't neglect your cultivation. Thank you, senior brother. Yusujin bowed, and from Liu Exin's perspective, he could just see a large expanse of snow white, with a faint fragrance wafting to his nose. Liu Exin swallowed, suddenly reaching out his hand. In an instant, the beauty was in his arms, and that cold face showed just the right amount of panic, her voice crisp and pleasant. Ah, senior brother, what are you doing? Quickly, let go of me. I already don't intend to dual cultivate with anyone. As she spoke, Yusujin began to push Liu Exin. However, those fair, jade-like small hands pressed against Liu Exin's chest. Not only did they not exert any force, but they were so soft that it felt like she was giving him a massage. Seeing this, Liu Exin's evil fire grew stronger, and he couldn't help but laugh wickedly. Junior Sister misunderstood. You and I are not dual cultivating, just discussing the Dao. Thinking of this, Liu Exin ignored Yusujin's resistance, directly picked her up, and walked into the cave dwelling, intending to enjoy himself before getting down to business. One day later, the laziness just completely numbed Liu Exin's mind, making him lower all his defenses. When he came back to his senses, he found his body lying weakly on the bed, unable to use even a bit of true qi. Immediately after, he saw Yusujin leisurely getting up. Only then did Liu Exin notice that his spear had turned black, even emitting a rotten smell. His expression instantly changed dramatically, looking at Yusujin with shock and anger. You poisoned me. What else? Yusujin's face was expressionless, as if the previous seduction was all fake. You wanted to harm me. Do you think I wouldn't fight back? Impossible, you bitch. How'd you find out? Liu Exin gritted his teeth, trying desperately to circulate his true qi to suppress the poison. But to no avail, he could only watch helplessly as his body grew weaker. Seeing this, Yusujin sneered. At first, I didn't know. I just found it suspicious. After all, I was promoted from the pleasure hall, and logically, I should have been taught a dual cultivation method, but you gave me a strange, innate Dao book, clearly with ill intentions. Liu Exin's face was full of disbelief. Just based on that, you're going to kill me? Why not? Yusujin smiled, showing her teeth. A woman's intuition is very keen, and even if I was wrong, I wouldn't have lost anything. Upon hearing this, Liu Exin was furious. You, don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. Yusujin continued. You're at the mid-stage of qi refining. You must know many powerful divine abilities and cultivation methods. These are valuable resources and shouldn't be wasted. I'll learn the real cultivation methods first, then drain you dry. That way, your life's efforts won't go to waste. Before she finished speaking, Liu Exin, already overwhelmed with anger, couldn't bear it any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Then his vision went black, and he fainted. As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she becomes. Witnessing Liu Exin's tragic fate in this lifetime, poisoned by Yusujin and ultimately drained dry through dual cultivation techniques, Liu Yang felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. That's what you get for harming me in my second lifetime. Subsequently, Liu Yang turned his gaze towards Yusujin. He did not reveal himself, but instead cast an illusion, swapping out the innate true Qi Myriad Spirits banner. As for the innate Dao book, Liu Yang still left a copy for Yusujin, but he removed the content related to the Myriad Spirits banner and inserted the technique of stealing heaven's secrets. As he had anticipated, when Yusujin saw this dual cultivation secret technique, she was almost immediately captivated. Stealing heaven's secrets allows one to seize another's cultivation and fate through dual cultivation. Yu Suzhen's eyes burned with intensity as she perused the contents of Stealing Heaven's Secrets, feeling as if this technique was tailor-made for her. With this realization, Yu Suzhen's ambition swelled instantly. Previously, she merely aspired to immortality through cultivation but lacked a clear path to achieve it. Now, she had found her method. After all, for Yu Suzhen, seducing men was far easier than cultivating. Given her aptitude, she had only reached the first level of qi refining after spending so much time in the pleasure hall. Even if she dedicated her entire life, she might only attain the third level of qi refining. However, if she could master the Stealing Heaven's Secrets technique, with her beauty, she could cast a wide net, reel in numerous men, and specifically target those with exceptional talent. By establishing a vast pond of cultivators, her progress would undoubtedly be rapid. She might even reach the foundation establishment realm. The more Yu Suzhen contemplated, the more fervent her heart became. She then used corpse-dissolving water to eliminate Lu Xian and the young disciples' corpses, meticulously cleaning the scene. 3 months later, within the cave dwelling. "You wretched woman, you actually poisoned me." Observing the man, whose body was now battered and on the verge of collapse, Yu Suzhen showed no interest in responding, merely continuing her aggressive advance. For a moment, the cave dwelling echoed with the man's anguished cries. Thus, the man's body visibly withered at an alarming rate, while Yu Suzhen's complexion grew increasingly radiant. Boom! With a soft sound, Yu Suzhen's aura suddenly surged, breaking through the bottleneck of the third level of qi refining and reaching the mid-stage. At this moment, nourished by true qi, Yu Suzhen even appeared somewhat holy. However, her actions did not cease, adding a touch of depravity to her sanctity, creating a powerful visual impact. Meanwhile, Lu Yang remained hidden nearby, witnessing the entire process. In just 3 months, he had personally observed Yu Suzhen seducing various disciples, advancing from the first to the third level of qi refining, and eventually surpassing them all. By seducing men, she could become stronger. Yu Suzhen also paid great attention to her reputation, engaging only in clandestine affairs, maintaining a facade of aloofness and pride, showing no interest in any man publicly. The more aloof and proud Yu Suzhen appeared, the more people were drawn to her. Thus, in just 3 months, Yu Suzhen had lured numerous lust-driven fools and used the Stealing Heaven's Secrets technique to drain them completely. Looking at it this way, if it weren't for my syphilis-induced death in the first lifetime, she would have killed Lu Xian. Even without the Stealing Heaven's Secrets technique, she could have obtained the innate Dao book and the Myriad Spirit's banner. Perhaps she could have soared just the same. The fate and karma of people are indeed mysterious. In any case, the bait has been cast. Undoubtedly, Yu Suzhen possessed potential. Ruthless, venomous, and shameless, she was willing to do anything beneficial for herself, practically a natural-born disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect. She merely lacked an opportunity. Now, Lu Yang had given her this chance, allowing her to grow rapidly. More importantly, at this rate, she would encounter Xiao Shiye. Lu Yang wanted to see if she had the opportunity to climb into Xiao Shiye's bed. If she could indeed engage in dual cultivation with Xiao Shiye, then he would profit immensely, because Xiao Shiye would eventually catch the colorful merit fish in the merit pool. If he could use Yu Suzhen to transform Xiao Shiye into a cauldron for the Stealing Heaven's Secrets technique, then when Xiao Shiye caught and refined the colorful merit fish, he could suddenly act, using Yu Suzhen as an intermediary to steal all the cultivation and fate of the colorful merit fish. Daoist Hong Yin used Xiao Shiye as bait to catch the merit fish. He, on the other hand, used Yu Suzhen as bait to steal the donkey. This plan was tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. If it truly succeeded, it would undoubtedly infuriate Daoist Hong Yun, who would stop at nothing to investigate. Therefore, I must stay far away. Carrying the Myriad Spirit's banner, Lu Yong observed Yu Suzhen for a few more days. After confirming everything was in order, he quietly left the Primordial Saint Sect, heading swiftly towards the mundane world. Staying in the Primordial Saint Sect offered no benefits. After all, he was officially declared dead. Remaining in the sect would only force him to hide in the shadows, silently awaiting the death and subsequent transformation in Yu Suzhen's cultivation. That would be a waste of time. Yu Suzhen is the most crucial part of my plan in this lifetime, but not the only one. Even if I master the Stealing Heaven's secrets and the Taiyin Shedding Form Corpse Dissolution True method, along with the Saint's Theft and third-grade True Qi, I only have a 40% chance of breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. I must find other ways. Moreover, staying far away has its advantages. After all, if Yu Suzhen's plan succeeded and a Foundation establishment true person became enraged, searching for karma, hiding in the Primordial Saint Sect would be tantamount to seeking death. However, if he were far away, even if the Foundation establishment true person became furious, it would take time to find him. This time gap would be sufficient for him to attempt breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Lu Yong would not place his hopes on possibly not being discovered. After all, in his previous life, the Yun clan patriarch had used a device to calculate and locate him. He would only consider the worst-case scenario. As for Yu Suzhen, Lu Yong only needed to occasionally deduce karma, observe her, and ensure her actions remained under his control. After leaving the Primordial Saint Sect, Lu Yong felt as if the sky was vast and the sea boundless. My corpse is hidden within the Myriad Spirit's banner. This mysterious treasure contains a world within and is the only one capable of housing my transforming corpse, allowing me to carry it with me. Besides that, there was another opportunity within the Myriad Spirit's banner that deeply intrigued him. Lu Yong formed a hand seal and unfurled the banner. Instantly, black smoke surged forth. A handsome youth in black robes descended from the banner. He was a true disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, Chun Xinen. In his past life, Lu Yong had not kept Chun Xinen due to his low cultivation and an experiment with the innate primordial Qi divine talisman to obscure destiny. But things were different now. Having mastered the Saint's theft technique and gained an official identity, Lu Yong was brimming with confidence. Where's this place? Just emerging from the Myriad Spirit's banner, Chun Xinen appeared disoriented. He instinctively looked around for Lu Xen, then frowned. Lu Xen is dead. After thinking for a moment, Chun Xenen's expression relaxed, and he turned to face Lu Yong. Which sect do you belong to? Did you kill Lu Xen? Yes, Lu Yong nodded calmly. Unlike in his previous life, Chun Xinen did not recognize him as a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect at a glance. Lu Yong understood why. In this life, he had never lit the life lamp in the sect. He had also used illusions to deceive others. On top of that, his main cultivation technique was now the 9 transformations dragon art, not a secret method of the Primordial Saint Sect. These reasons combined led to Chun Xinen's misjudgment. To be honest, I am Chun Xinen, a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. On the Myriad Spirit's banner, Chun Xinen appeared sincere and righteous as he said, I was harmed by the evil cultivator Lu Xien during my lifetime. Please forgive the embarrassment. Oh, Lu Yong narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Young man, you're not being honest. Compared to other banner spirits, Chun Xinen's state was clearly problematic. He seemed to retain some autonomy and could think normally. He could even lie. Looking at Chun Xinen, Lu Yong grinned. Fellow Taoist, please remain calm. I will destroy this harmful evil treasure so that you all can return to reincarnation. Wait. Before Lu Yong could finish speaking, Chun Xinen hurriedly interrupted. Seeing Lu Yang's puzzled look, he rolled his eyes and sighed. You may not know, fellow Taoist, but this treasure refines our true spirits. If you destroy it, not only will we be unable to reincarnate, but we'll also perish with it. This was a lie. In his previous life, Lu Yong had studied the Myriad Spirit's banner for 100 years, nearly mastering it. His understanding even surpassed Liu Xin's, and he was well aware of its intricacies. So he immediately recognized that Chen Xin was lying. But why would he lie? Liu Yang pondered. Normally, the banner spirits on the Myriad Spirits banner were no different from the dead. Being able to reincarnate was already a blessing. Who could escape this fate? Could it be that Chen Xin had another method to return to life? Interesting. Liu Yang smiled and openly asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you deceiving me because you have a secret? Would you be willing to share it?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xin was momentarily stunned. In a flash, he thought of a response. However, before he could speak, he suddenly felt darkness enveloping him, and his consciousness became hazy. Trying to search my soul? Initially, Chen Xin remained calm, quickly employing a divine ability to protect his mind and even preparing to fabricate a memory to deceive Liu Yang. But the next moment, his expression froze, because he saw a towering golden figure forcefully entering his sea of consciousness, instantly suppressing all his divine abilities. A divine status? How could this be? As a true disciple of the Saint Sect, Chen Xin naturally recognized it. Liu Yang directly used the divine status stolen from a saint to suppress him, leaving no room for resistance. "Tell me, what are you planning?" Liu Yang chuckled, easily controlling Chen Xin's sea of consciousness, and quickly extracted the information he wanted from his memories. The next moment, Chen Xin's lips moved involuntarily as he spoke. "I cultivated a great divine ability called thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret, which allows me to split my consciousness and perform possession. I plan to deceive you and then find a way to possess you, so I could be reborn." Interesting. Looking at the sweat-drenched Chen Xin, Liu Yang continued to ask with a smile, "It's extremely difficult for a banner spirit to possess someone. How did you plan to possess me?" "Simple. I would teach you the thought-severing, heaven-seeing silkworm secret. This is a great divine ability you wouldn't be able to resist. However, this divine ability is very special. Practitioners need to sever 9 strands of consciousness from their own mind and then use a secret method to unify them. But I wouldn't teach you the secret method to unify the consciousness strands. Therefore, once you practice it, you'll inevitably split into 9 different consciousnesses, each wanting to be the master. The result would be internal conflict, and I would benefit from it." After hearing Chen Xin's description, Liu Yang was somewhat tempted. Suddenly, he was moved and asked again, "Are you really Chen Xin?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xin immediately fell silent, showing a struggling expression. However, he ultimately couldn't resist Liu Yang's divine status oppression. "Strictly speaking, no. The real Chen Xin is already dead. I am just one of the consciousness strands he severed in the past. But since he's dead, I am Chen Xin." After listening, Liu Yang clicked his tongue in amazement, intrigued by the great divine ability, thought-severing, heaven-seeing silkworm secret. According to Chen Xin's description, once this divine ability was mastered, it could not only elevate one's status, but also allow the early formation of divine consciousness, which only Foundation establishment cultivators possess. This point was particularly crucial, because breaking through to Foundation establishment essentially involves transforming spiritual consciousness into divine consciousness. If one could achieve this transformation in advance, it would greatly aid in building the immortal Foundation. "Senior Brother Chen, your death was worthwhile. Seeking you out in this life was indeed the right choice. It must be said, divine status is a powerful tool. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Liu Yang to extract so much information from Chen Xin. Now, with the aid of divine status, Chen Xin revealed everything, including the original content of the thought-severing, heaven-seeing silkworm secret. After completing all this, Liu Yang withdrew his divine ability and looked at the now autonomous and sorrowful Chen Xin. "You are a disciple of the Saint Sect, right?" After a long silence, Chen Xin finally spoke, his tone firm. Only a disciple of the Saint Sect could do such a thing. Thinking of this, Chen Xian glanced at Liu Yang again, his tone complex. You killed Liu Xin but didn't stay in the sky-reaching sea of clouds. Are you planning to betray the sect? Upon hearing this, Liu Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Also, Chen Xian tilted his head, puzzled. What's so strange about that? Given the nature of the Saint Sect, it's normal for disciples to betray the sect. However, you might be the strongest one so far. Truly unbelievable. At this point, Chen Xian found it hard to understand. Disciples who are granted great divine abilities are usually implanted with restrictions to prevent future betrayal. I was exempted because my father is the master of mending Heaven Peak. But what about you? Liu Yang didn't answer. What Chen Xian said wasn't wrong. In his previous life, Liu Yang obtained the inheritance of a great divine ability by selling himself to the Three River Society, but that was in his past life. What does that have to do with me in this life? However, such matters couldn't be disclosed, so Liu Yang proactively changed the topic. Fellow Taoist, do you have any knowledge about the world? Chen Xian was taken aback. The world? Liu Yang nodded. To be honest, this is my first time traveling, and I don't know where to go. So I wanted to ask you. Don't go south. After a moment of silence, Chen Xian honestly said, north of the Great Long River is the territory of our Saint Sect. All sects, big and small, are led by our Saint Sect. The south is dominated by the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, which leads the righteous path. Besides that, the northern frontier and southern barbarians are remote and desolate places with no significant powers. If I had to mention, Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and overseas are still acceptable. Oh, Liu Yang looked curious. Why do you say that? Because the paths are different. Chen Xian explained, whether it's the Saint Sect or the Sword Pavilion, both in the south and north, they all practice the path of refining form and ascension. However, Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and overseas are different. Jiangdong practices the path of acting on behalf of heaven. Jiangxi practices the path of deep joy and extinction, and overseas is a mix of various paths. Although they don't match our orthodox practices, they have their own ingenuity. As a true disciple and the blood relative of the mending Heaven Peak Master, Chen Xian had broader knowledge than Liu Yang. At this moment, he elaborated, revealing a glimpse of the world to Liu Yang, especially his descriptions of Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and even overseas, which were particularly captivating. However, he soon collected his thoughts and regained composure. I know where I should go. The immediate priority was to find secret methods to increase the chances of Foundation establishment. The thought-severing, heaven-seeing silkworm secret was an unexpected surprise, but shouldn't disrupt his plans. Places like Jiangdong, Jiangxi, and overseas could wait. He planned to visit Skeleton Mountain again, the Witch Ghost Secret Realm, a place where the ancient Witch Ghost path left its inheritance. For such a major sect, the inheritance couldn't possibly stop at the Qi refining stage, right? In his previous life, he hadn't entered the secret realm before it was destroyed. In this life, he intended to enter it early to see if there were any opportunities related to Foundation establishment. Moreover, the Witch Ghost secret realm was extremely hidden, making it an ideal place to hide. If something happened with Yu Suzhen, hiding in the secret realm would offer greater security. 1 month later, at Skeleton Mountain, Liu Yang rode his escape light, proceeding unimpeded along the way. After all, with his current strength, he no longer regarded ordinary Qi refining great perfection cultivators as threats. Even though he now possessed only a Yin spirit forged from a single soul, relying on his higher status, dealing with Qi refining great perfection cultivators was merely a matter of a wave of his sleeve, unless the opponent, like Yin Yaoing in the past, also possessed great divine powers or carried rare treasures. Only then could they contend with Liu Yang. Of course, this only applied to bullying the weak. After losing his physical body, Liu Yang's condition was actually at its lowest point. If he encountered a cultivator of the same status, he could only flee in panic. Soon, Liu Yang halted his escape light. In the distance, a black mountain range emitting a soaring Yin aura came into view. Very good. It seems that true person Yin Shan has not arrived yet. Lu Yang sensed the karmic threads, confirming that the witch ghost's secret realm had not yet emerged, and that the people from the divine martial sect had not yet arrived. Only then did he transform into a gentle breeze and entered the mountain. In his previous life, when the witch ghost's secret realm emerged, Lu Yang had noted its location, so finding it in this life was easy. Before long, Lu Yang arrived at the entrance of a cave, strolled inside. Initially narrow, then after several dozen steps, it suddenly opened up, revealing a vast underground lake. This is the place. Lu Yang looked at the lake, feeling a strong fluctuation of the void, but did not enter directly. Instead, he lingered at the entrance of the secret realm. Even though times had changed, his Dao heart remained firm. Patience leads to success. People who are patient find peace. No rush. Let's play with it first. Lu Yang took out the Myriad Spirit's banner, gently shook it, and Chun Xinan's figure immediately appeared, then was thrown by Lu Yang into the entrance of the witch ghost's secret realm. He had not forgotten that there was still a golden core sword aura inside the secret realm. In his previous life, he had not practiced the Saint Sect's cultivation methods, so he was not slain by the sword aura. But in this life, he had cultivated the Saint Sect's body refinement method, the Saint's theft. Under such circumstances, who knew whether that sword aura would spare him? Just to be safe, better to let senior brother Chen scout the path first. Chen Xian. Boom! The next second, ripples appeared on the underground lake before him. Through Chun Xian's perspective, Lu Yang quickly saw the scene within. What entered his eyes was a brilliant sword aura. However, the sword aura did not strike down, but instead locked onto Chun Xian from afar, seemingly marking something, and then actually allowed him to enter the secret realm. So straightforward? Lu Yang looked surprised, then formed a hand seal, intending to retrieve Chun Xian. Clang clang. Almost simultaneously, the previously dormant sword aura suddenly trembled. Chun Xian, who was about to leave the secret realm, instantly turned into a mass of white qi and dissipated. Seeing this, Lu Yang raised his eyebrows, first checking the true spirit of Chun Xian within the Myriad Spirit's banner to ensure he could be summoned again after some time. Then heaved a sigh of relief, and subsequently threw another banner spirit into the secret realm, conducting several experiments, finally arriving at the conclusion. Entry allowed, exit forbidden. Lu Yang mused. I see. The purpose of this sword aura is to annihilate the witch ghost path's lineage, so it won't allow anyone to leave the secret realm. As for why entry is allowed, damn, this is a trap. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's eye twitched. This is clearly using the secret realm as bait, luring demonic cultivators in to seek treasures, and then killing them all together. The righteous path is too sinister. Although Lu Yang was unsure whether this guess was correct, if it were him, he would certainly do the same. Judging others by oneself, he felt the truth was not far off. With this in mind, Lu Yang became even more cautious. So he patiently waited for several more months, until his innate Qi incarnation once again achieved martial Dao Heaven Man. Only then did he send it into the secret realm. This time, he no longer thought of leaving but delved deeper into the secret realm. Soon, buildings appeared in Lu Yang's sight, most of which had turned into white bones, with only broken magical tools scattered all over. Lu Yang looked around. The entire witch ghost's secret realm was different from the outside world, with no spiritual energy remaining, only an extremely dense earth fiend Yin Qi. Ordinary cultivators, without corresponding techniques, couldn't even breathe and cultivate here, and over time, even their physical bodies would be eroded by the Yin Qi. In such a place, would there be cultivators? Lu Yang pondered in his heart, but his actions didn't stop, looking around with interest. He had already realized that he seemed to be in a city. At this moment, a suppressed shout suddenly came from not far away. Bastard, what are you doing? Lu Yang turned his head, only to see a human face peeking out from the corner of the ruins, whispering angrily. Do you not want to live? It's already nighttime. Immediately, that face showed hesitation and struggle, then gritted his teeth, crawled out from the ruins, revealing a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, who quickly ran to Liu Yang's side, grabbed his hand, and roughly tried to pull him away. Liu Yang raised his eyebrows at the sight, but did not resist. However, the next second, the boy's expression suddenly froze. Turning his head, his fairly handsome face immediately showed a look of despair. "I shouldn't have saved you. We're doomed. All doomed." Tap, tap, tap. Almost simultaneously, footsteps echoed in the empty ruins. Liu Yang looked in the direction of the sound and saw an old man in yellow clothes with lifeless eyes. The old man's eyes were grayish-white, pupils unfocused, completely lacking focus, yet they stared directly at Liu Yang and the mysterious boy. As his gaze fell, a visible darkness slowly approached the two, accompanied by a strong smell of corpse rot. Yellow clothes. How can it be yellow clothes? The boy followed Liu Yang's gaze and also noticed the old man's presence. However, upon seeing the color of the old man's clothing, his face immediately turned pale. Behind the boy, Liu Yang watched all this with interest. In fact, he hadn't understood what the boy had just said, but that didn't stop him from being interested in the suddenly appearing yellow-clothed old man. The next second, Liu Yang placed his hand on the boy's head. He had no interest in wasting time talking to people and slowly gathering information. As a disciple of the Saint Sect, directly searching the soul was more to his liking. The boy never expected Liu Yang to repay kindness with ingratitude, screamed on the spot, and then Liu Yang's spiritual sense directly pierced into his mind. Before long, a large amount of information flooded into Liu Yang's mind. Language, culture, worldview, and even all the information about this which ghost's secret realm were thoroughly extracted by Liu Yang. 100 ghosts roam at night. The human world is like a prison. Within the secret realm, sword aura hangs overhead, so no one can cultivate. All are mortals. Only by devouring ghosts to serve Yama can one seek a sliver of life. White-clothed ghosts, yellow-clothed ghosts, black-clothed ghosts, red-clothed ghosts. Listening to the Nether Sect, ghost messengers. A vast amount of information was digested by Liu Yang one by one, making him click his tongue in wonder and also raising doubts. The secret realm in my previous life wasn't like this. In his previous life, the witch ghost secret realm was almost empty. Even when true person Ming Chan destroyed it, he hadn't seen a single living being. However, in this life, the secret realm clearly still had vitality, and the former witch ghost path cultivators not only survived, but also found an alternative cultivation path. Could it be because of that sword aura? Recalling the golden core sword aura entrenched in the secret realm, Liu Yang felt a bone-chilling cold. Could it be that it killed everyone in the future? But on second thought, Liu Yang felt something was wrong. After all, the golden core sword aura had been dormant in the secret realm for so many years. What could have happened to make it slaughter the entire secret realm in the future? Time often waits for no one. Just as Liu Yang was deep in thought, the darkness surrounding the yellow-robed old man not far away had already spread to his side, carrying a strong corrosive force. Liu Yang raised his head and looked at the other party with great interest. This is a witch ghost. The witch ghost path was a major sect of the ancient demonic path. At that time, every disciple of the witch ghost path would refine a natal witch ghost as the foundation for their future cultivation. However, with the emergence of the golden core sword Qi, the witch ghost path was exterminated. These witch ghosts, without the control of cultivators, began to wander within the secret realm. Depending on the strength of their former cultivators, the witch ghosts were classified into white-robed, yellow-robed, black-robed, and the most ferocious red-robed ghosts. As for the living people within the secret realm, their origins were also very complex. Their ancestors were either servants raised by the witch ghost path in the past, or disciples who decisively abolished their cultivation when the witch ghost path suffered a calamity. This was because within the secret realm, cultivation was forbidden. Since the golden core sword, Qi, aimed to destroy the inheritance of the witch ghost path, anyone who set foot on the path of cultivation even at the first level of qi refining, would be slain by the sword qi. This was why Liu Yang, being an outsider and a target of the sword qi's nesting, was not killed the moment he entered the secret realm. However, it was not much different. As long as the sword qi did not dissipate, his incarnation could not leave the secret realm, which was no different from being dead. The outcome of the witch ghost path was even more ironic. Because only mortals survived and could not cultivate, they instead became the prey of the out-of-control witch ghosts, being constantly captured and devoured. Those who controlled ghosts were ultimately devoured by ghosts. That being said, people always find a way out in adversity. Although they could not set foot on cultivation, over 1,000 years, generations of mortals in the secret realm risked their lives and finally found a way to resist the witch ghosts. That was controlling ghosts to serve Yama. In simple terms, it was to use a secret method to offer one's self to the witch ghost, and while being devoured by the witch ghost, one could also borrow the power of the witch ghost. The cultivator who created this system called himself Ancestor Netherwhisper, and the Netherwhisper sect he established has now become the only sect within the secret realm, deeply rooted, and even has a systematic method of controlling ghosts, with different titles based on the grade of the ghost controlled. Controlling a white-robed ghost was called a ghost messenger. Controlling a yellow-robed ghost was called a rakshasa. Controlling a black-robed ghost was called a ghost reaper. As for the most ferocious red-robed ghost, whoever could control, it would immediately become an elder of the Netherwhisper sect, and was referred to as the Yama Walker within the secret realm. Quite a variety. Although all cultivators who followed this path of controlling ghosts rarely lived beyond a year or so, as long as they were alive, their strength was undeniable. At the highest, they could rival the great perfection of qi refining. The yellow-robed ghost in front of him had strength at the mid-stage of qi refining. However, what truly interested Liu Yang was that he actually felt a trace of mysterious aura related to position from this yellow-robed ghost. A bit like a fragment of a divine ability. This feeling was like those superior divine abilities that made up a great divine ability. Only the level was weakened countless times, making it extremely weak. Liu Yang extended his hand and immediately captured the yellow-robed ghost, refining it in an instant. Sure enough, it's related to position, but not at the foundation establishment level. The witch ghosts wandering within the witch ghost secret realm should all be related to a certain great divine ability, and these witch ghosts are fragments of that great divine ability. After a moment of thought, Liu Yang took out the Myriad Spirit's banner. Immediately, the yellow-robed ghost was sent onto the banner by him, transforming into a banner spirit. Gradually, an unusual expression appeared on Liu Yang's face. This is truly an unexpected surprise. The witch ghost within the secret realm concealed a trace of positional aura, suspected to be related to a great divine ability, and his Myriad Spirit's banner could turn these witch ghosts into his own use. Liu Yang was greatly delighted, his thoughts racing. It proved that he could completely subdue and refine all the witch ghosts within the secret realm through the Myriad Spirit's banner, thereby recombining these position fragments, and eventually he might be able to condense a great divine ability that could help him break through to foundation establishment. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's heart was immediately ablaze. The beings here have long suffered from the harm of witch ghosts. I am kind-hearted and always compassionate. I will reluctantly collect these witch ghosts and restore peace to this place. Immediately, Liu Yang looked at the fainted young man. With his cultivation, soul-searching a mortal would naturally not leave any after-effects. He even left behind a martial arts cultivation method as compensation. I am truly a great philanthropist. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the distant sky. Liu Yang looked up and saw a dark cloud, within which was a black-robed Taoist, followed by 2 child attendants and more than 10 beautiful maids. At a glance, the child attendants held treasures to guard the sides. The maids either held fans and incense or played flutes and pipes. Behind them was a long procession in black and white, holding swanas, gongs, and drums, playing music and dancing as they walked, a grand spectacle. Where are the witch ghosts here? The black-robed Taoist in the cloud fixed his gaze on Lu Yang and immediately frowned. Are you the living being who reported the news? Where's the ghost messenger here? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang glanced at the other party and said indifferently, dead. According to the memories obtained from the soul-searching of the young man, the ghost messenger had long been killed by the yellow-robed ghost, which was why he was hiding in the ruins to avoid the witch ghost's search. The black-robed Taoist in the cloud frowned even more upon hearing this, then suddenly reached out and had the child attendant beside him take out a round mirror, shining it down on Lu Yang. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, swept his spiritual sense, and saw through the mirror's function, but did not dodge, allowing the mirror light to fall. The next second, the black-robed Taoist sneered. I wonder who it was. Turns out it's an outsider's wild fox in. You must have killed the ghost messenger and taken the witch ghosts here. It seems today I cannot spare you. Wild fox in. Lu Yang found it utterly ridiculous. A heretical path within the secret realm actually called him Wild Fox Sin. It was simply turning the world upside down. On the other side, the black-robed Taoist did not feel anything wrong. Although the witch ghost's secret realm was hidden from the world, it was not completely isolated. Over the years, some rogue cultivators occasionally stumbled into the secret realm by chance. The black-robed Taoist had seen quite a few. However, rogue cultivators were weak, with cultivation at most at the early stage of chi refining, or mid-stage if better, appearing too fragile in front of the Netherwhisper sect. Over time, the black-robed Taoist naturally looked down on so-called external cultivators. Therefore, facing Lu Yang now, he was even more confident, not taking him seriously at all, just thinking of capturing him quickly to report back. The next second, the black-robed Taoist focused his energy. His originally ruddy complexion instantly turned pale. Only his lips became plump and red, increasingly bright, exuding a strange Taoist charm. He controlled a black-robed ghost, named Calling Name Fall. As the name implied, this which ghost could, after locking onto a target, divine the other's name, and then the black-robed Taoist would call it out. The person whose name was called would immediately have their soul taken by the witch ghost and die within moments. Relying on this witch ghost, he had always been invincible in duels. This time was no exception. He directly activated the witch ghost to start divining the name of this wild fox Zen in front of him. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yang also sensed it. Divining me? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. Interesting. These witch ghosts, as fragments of a great divine ability, are indeed tainted with a trace of positional aura and can even involve causality. As he spoke, he formed a hand seal to obscure causality. Although he believed that with his own position, it didn't matter what the other party divined. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. There was no need to take risks. How could this be? Seeing the Calling Name Fall had achieved nothing, the black-robed Taoist immediately panicked, unable to understand why his invincible witch ghost had encountered such a setback. Lu Yang shook his head at the sight, truly lacking in challenge. Far inferior to Foundation establishment. But this is fine as well. Rising through rebellion has never been my style. I'm better at this kind of downward compatibility, killing across realms. On the other side, the black-robed Taoist seemed to have suddenly remembered something. He then reached into his robe and took out a deity statue carved from red wax. Its appearance was solemn and dignified, with a crown atop, its head supporting 3 long incense sticks. Without a word, the black-robed Taoist lit them. The next second, green flames ignited behind the deity statue's head. I beseech the ancestor to manifest. The black-robed Taoist bowed low. In an instant, billowing auspicious clouds floated up from the top of the statue's head. Even the deity's brows relaxed. Next came waves of celestial music, heavenly rain descending, golden lotuses blooming from the earth, and countless other phenomena highlighting the deity statue, making it appear even more sacred and majestic. Its facial features became vivid, and though it was merely made of red wax, it looked almost alive as it gazed at Lu Yang and spoke with a loud voice. "Who dares offend my sect's orthodoxy?" Lu Yang did not answer. He quietly examined the figure, a strange look on his face, for in the eyes of those with or without positional aura, the deity's appearance varied greatly. To the average person, the statue would appear lifelike, almost living. Yet in Lu Yang's eyes, the statue remained the same. What truly activated it was actually the divine light beneath the statue at that moment. The light was profound, with 7 floating seal characters that burst forth with vast magical power. Lu Yang immediately understood. This was precisely what he had speculated earlier. The great divine ability that could only be condensed after gathering all the witch ghosts in the witch ghost secret realm. Its name was Underworld Lord Xuanming's ghost-controlling position. Looking at the lifelike red wax deity statue, Lu Yang grew even more interested. In his previous lifetime, he had spent a full 10 years researching the soul of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Because of that, he could tell. "Which elder do I have the honor of meeting?" Lu Yang cupped his hands and looked straight at the statue before him. In his eyes, a wisp of a Foundation establishment soul was clearly hidden within the red wax-carved statue. However, the statue gave no response, only continued to act on its own, saying, "Those who offend our sect shall die 1,000 deaths and never be forgiven." As the words fell, the statue took a step forward and suddenly vanished. The distance between it and Lu Yang was covered in one stride, and its 5 fingers clenched into a fist that came smashing down. Seeing this, Lu Yang neither dodged nor retreated, instead throwing a punch of his own. Witnessing this scene, the black-robed Taoist was overjoyed. This ancestral statue was no ordinary item. Only someone of his status within Netherwishper sect could possess such a personal protective treasure. Usually, carrying it on oneself could greatly delay being devoured by witch ghosts. And in times of need, one could summon the ancestral spirit as now to suppress enemies. Though made of red wax, one strike from it could split mountains and shatter stones. No ordinary human body could withstand it. Therefore, in his eyes, Lu Yang was seeking death. Boom! In the next moment, a loud explosion burst out between Lu Yang and the statue, with waves of energy sweeping in all directions. Lu Yang's body instantly disintegrated. Whoosh whoosh, clouds rose and fell. Energy scattered and gathered again. As the surging white mist boiled and rolled, it quickly distanced itself from the statue, and then reformed into Lu Yang's body. "What is that?" The black-robed Taoist stood dumbfounded, clearly shocked by Lu Yang's ability to gather and scatter at will. His gaze toward Lu Yang grew increasingly wary. On the other side, Lu Yang was full of admiration. What a fine statue! Despite the praise, he had already made up his mind. This so-called Netherwishper sect was most likely a remnant legacy of a Foundation establishment cultivator from the witch ghost path who had reincarnated. I knew it. Though a centipede dies, it never stiffens. Since the witch ghost path wasn't entirely wiped out, it must have some potent hidden hands left. Judging by the outcome I saw in my past life, this hand likely failed in the end, but for me, it's still a behemoth to deal with. While Lu Yang was pondering, the statue struck again. It punched once more. Lu Yang raised his fist to meet it, but he was still forced to retreat step by step, ultimately disintegrating again and reforming at a distance. No match. Lu Yang sighed. This avatar of his, formed from innate One Qi, specialized in martial arts. Yet its physical body was weaker than the statue's, and without his greatest advantage, it was naturally hard to win. But if you can call for backup, why can't I? The next second, Lu Yang suddenly formed a hand seal. Crack! A rift opened behind Lu Yang's head, and from it surged a majestic golden light that finally manifested as a mountain-sized giant hand reaching out. Outside the secret realm, Lu Yang's true body had taken action. The golden light hand spread its fingers, revealing a formation in its palm suffused with bloodlight. With a slap downward, it instantly swallowed the statue into the formation. Heaven-slashing blood river sword formation rise. Liu Yang formed another hand seal. Within the formation, a mournful rain of blood fell. Every drop of blood was like a sharp sword light, slashing toward the statue. "You insolent junior!" The statue stood firm, with 10,000 ghosts wailing around it, showing no fear. The wisp of Foundation establishment soul within it also regained clarity and sent out a transmission. "A mere 7th grade formation cannot harm this seat. Which sect or school do you belong to? If you can rescue this seat, I will reward you greatly. If you're willing, come meet me at the main altar of Netherwhisper Sect." Senior seems to have misunderstood. Outside the secret realm, Liu Yang's true body let out a cold smile. "The formation is not meant to deal with you, just to temporarily trap you in case you run away." "What?" In the next moment, Liu Yang's saint aspect moved. The golden light hand clasped the formation tightly. He pushed the saint thief's position to the limit. Then, with a forceful clasp, as if erasing a line from a book with a rubber, he wiped everything in his palm clean. When the golden hand opened again, the statue had already been crushed to powder. Only a residual glow remained, caught in the hand of Liu Yang's innate true Qi avatar. It was that very divine light of the supernatural power underworld Lord Xuanming's ghost-controlling position. As for Liu Yang's true body, he directly severed one arm. After all, that hand had already reached into the secret realm, with golden core, sword, Qi surrounding it, and unable to retract. Keeping it would be a waste, and it would regrow eventually. Then, Liu Yang had his avatar put away the underworld Lord Xuanming's ghost-controlling position. After examining it for a moment, he sighed with slight regret. Still incomplete, at most 1%. Makes sense. This statue was clearly mass-produced. It couldn't possibly carry a powerful divine ability. As Liu Yang sighed, the black-robed Taoist beside him went mad. He stared blankly at the shattered statue for a long while before returning to his senses. His eyes toward Liu Yang turned blood-red in an instant. "You dare destroy our sect's ancestral statue?" Liu Yang raised an eyebrow at that. "So that's the ancestor of Netherwhisper Sect. Foundation establishment, and still alive. Been reincarnating and lingering for over 1,000 years. The black-robed Taoist ignored Liu Yang's words entirely. Netherwhisper Sect was deeply rooted in the secret realm and revered by all. Now that the ancestral statue was destroyed, it was as though his faith had been defiled. He immediately lost all reason. "Destroying the ancestral statue. Our sect shall never forgive you." Before he even finished speaking, he roared and lunged toward Liu Yang. Liu Yang sneered coldly. "At this point, it's I who shall not let your sect off." With those words, he waved his sleeve. His innate true Qi formed a giant hand that grabbed the black-robed Taoist and smashed him into paste along with his ghost. However, Liu Yang did not leave right away. He patiently waited for a moment. Soon, the Yin energy in the area gathered again. A new black-clothed ghost emerged. It was exactly the witch ghost Hu Mingluo that he had just smashed. Liu Yang watched the entire resurrection process of the witch ghost and clicked his tongue in wonder. As expected, this is why the witch ghost path can cling to life until now. Witch ghosts could not be killed. The witch ghost's secret realm was deeply intertwined with the earth veins under Skeleton Mountain. The inner and outer areas were seamlessly connected, forming a sealed cycle. After a witch ghost died, it would turn into Yin energy and merge into the earth veins. Then the Yin energy from the earth veins would reform the witch ghost, sending it into the secret realm, thus creating an alternative form of immortality. To break this, one had to either uproot the entire secret realm along with Skeleton Mountain's earth veins, or force the secret realm to emerge on its own. The latter was the method of true person Yin Shan, since no one would attempt the former. Not because it was impossible, but because it shouldn't be done. Uprooting the earth veins would cause immense karmic loss and directly impact future reincarnations. Even a golden core true lord was not immortal. When a lifespan ended, they too had to reincarnate and cultivate anew. And if they accumulated too much karmic loss, their next life will be plagued with tribulations. That's why the golden core sword Qi stayed in the secret realm and chose the boiling frog approach rather than flipping the table directly. From this perspective, my act of collecting ghost creatures is also inadvisable. It would slowly deplete the Yin energy in the earth veins beneath Skeleton Mountain. But so what? Lu Yang reached out and grabbed the just-resurrected black-clothed ghost, throwing it into the Myriad Spirits banner. He didn't care at all whether it would affect the earth veins of Skeleton Mountain. Karmic merit? If there's none, then there's none. With a low point in this life, there's room to grow in the next. After refining the black-clothed ghost with a Myriad Spirits banner, Lu Yang did not linger and immediately rode a streak of escape light, preparing to embark on his ghost-catching enterprise. The immediate priority is still to collect a large number of fierce ghosts to complete this underworld Lord Xuanming's ghost-controlling position. Additionally, cultivating the thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret must be prioritized, and as for Yu Suzhen, I wonder how her superhuman progress is going. If all goes well, I will gather third-grade true Qi, become a saint thief, refine the position of corpse-dissolving immortal, then cultivate the thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret, obtain the underworld Lord Xuanming's ghost-controlling position, and finally use the technique of stealing heaven's secrets to drain Yu Suzhen. Then I should have a 60% chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment. Thinking of this, Lu Yang frowned again. A 60% chance is still not stable enough. If I could obtain the Ascension order from true person Yin Shan, I might have a 70% chance, making it truly worth the gamble. The Ascension order is not out of reach. If I can control the Witch Ghost secret realm and resolve the trouble of the golden core sword Qi, perhaps I can use it to trade with true person Yin Shan for that Ascension order. That being said, it still requires careful planning. Lu Yang was well aware that in this lifetime, he was not an insider of the Three River Society. Rather than trading with him, killing him and taking everything would be more in line with the Holy Sect style. Perhaps I can let Yu Suzhen think of a way. With this thought, Lu Yang immediately controlled his avatar to find a desolate place to hide, then withdrew his consciousness, intending to check on Yu Suzhen's situation. Primordial Saint Sect, sky-reaching sea of clouds. Yu Suzhen had long been refined by Lu Yang into the cauldron for stealing heaven's secrets. The karmic connection was extremely deep, so divination was effortless, and soon he had a response. Mending Heaven Peak, within a cave dwelling of the Three River Society. Inside and outside, the cave dwelling were already crowded with people, bustling with activity. One after another, cultivators under the Three River Society enthusiastically and obsequiously surrounded a young man. Congratulations to Senior Brother Luo for mastering great divine abilities. Foundation establishment is within reach. In the future, please take care of us, Senior Brother Luo. Senior Brother Luo, do you remember? I treated you to a meal back then. At the banquet, Luo Wuya appeared calm on the surface but was quite satisfied in his heart. After all, he was still young, and mastering great divine abilities indicated a promising future for Foundation establishment. Thinking of this, Luo Wuya felt a surge of pride. My elder brother took the lead and achieved the position of true person. I may not necessarily be inferior to him in the future. At this moment, a commotion suddenly came from outside the door, followed by someone exclaiming in surprise and anticipation, "Fairy Suzhen is here too." The next second, a graceful figure walked into the cave dwelling. A beautiful and delicate face, a curvaceous and upright figure, coupled with a cold expression and a 6-layer Qi refining cultivation, made her appear like a proud and aloof iceberg snow lotus, yet also stirred the imagination. What passion would lie beneath that cold lotus robe? Such a beautiful woman. Many people looked at Yu Suzhen, revealing expressions of admiration. Indeed worthy of being Fairy Suzhen. It's been less than a year since she officially joined, yet her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. She's just a step away from breaking through the bottleneck to become a late-stage Qi refining cultivator. Yu Suzhen greets Senior Brother Luo. Yu Suzhen gracefully walked up to Luo Wuya, slightly bowed, her demeanor proper and without any coquettishness. Her dignified posture, however, made people's hearts itch. Junior sister Yu is thoughtful. Luo Wuya smiled with satisfaction. Yu Sujin was quite famous on Mending Heaven Peak, and she rarely interacted with others or attended banquets. Now, she was willing to accept his invitation to the banquet, which truly satisfied his vanity and made him quite fond of this junior sister. Also, senior brother Zhao and sister Qinghe. Turning around, Yu Sujin bowed to Zhao Xiuhe beside Luo Wuya, her gaze briefly sweeping over the Qinghe fairy who had come with him. Senior brother Lu as well. Thank you both for your care. She then looked at Lu Yuanshan beside Zhao Xiuhe, exchanged a glance with him, but quickly looked away as if nothing had happened. Soon, the banquet began. Before long, Luo Wuya and Yu Sujin were surrounded by people, some greedy for benefits, others for beauty, instantly heating up the atmosphere. Such a scene naturally caught Luo Wuya's attention. He himself was at the center of the crowd, adept at dealing with these flatterers. At this moment, he was curious about how Yu Sujin would handle it. When he looked at Yu Sujin, he saw that although she remained cold, she was not so aloof as to be off-putting. Instead, her demeanor was proper, advancing and retreating appropriately. She responded to everyone, and her words seemed quite close to you, but the next second, she would be happily conversing with someone else. In short, it was a game of push and pull. However, no one present noticed this push and pull. Even if they did, they would think she was pulling them in, that she was interested in them. Poor junior brothers, being played in the palm of this woman's hand. Luo Wuya shook his head, but couldn't help feeling a bit strange because from beginning to end, Yu Sujin never took the initiative to get close to him. She truly seemed to be that kind of cold and proud woman, devoted solely to cultivation. An interesting woman. Until sunset, the banquet finally ended. Yu Sujin came to Luo Wuya, still dignified and proper, and bowed to him. It's getting late. I still need to cultivate, so I'll take my leave. Luo Wuya chuckled upon hearing this. You've worked hard, junior sister. You usually focus solely on cultivation, so dealing with these people today must have been a bit difficult for you. As long as senior brother understands. Yu Sujin looked up upon hearing this. Her previously cold face suddenly relaxed, and she rolled her eyes at Luo Wuya with a hint of annoyance, half complaining. Such a tone and expression were entirely different from the proud and aloof demeanor seen at the banquet earlier. It was like ice and snow melting, revealing a momentary charm that even Luo Wuya found heart-throbbing, even a bit excited, as if he had seen another side of the cold fairy. But soon, Luo Wuya regained his composure. He laughed heartily. Then it's my fault. Well, if junior sister encounters any doubts in cultivation in the future, feel free to ask me anytime. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Sujin finally showed a bit of joy upon hearing this, then nodded solemnly, and only then turned to leave under the admiring gazes of everyone. Seeing this, Zhao Xiuhe not far away suddenly had a glint in his eyes. Soon, he took Qinghe Fairy and also came to bid farewell to Luo Wuya. Luo Wuya agreed on the surface, but felt a bit suspicious inside. The next second, he split off a strand of spiritual consciousness and quietly followed Zhao Xiuhe. After leaving the cave dwelling, Zhao Xiuhe first persuaded Qinghe Fairy, who was still eager to discuss the Dao, to leave, then found a hidden place to hide. Then he took out an invisibility talisman, concealed his figure, and actually made his way to Yu Sujin's cave dwelling. After verifying the code on the door, he sneaked in. As soon as he entered, he saw the graceful figure sitting in front of the dressing table, her jade-like back alluring. Zhao Xiuhe's desire was instantly ignited, and he stepped forward. Sujin. Yu Sujin raised her slender neck and let out a sigh that was either helpless or resigned, yet she allowed Zhao Xiuhe to touch her. The two of them instantly ignited the entire quiet room of the cave dwelling. Zhao Xiuhe thought of Yu Sujin's cold demeanor at the banquet and her current enthusiasm before him, feeling an endless surge of energy. After a long time, it gradually stopped. On the bed, Yu Suzhen held Zhao Shuhe and whispered, Shuhe, I don't want to wait any longer. Can't our relationship be made public? Suzhen, I have my difficulties. Zhao Shuhe shook his head, but didn't elaborate, just gave a few perfunctory words. The truth was simple. The Mending Heaven Peak Master had arranged a marriage for him, with none other than the Peak Master's daughter. In this situation, how could he have a Dao companion? So it could only be a clandestine affair. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuhe even felt a bit guilty. After all, Yu Suzhen was so pure, yet he was deceiving her like this. After another period of tenderness, Zhao Shuhe reluctantly left, leaving behind some cultivation pills for Yu Suzhen before departing. After seeing Zhao Shuhe off, Yu Suzhen gradually put away the charm on her face, then hid the pills and took out a jade slip. After inputting a message into the jade slip, a moment later, knock, 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 knock. A prearranged code, knock, came from outside the door. Yu Suzhen immediately went to open the door, and before long, a figure rushed in and directly lifted her by the waist. No, Senior Brother Liu, I'm not that kind of person. What no, you hypocritical bitch. I knew you still had feelings for Zhao Shuhe. Don't forget you still have a handle on my hands. Woo woo woo. After more than 2 hours, Lu Yuanshan left satisfied, while Yu Suzhen lay on the bed, silently shedding tears. But the next second, a gentle footstep suddenly came from behind. Yu Suzhen turned around in astonishment, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared behind her. A glint of success flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she exclaimed in surprise, Senior Brother Luo? Withdrawing his gaze, Lu Yong fell into deep silence, and after a long time, he sighed. Truly a talent. Even he had never expected that in just a few months, Yu Suzhen could achieve such tremendous success in her superhuman endeavor. He couldn't understand it, but he was deeply shocked. Unlike Zhao Shuhe and Lu Yuanshan, Luo Wuya was not a lustful man, so from beginning to end, he only observed the scene in secret using his spiritual sense. Yet even so, when he saw the woman who had appeared as cold as a snow lotus at the banquet now lying defeated on the bed with her robe disheveled, looking like a trampled flower, her delicate face still stained with tears, the stark contrast still made him feel a ripple of unusual emotion. Junior sister Yu. Luo Wuya took a deep breath, then waved his large hand, enveloping Yu Suzhen in a beam of radiant light, which at least eased the awkward atmosphere between the two of them. Luo Wuya clearly saw a trace of relief and gratitude on Yu Suzhen's face. But soon, her expression turned into helplessness and self-mockery. I didn't expect Senior Brother to witness such a joke. I asked Senior Brother not to spread this matter. Junior sister Yu overthinks. Luo Wuya sighed. He had been observing from the beginning, and, although unaware of the details, he was clear that Yu Suzhen was likely coerced by Lu Yuanshan. I will keep this secret for Junior sister. Thank you, Senior Brother. As these words came out, the sorrow on Yu Suzhen's charming face grew even more bitter. Her beautiful eyes turned red, glistening with tears, carrying 1,000 sorrows and endless grievances. Soon, Luo Wuya asked about the cause and effect. So that's how it is. Junior sister Yu and Junior Brother Zhao were originally deeply in love. Later, Junior Brother Zhao was accepted as a disciple by the Master of Mending Heaven Peak, but Junior Brother Lu obstructed and made things difficult. For the sake of Junior Brother Zhao, you went to reason with him, only to be schemed against, losing your body and leaving behind a handle to be used against you. That's how you fell into this state. Luo Wuya looked at Yu Suzhen and sighed. As the second senior brother of the Sanha Assembly, he naturally knew that Zhao Shuhe was now the prospective son-in-law of the Master of Mending Heaven Peak. How could he possibly form a Dao companion with an outsider? Without a doubt, Yu Suzhen had been deceived emotionally. At the same time, Yu Suzhen forced herself to sit up and softly said, Senior brother, it's getting late. I need a rest. Please don't take offense. I understand. Luo Wuya nodded. Naturally, he could see Yu Suzhen's embarrassment. Though he wanted to help, he also didn't want to get involved in this muddy water, so he could only sigh again. Farewell. With that, he turned and left. After he had left, Yu Suzhen slowly got up and sealed her cave dwelling. The sorrow and grief on her face quickly disappeared, replaced by cold indifference. This should do. Zhao Shuhe, Lu Yuanchun, Luo Wuya. These are the three big fish Yu Suzhen had targeted recently. For this, she had specially devised 3 different strategies. Different targets, different strategies. For example, with Zhao Shuhe, Yu Suzhen believed he was naturally amorous, so she deliberately pretended to fall in love with him and willingly became his secret lover. As for Lu Yuanchun, after multiple tests, Yu Suzhen saw that he secretly envied Zhao Shuhe for being favored by their master of Mending Heaven Peak, so she deliberately approached him as Zhao Shuhe's Dao companion. One wanted a hit, the other willing to take it. Naturally, they got involved. Regarding Luo Wuya, Yu Suzhen used yet another tactic. After all, Luo Wuya was different from the other two. At the peak of qi refining and aiming to establish his foundation, beauty to him might as well be a skeleton painted in makeup. Such a man sought emotional value. Put simply, he wanted to redeem a woman of the dust. If Luo Wuya truly fixated on this, then he had taken the bait, and Yu Suzhen naturally had ways to control him. If he didn't fixate and truly intended to stay uninvolved, that was fine too. After all, he was just a backup. Yu Suzhen wouldn't pester him. Her fish pond was large, and this big fish wasn't indispensable. Everything before could just be considered forming a karmic tie. Perhaps it might produce miraculous results in the future. Treat each case accordingly. Feed the right dish to the right person. This was Yu Suzhen's cultivated skill as a superhuman. And these are just the big fish. She was also raising many smaller fish who were wholeheartedly devoted to her. If not for that, how could her cultivation progress by leaps and bounds? Amazing, amazing. Inside Skeleton Mountain, even Lu Yang couldn't help but marvel at Yu Suzhen's extraordinary talent and unorthodox approach. At this rate, she might actually surpass all the disciples. It's just a pity her moves are too bold. Lu Yang formed a hand seal with one hand. The circular halo behind him spun, revealing countless possible future events, all pointing to the same outcome. What are you doing? In an instant, a sudden voice startled Yu Suzhen. She whipped around in alarm, and even the well-prepared Lu Yang gulped. A young man in black and white Taoist robes, with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an immortal air, had suddenly appeared in Yu Suzhen's cave dwelling. He wore a kindly smile, but his eyes were icy cold, staring straight at Yu Suzhen as if he could see through her soul. In that instant, Yu Suzhen's beautiful face froze in place. Not just her expression, her thoughts, intentions, even her fear were all frozen, as if she had turned into a cold, hard statue. And this was only the aftermath, because at that moment, the master of Mending Heaven Peak wasn't truly looking at her. The divine sense behind his gaze was actually locked on a Lu Yang hiding behind her. Which Taoist dares to scheme against my disciple? Where did you get stealing heaven's secrets? Faced with the master's questioning, Lu Yang appeared calm and unsurprised. After all, both Zhao Shuhe and Lu Yuanchun were his disciples. Besides, stealing heaven's secrets had originally been something he obtained from Zhao Shuhe in his previous life. But such a mysterious technique. Where had Zhao Shuhe gotten it from? Considering the dual cultivation nature of the technique, the answer was obvious. It was actually created by the master of Mending Heaven Peak. Therefore, from the moment he began shaping Yu Suzhen as the fated daughter of heaven, Lu Yang had already prepared for this confrontation. Of course, he couldn't meet the master of Mending Heaven Peak in person, so he had to make Yu Suzhen suffer for now, using her as bait to lure out the master, and then meet him through her. Minor tricks. I made a fool of myself in front of Senior. With a single thought, Lu Yang activated Stealing Heaven's Secrets, directly taking control of Yu Suzhen's body and saying with a light laugh, I merely wish to discuss a deal with you, Senior. It's you. Before Lu Yang finished speaking, the master of Mending Heaven Peak raised an eyebrow. So it wasn't Taoist Hong Yin that day, but you who stole true person Panlong's karmic inheritance in secret? Then, instead of showing anger, the master laughed. Interesting. What gives you the right to negotiate with me? Your bloodkin, Senior. Lu Yang said calmly. Senior Brother Chan was saved by me. He still has a sliver of hope for rebirth. Senior doesn't wish to see your son's soul scatter, right? Xiaoning. At those words, the master's expression changed instantly. He immediately began divining the karma. Soon, he found Lu Xian, who had lost the protection of divine talismans. But no matter how he calculated fate, he could not glean any further information, nor ascertain Chen Xian's current state. This only made the master even more curious. After all, anyone who could block his divination must either be backed by a Foundation establishment expert or possess a rare treasure that disrupted fate. In either case, to dare threaten him showed tremendous audacity, worthy of being a disciple of our holy sect. Speak then. After a moment, the master of Mending Heaven Peak finally said, What do you want in exchange for returning Xiaoning? A rare Foundation establishment item? A great divine ability? None of that. Lu Yang shook his head. I intend for you, Sujin, to use Stealing Heaven's secrets to harvest from Shao Shuria, but I need a senior to help cover the karmic backlash. Oh! At these words, the master's expression finally changed. He looked at Lu Yang with great interest. You want to scheme against Hongyan? Lu Yang smiled. Precisely. Shao Shuria was Taoist Hongyan's bait. If Yu Sujin rashly harvested him, she would surely be discovered, and Lu Yang himself couldn't conceal the karmic traces. So if he wanted to snatch meat from a tiger's jaws, the only option was to cooperate with a Foundation establishment expert. And the master of Mending Heaven Peak was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. On one hand, because Chen Xian was a hostage, and on the other, because his relationship with Taoist Hongyun was clearly strained. Of course, Lu Yang was also fully aware of the risks of collaborating with the master. A single misstep, and the cooperation could turn into betrayal. This was truly a negotiation with a tiger for its skin. Inside the cave dwelling, as Lu Yang's voice fell, the Mending Heaven Peak master seemed to finally take this audacious junior seriously and suddenly let out a light chuckle. You're quite good. Are you interested in becoming my son-in-law? Lu Yang raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. I recall, Senior already has a son-in-law. Suhi's Panlong inheritance was taken by you, and I want the successor of Panlong to be my son-in-law. As for who the successor is, I don't care. The Mending Heaven Peak master didn't mind at all and said with a smile, Your proposal is interesting, but it also exposed your strength. Seems like there's no Foundation establishment true person backing you. How about this? As long as you become my son-in-law, you and I will be family from now on. At that time, I might as well lend you a hand. Before his words even finished, the Mending Heaven Peak master waved his large hand. In an instant, the world spun, and Lu Yang found that his surroundings had suddenly changed. Overhead was the bright moon and starry sky. He had actually arrived at the peak of Mending Heaven Peak. Chinner, come out. As the Peak Master's voice fell, Lu Yang saw a flash of divine light. From within the light stepped out a graceful woman with stunning beauty and a cinnabar mark on her forehead. Father, another one? The woman was originally somewhat lazy, but upon seeing Yu Sujin, she froze. Father, I don't mind, but if it's a girl, it's a bit. Ew. I told you to cultivate properly in daily life. If you had already mastered the divine ability I taught you, wouldn't you be able to see through the secrets of this girl? The Mending Heaven Peak Master gave the woman a helpless look. Then, with a shift of his divine sense, he directly projected the full context of events into the woman's sea of consciousness. Only then did he turn to look at Lu Yang again. This is my daughter, Chen Shuqian. She cultivates the 6 paths Nirvana Phoenix art. You cultivate the 9 transformations dragon art. The two of you are a match made by the heavens. If the two of you dual cultivate, the fusion of 6 and 9 would be equivalent to a Foundation establishment spiritual treasure. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang did not respond immediately, but instead fell into deep thought. Objectively speaking, the condition proposed by the Mending Heaven Peak Master was quite tempting. At first glance, if he agreed, it could indeed be a fortuitous encounter for both of them. However, This was the Saint Sect. How could there be anything truly without strings attached in the Saint Sect? But in the end, he still nodded happily. Mutual benefit. This junior can agree to this matter, but it must wait until I'm attempting Foundation establishment. Naturally, the Mending Heaven Peak Master laughed heartily. After all, the higher your cultivation, the better the dual cultivation effect with my daughter. As for Hong Yun's scheme, I can help you once. Don't worry. So long as I shield your heavenly fate, I guarantee he won't catch anything with this bait of his. Then many thanks to the senior. Lu Yang cupped his hands. Pleasure doing business? The Mending Heaven Peak Master grinned. Pleasure doing business. As his voice fell, Lu Yang promptly withdrew his consciousness. After he left, the Mending Heaven Peak Master waved his hand and returned Yu Suzhen to her cave dwelling. As for everything that had just happened, she naturally had no knowledge of it. All relevant memories had been casually wiped by the Mending Heaven Peak Master. Only then did the Peak Master's daughter, Chun Shuqian, open her eyes and speak softly. Father, this man is ambitious like a wolf. Are you really going to cooperate with him? At this moment, the Mending Heaven Peak Master also retracted his smile and sneered coldly. Ambitious like a wolf? That's perfect. Which disciple of the Saint Sect isn't like that? As for cooperation, I just said that to stabilize him, to keep him from turning into a frightened bird and fleeing beyond my reach. Chun Shuqian asked curiously, So father isn't going to help him? No, I intend to help him. The Mending Heaven Peak Master shook his head. Hong Yun's current state is far from ideal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to fish for fate in the Saint Sect every once in a while. If not for that fellow Chongguang wouldn't have dared to covet the overturning lamp flame either. Under these circumstances, if I make a move and cause Hong Yun to fail in his attempt, weakening his fortune, I can sell Chongguang a favor. Why not? What's more, if this person truly intends to use the technique of stealing heaven's secrets to pull off a heaven-swapping deception, I can use the connection in fate to locate his true body. This person was able to briefly block me on the net of karma earlier. He must be someone of high level. His potential is far better than Zhao Xua. Once I locate his true body and capture him, you can use the Mending Heaven True Classic to squeeze him dry. That would increase your chance of Foundation establishment by at least 30%. In his words, Lu Yang was already treated as meat on the chopping block. But Chen Shuqian still seemed somewhat worried. But my brother is still in his hands. Don't worry. The Mending Heaven Peak Master said indifferently. As long as Xianen appears within my field of vision, nothing will go wrong. Even if he's scattered in soul and spirit, I can still reassemble him. That old bastard clearly has bad intentions. Outside the witch-ghost secret realm, Lu Yang opened his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. He definitely harbors malicious intent, trying to uncover my true body and turn me into a cauldron for his daughter. As for Chun Xianen, he's not reliable either. After all, that's one of the peak masters of the Saint Sect. Even among Foundation establishment true persons, he's a top figure. Can someone like that really care about familial ties? Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help scratching his head. This was just too hard. Compared to him, how did others even manage to reach Foundation establishment? Could it be they just casually gathered a divine ability, a Foundation establishment spiritual item, a Foundation establishment secret art, and then gambled their lives on a 30% chance? Unfortunately, at this point, I have no choice but to gamble too. Lu Yang's gaze shifted toward the witch-ghost secret realm before him. Although he was hiding quite well now, it was obvious he couldn't hide forever. Moreover, the technique of stealing heaven's secrets was originally created by the Mending Heaven Peak Master. If I activate it to drain Yu Suzhen, it's very likely he'll follow the trail and find me. At that time, only the witch-ghost secret realm might offer a sliver of hope. Maybe I could even strike him hard with the gold core sword Qi. With the gold core sword Qi, the witch-ghost secret realm was Lu Yang's natural haven. As long as he hid inside, even if discovered, neither the Mending Heaven Peak Master nor Taoist Hong Yun might dare enter. Then he could calmly cultivate inside the secret realm, gather the underworld Lord Xuanming's ghost-controlling position, complete the thought-severing, heaven-seeing silkworm secret, and achieve corpse dissolution immortal. At worst, he could still charge a foundation establishment with 60% success probability. As for the rule that the witch ghost's secret realm allowed entry but not exit, it didn't matter to him. So long as he could reach foundation establishment, at worst, he could just commit suicide and start over. If there was one thing that concerned him, it was the instability of the gold core sword Qi ticking like a time bomb. After all, based on his experience in his past life, this gold core sword Qi would eventually slaughter the entire witch ghost secret realm. Liu Yang didn't know the reason behind it. The answer to this question might lie with the Tingyu sect. Liu Yang recalled the ancestral statue of the Tingyu sect he had once seen and pondered. That Tingyu ancestor was likely a foundation establishment survivor from the witch ghost path. Could it be he did something that triggered the gold core sword Qi to purge the secret realm? The more Liu Yang thought, the more solemn his expression became. Looks like if I want to develop safely inside the secret realm, I have to first resolve the issue of the Tingyu sect. Otherwise, I'll end up dead by the gold core sword Qi sooner or later. At this point, Liu Yang finally made up his mind. Enter the secret realm with his true body. Take the gamble. The witch ghost secret realm, headquarters of the Tingyu sect. Unlike other parts of the secret realm, as the headquarters of the Tingyu sect, various ghost messengers have been clearing out witch ghosts, and over time, even a city had been built. Its name was City of Unjust Deaths. In the center of the towering city stood a divine statue reaching into the clouds. Nearly 80% of the population within the secret realm had gathered in this City of Unjust Deaths, and every moment, they could see this towering divine statue. Its appearance was unmistakably that of the founder of the Tingyu sect, and beneath the statue stood a magnificent golden palace, which was the retreat place of the 8 elders of the Tingyu sect. The sect had no leader, only revered the founder, so all affairs were jointly decided by the 8 elders. Usually, only one elder was on duty, while the other 7 were in a dormant state. After all, the system of the Tingyu sect involved feeding ghosts with their bodies, resulting in a very short lifespan. Without this method to prolong life, they would be devoured by witch ghosts within a few years. However, at this moment, a full 6 elders had entered a revived state. The great elder, White Impermanence, sat at the head position. He appeared very young, dressed in white, tall and thin, with a sinister smile always on his face. The founder's statue has been destroyed. This is no small matter. Before the statue was destroyed, the founder's decree was transmitted, instructing us to find the person who destroyed the statue at all costs, which is why I have awakened you, fellow disciples. At this point, White Impermanence looked at the 2 empty seats and frowned. Where are the marshal and civil judge brothers? A burly man clad in armor, with a bull's head hanging on one shoulder, stood up and said, "They have just returned to their positions and still need time to fully revive." White Impermanence nodded upon hearing this. "Very well, there is no rush." Before his words fell, another black-robed Taoist stood up. His face was fierce, body broad and fat, and he said harshly, "Why wait for them to revive?" According to the sect's records, although there are many powerful beings outside, those who have truly reached the founder's level dare not enter, and those below the founder's level are at most on par with us. Weren't those outsiders who intruded into the headquarters recently claiming to be divine martial sect disciples, just like that? Rather than waiting here, why don't we take the initiative? Anyway, the day and night wandering gods have already returned to their positions. They can monitor the secret realm inside and out. I doubt that outsider can hide. He will surely not escape our grasp. What senior brother said is very true. The one who spoke in agreement was a handsome young man with 3 eyes on his head, who smiled and said, "A mere wild fox zen from the outside world. How could he be our match?" The 8 elders of the Tingyu sect, before becoming elders, might have had their own names, but after becoming elders, they were known externally by the red-clothed ghosts they controlled: Black and White Impermanence, martial and civil judges, Oxhead and Horseface, day and night wandering gods, each with their own supernatural methods. The three-eyed young man who spoke was the day wandering god, among the day and night wandering gods. As the name suggests, his witch ghost was the third eye on his forehead, golden in color, resembling a great sun. When opened, it could observe all visible things within the secret realm. The other night wandering god was the complete opposite, able to observe all hidden things within the secret realm. When the two worked together, everything that happened within the witch ghost's secret realm was like observing patterns on the palm for the Yin Sect. No matter how powerful, nothing could escape their eyes. Clearly, the 8 elders were vaguely divided into 2 factions. White Impermanence and Oxhead and Horseface were one faction, advocating caution and wanting to wait until all 8 were present before seeking the person who destroyed the founder statue. Black Impermanence and the day and night wandering gods were confident, believing that outsiders were nothing special and that they could handle it themselves. Junior brother is too reckless. The great elder, White Impermanence, shook his head, his smile unchanged. This matter is not just about the destruction of the founder statue, which has caused our sect to lose face. It's because the person who destroyed the statue is related to a major plan of our sect. You all know that although this place is good, it is ultimately a prison. If we want to live longer and even reach higher realms, we must leave. Oh, Black Impermanence's eyes flickered upon hearing this, but he didn't believe it and said, "Senior brother means that person can help us leave this place? Impossible. Who can break the heavenly sword?" As soon as these words were spoken, the other elders also showed fearful expressions. The so-called heavenly sword naturally referred to the golden core sword energy hanging high above the witch ghost's secret realm, which had long become a nightmare in the hearts of all within the secret realm for 1,000 years. No one dared to think of resisting it. We can't break it, but that doesn't mean no one outside can. White Impermanence chuckled. The founder has long had a plan. As long as we find this person, we can use strength against strength to break that damned heavenly sword. White Impermanence spoke with conviction, appearing very confident. Although Black Impermanence and the others still had doubts, since White Impermanence had clearly stated that this was the founder's plan, they no longer insisted on their own views. At this moment, 2 more auras appeared in the hall. On the empty seats, 2 still somewhat illusory figures appeared, one holding a pen and book, the other holding a bright mirror, precisely the last 2 elders. The martial and civil judges have also revived. White Impermanence laughed heartily upon seeing this. Good. Let the day and night wandering gods take action. Once the target is locked, Oxhead and Horseface will help us quickly get there. The day and night wandering gods nodded upon hearing this. Then both opened their divine eyes. However, in the next second they were stunned. Junior brothers? White Impermanence frowned and said softly, "Could it be that the person who destroyed the founder's statue is extremely good at hiding, and you can't find his whereabouts?" No. The day and night wandering gods showed an expression of disbelief, then said hesitantly, "He is not hiding elsewhere. He is just outside the city of unjust deaths." Outside the city of unjust deaths, Liu Yang's true body held the Myriad spirit's banner, standing with hands behind his back. How could he allow others to sleep soundly beside his bed? Since he wanted to turn the witch ghost's secret realm into his base, Liu Yang naturally couldn't allow the existence of the Yin Sect. Moreover, he also wanted to meet the old man of the witch ghost path behind the Yin Sect. Let's say hello first. With a thought, a circular light appeared behind Liu Yang's head, clear as a mirror. Using the position of the Saint Thief, he looked down upon the city from above. Almost simultaneously, almost all the cultivators of the Yin Sect felt a sensation. However, no one understood what had happened. They only saw the witch ghosts within their bodies suddenly start to riot, emitting indescribable wailing sounds. In the next second, profound Yin form capturing grand art. Liu Yang pointed with 2 fingers and slashed. The circular light that had reflected the entire city quietly shattered, and then a terrifying curse-killing force spread out. Crack, 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 without any warning. Within the city of unjust deaths, ordinary people were unaffected, but only cultivators suddenly showed terrified expressions and then clutched their necks. A crack appeared on their necks. Immediately after, blood gushed out. Thud. The sounds of countless heads falling to the ground merged into one, neat and uniform, becoming a thunderous, muffled sound that instantly spread throughout the entire city. In an instant, countless witch ghosts lost the cultivators who restrained them and soared into the sky. However, as if out of control, they swarmed towards Lu Yang outside the city. Lu Yang opened the Myriad Spirits banner, swallowing them like a whale drinking water, accepting all comers. In less than an hour, he had collected hundreds or even thousands of witch ghosts. Bold madman! Only then did 8 blood-red escape lights rise from the center of the city of unjust deaths. Within the lights, the 8 elders of the Ting sect were furious. They didn't care about the nearly annihilated sect members. However, Liu Yang's act of collecting witch ghosts instantly enraged them. Every witch ghost was crucial to the Ting sect. This was digging up their roots. White Impermanence stepped forward immediately. Are you the thief who destroyed our sect's founder statue? Liu Yang ignored White Impermanence's questioning, merely looking around, seemingly sensing something, then looked towards the towering divine statue within the city of unjust deaths. So it's there. In the next second, Liu Yang's figure disappeared from where he stood. What? The 8 elders' expressions changed drastically. They instinctively looked around and finally saw Liu Yang's figure sitting cross-legged atop the head of the towering divine statue in the center of the city. He looked down at the statue with lowered eyes and smiled calmly. I have come as invited. Where's the senior? The towering divine statue in the city of unjust death was not merely for show. This statue served as the foundation of the Nether Whisper sect, constructed at the heart of a secret realm, aligning with the skeletal mountain's ley lines, making it the cornerstone of the witch ghost secret realm. Construction of the statue began during the lifetime of the Nether Whisper ancestor, utilizing cultivators as laborers and mortals as materials. It was only completed after the Nether Whisper ancestor's 300-year reign ended with his death, imbued with countless divine properties, and held as a trump card of the Nether Whisper sect, to be used only in dire circumstances. However, at this moment, everything changed. Liu Yang sat atop the statue's head, making no visible movements, yet instantly altered the feng shui, replacing the statue and becoming the central hub of the secret realm's world. This was not a deliberate act on his part, but a natural consequence of the disparity in status. Just as mortals focus only on the highest peak, often unaware of the second tallest, the world tends to pay attention only to those of higher status. I have come as invited. Where's the senior? Before Liu Yang finished speaking, a majestic saintly figure rose behind him, also opening its mouth to emit a thunderous roar. In an instant, Liu Yang's voice echoed throughout the secret realm. The countless mortals within the city of unjust death fared relatively well, merely covering their ears, feeling as if thunder had erupted from the mountains, bewildered and at a loss. Only the 8 elders of the Nether Whisper sect felt as if Liu Yang's voice carried weight, crashing down upon them, disrupting their escape light, nearly causing them to fall from the sky. Looking up at Liu Yang's manifested saintly figure, they all showed expressions of terror. This scoundrel is arrogant. He is desecrating the ancestor. Just one voice has overwhelmed us. Could he be in existence like the ancestor? Impossible. For a moment, the 8 elders all changed color, their faces flushed with anger. Their earlier discussions on how to subdue Liu Yang instantly became a joke. Yet, in the next second, they suddenly showed expressions of joy. The towering divine statue trembled slightly under Liu Yang's voice, awakening a hidden soul within, which let out a long sigh. A disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect has finally arrived. As the words fell, the previously cold and hard statue suddenly relaxed its brows. The eyes, originally forged from refined iron, instantly displayed a glimmer of intelligence. A foundation establishment soul had awakened. A true foundation establishment soul, similar to the Yun clan ancestor from the previous life, perhaps even superior, as this individual's cultivation seemed higher than the Yun clan ancestor. Immediately after, Lu Yang saw a brilliant light fly out from the towering divine statue. Borrowing the qi to manifest, it transformed into a handsome Taoist with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an immortal aura, landing before him. The Taoist then chuckled. Interesting. Where's your physical body, young friend? Only a soul remains. Forgive me, senior. Lu Yang smiled slightly, his gaze meeting the nether whisper ancestors. Senior doesn't seem much better off. This should be your fifth life, correct? He was certain this person was a remnant of the witch ghost path. However, the witch ghost path had been gone for 1,000 years. For a foundation establishment, true person to survive until today, at least 4 reincarnations were necessary. No matter how profound his cultivation, he was no longer to be feared. How did Senior know I am a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect? The Nether Whisper ancestor shook his head. Young friend, you nearly killed all my followers with one move. Such conduct can only belong to a madman from the Primordial Saint Sect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang frowned, then righteously declared, Senior's lineage herds ghosts and harms living beings. My actions are to eliminate evil for the people. The Nether Whisper ancestor laughed. Indeed, a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect. Lu Yang. After a moment of silence, Lu Yang took the initiative to change the subject. Senior invited me here. What is your intention? To escape and re-establish my witch ghost lineage. The Nether Whisper ancestor chuckled. Therefore, I need to borrow something from you, young friend. Please do not refuse. Oh, Lu Yang's eyes sparkled. What does Senior wish to borrow? As he spoke, the Nether Whisper ancestor's expression turned sinister, his gaze eerie, staring intently at Lu Yang as if observing prey. Lu Yang remained unafraid, calmly meeting his gaze. You actually understand, don't you? I intend to use the Primordial Saint Sect to break through that golden core sword qi, which naturally requires an identity from the Primordial Saint Sect. The Nether Whisper ancestor grinned, his white teeth gleaming with a chilling light. My witch ghost path specializes in souls, with some expertise in reincarnation and possession. I have reincarnated 4 times. Normally, the 5th life would be completely obscured, no longer transcendent, but there might be a shortcut. As long as you, young friend, are willing to lend me your body, I will replace you, and the 5th life can be revitalized. I see great potential in you, perhaps even aiding me in regaining foundation establishment status. His tone was calm, but his words were chilling. Senior wishes to possess me? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. This isn't the first time. Do you think on the day the Golden Core Sword Chi descended, why did so many foundation establishment cultivators die? Yet I survived. The Nether Whisper ancestor was experienced. He had done this before. Using possession, he seized a mortal's body as a temporary shelter, using its fate to conceal himself, thus avoiding the sweep of the Golden Core Sword Chi. Such a method was unique to him in the witch ghost path of that era. So, Senior has now targeted me? I should thank you. The Nether Whisper ancestor smiled. My time is limited. If you hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have lasted much longer. Lu Yang sneered. Do you think you can possess me? In life, one must take risks. The witch ghost path cannot perish in my hands. For this, I am willing to pay any price. Life and death are insignificant. Despite his words, the Nether Whisper ancestor's demeanor was confident. Perhaps he was certain Lu Yang couldn't match him. Or perhaps, after barely surviving for 1,000 years, he had become indifferent to many things. Regardless, at this moment, he brought a strong sense of crisis to Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang still had a question. If it was merely possession, why did the Golden Core Sword Chi need to slaughter the entire secret realm? There must be another, more important reason he was unaware of. Of course, Liu Yang didn't expect the Nether Whisper ancestor to tell him. Even if he did, Liu Yang would only believe a fraction, as it could be a deliberate attempt to mislead. It seems I still need to capture Senior and interrogate thoroughly. Liu Yang's eyes flashed, his figure suddenly disappearing. Behind him, the saintly figure instantly became clear, with two golden hands clapping together from both sides. Boom! In an instant, the brilliant golden light engulfed the Nether Whisper ancestor's vision, as if you're caught in Liu Yang's saintly figure's hands, ready to be refined instantly. However, the next second, an even stronger radiance erupted from the saintly figure's hands, directly exploding Liu Yang's palms. Then, rolling black clouds intertwined with the light, finally revealing a towering mansion reaching the clouds, with jade steps and red terraces, solemn and majestic, bearing three large characters. Yama Palace. The mansion's doors opened wide, with jade steps and red terraces. The Nether Whisper ancestor sat at the head, also manifesting a Dharma body behind him, holding a human head banner in his left hand and a book in his right. This was the underworld Lord Xuanming's mansion. To achieve Foundation establishment, status is merely an entry ticket, nothing to boast about. Before the Nether Whisper ancestor finished speaking, his aura also surged. Boom! The next second, his status reached the same level as Liu Yang's. The two stood on equal footing, neither yielding, and collided directly. In an instant, the remaining 8 elders of the Nether Whisper sect hadn't had time to assist. The collision between the two stirred up visible waves of air, surging like tsunamis, forcing them to retreat violently, coughing up blood incessantly. Under such a clash, the light between the Nether Whisper ancestors' brows grew even brighter. Since it can't be concealed, success or failure, let it be. The Nether Whisper ancestor's tone was eerie, but his actions became more resolute, as if he had made up his mind. This mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator had once used possession to obscure the heavenly secrets, thus escaping the reckoning of the Golden Core Sword Chi. However, at this moment, he abandoned concealment, no longer hiding from the heavenly secrets, causing his true identity and corresponding karma to become increasingly clear. Clang clang. Within the secret realm, the Golden Core Sword Chi suspended in the sky seemed to sense something, emitting a series of light sounds, like a divine sword resonating within its sheath. Liu Yang sensed that the aura of ancestor Nether Whisper was still rising, yet he remained calm, for he knew that their conditions were not much different. Having lost their physical bodies, only their souls remained. Their combat relied entirely on the positional boost brought by great divine powers. Such methods were invincible against weaker opponents, but once faced with an opponent of equal standing, their weaknesses would be exposed. The reason they were evenly matched now was purely because Liu Yang himself was also in a similar state. In order to cultivate the corpse dissolution immortal, his physical body was still in the state of dying before shedding, and his condition was only slightly better than ancestor Nether Whisper's. However, since he dared to come forward, he naturally had full confidence. 9 Heaven's secret demon Yin Thunder. Ancestor Nether Whisper's expression turned cold as he uttered a Dao incantation, forming a hand seal. In an instant, thunder emerged in the void, lightning flashing and striking down towards Liu Yang. This time, Liu Yang did not resist directly. Instead, he silently activated his sword technique, forming a sword light beneath his feet. Simultaneously, he summoned the Blood Sun Sword Pill to flee 100 miles away. Then, he split off another sword light. Finally, using the sword light teleportation technique from the Divine Firmament Sword Control True formula, he flashed and appeared 100 miles away. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the lightning struck the city of unjust death below. In an instant, several city districts were shattered, raising a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. However, no souls emerged from the sea of blood. All had been annihilated, a thunder technique that specifically targets souls. Lu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Thunder is inherently the most yang and rigid element of heaven and earth, but extremes can reverse. The most yin and gentle qi can also give rise to immense thunder. Ancestor Nether Whispers, Nine Heaven's secret demon yin thunder, was evidently such a divine power. It seemed that he had seen through Lu Yang's situation and was using this thunder technique to contaminate his soul. If struck, Lu Yang would likely lose this battle. Thinking of this, Lu Yang once again split his sword light, scattering it in all directions. Sword escape technique? Ancestor Nether Whisper looked over and sneered. The sword escape of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion is indeed the fastest in the world, but as long as it's a divine power, there must be a way to counter it. Our Witch Ghost path has clashed with the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion several times in the past. How can we not understand this method? Moreover, you don't seem to be proficient in swordsmanship. You probably learned it through dual cultivation methods, right? Such petty tricks, and you dare to show off in front of me. With that, he pointed with his finger. From his fingertip, rolling mysterious light surged out, covering the sky and earth. Upon closer inspection, it was countless witch ghosts, their numbers no less than Lu Yang's sword lights. Each witch ghost closely followed a sword light. When Lu Yang used the sword escape to leave the battlefield again, Ancestor Nether Whisper also formed a hand seal, shook his body, and disappeared from the original spot. In the next second, when Lu Yang emerged from a sword light, the witch ghost beside that sword light transformed, revealing Ancestor Nether Whisper's figure. Boom! Another Yin thunder struck down. At the critical moment, Lu Yang shook the Myriad Spirit's banner in his hand. Hundreds and thousands of 5 thunder talismans flew out from the banner, simultaneously activating and transforming into a blazing yang thunder, colliding with the Yin thunder in midair. Talismans? Ancestor Nether Whisper frowned slightly at the sight, but quickly relaxed. Although it's a bit troublesome. How many do you have? Still just a drop in the bucket. His voice abruptly stopped, because in the next second, Lu Yang fully unfurled the Myriad Spirit's banner. Talismans flew out one after another, instantly filling most of the sky. In his previous life, with the assistance of the bright Dao Jade slip, Lu Yang had already pushed talisman and formation techniques to the limit of the Qi refining realm, ranking 7th grade. Coupled with the industrial production line of the Myriad Spirit's banner, he directly used talismans to form formations, shifting and changing, instantly mobilizing the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles. Moreover, formation patterns lit up around the city of unjust death. In an instant, flying lights and flowing fires, wind and thunder rolled through the sky, firmly covering the entire city and trapping Ancestor Nether Whisper at the center of the formation. Did you really think I came unprepared? To deal with an elder, Lu Yang came well prepared. Before heading to the city of unjust death, he had already set up a grand formation around the city. Now, with the formation activated, it erupted with astonishing power. In the past, Lu Yang had relied on a heaven-slashing Blood River Sword formation to resist a Qi refining level 8 opponent with his Qi refining level 8 cultivation. The boost from formations to combat power was significant. Ancestor Nether Whisper naturally understood this. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately formed a hand seal to escape the formation's range. Trying to escape? Lu Yang waved his sleeve, and the previously split sword lights immediately swept back. Earlier, Ancestor Nether Whisper had each witch ghost follow a sword light to track Lu Yang. Now it backfired. In the blink of an eye, the sword lights cleared the remaining witch ghosts outside the formation. Without the witch ghosts as mediums, Ancestor Nether Whisper could no longer escape remotely and could only watch himself fall into the formation's encirclement with a grim face. Lu Yang sneered coldly and immediately formed a hand seal. In an instant, the formation shifted, countless talismans vibrated simultaneously, and wind, thunder, water, and fire poured out, engulfing Ancestor Nether Whisper's figure. If it were just a simple formation, Ancestor Nether Whisper wouldn't fear it. But the main formation master was Lu Yang, who added his own positional boost, making it a truly lethal method. When the wind, thunder, water, and fire dissipated, Ancestor Nether Whisperer reappeared, and the previously dazzling soul light had dimmed significantly. Good, such a junior. Ancestor Nether Whisperer appeared disheveled, his eyes cold, and he said in a low voice, "I really didn't want to expose this, but now it seems there's no choice." Before his words fell, his aura suddenly changed. He formed a hand seal, and the image of the Lord of the Dark Underworld behind him expanded again. The Yama Palace became more real, gradually revealing 8 thrones. "Return to your positions." A gloomy demonic voice spread in all directions. In the next second, Lu Yang saw 8 crimson escape lights that had just fled to the distance, now flying back. Within the escape lights were the terrified faces of the 8 elders of the Nether Whisper sect. Lu Yang immediately activated the formation to try to intercept them, but they seemed to be in another space, ethereal and elusive, impossible to stop. In the blink of an eye, they arrived beside Ancestor Nether Whisperer. Black and white impermanents, civil and military judges. Oxhead and Horseface, day and night, wandering gods. With each name Ancestor Nether Whisperer called out, an elder sat on a throne manifested by the Yama Palace. After all 8 elders were seated, boom, Ancestor Nether Whisperer transformed into the image of the Lord of the Dark Underworld and sat directly on the main throne of the Yama Palace. The entire palace seemed to be reborn, with 10,000 ghosts roaring, each performing their duties, as if the real underworld had descended upon the world, instantly breaking free from Lu Yang's talisman formation. Almost simultaneously, a sword cry echoed from the sky. The sound of the sword cry rolled in, carrying an overwhelming divine consciousness, making everyone who heard it involuntarily envision a scene. It was a towering cliff reaching the sky. On the cliff, a heroic young man in a Taoist robe sat cross-legged, gazing northward, with a magical sword placed before his knees. Then, he pointed northward and slashed. "Which Ghost Path Master? The chief culprit must be executed." Clang, clang. In the next second, all visions disappeared. Lu Yang saw a sharp sword light. It was the golden core sword chi in the secret realm fully awakened. At this moment, Lu Yang finally understood Ancestor Nether Whisperer's identity. The last sect master of the Witch Ghost Path. At the very moment the sword chi appeared, Ancestor Nether Whisperer also raised his head to look at the sword chi that had pressed upon him for 1,000 years, causing his fall from the clouds. In the next second, his face suddenly twisted. "True Lord, it's been 1,000 years. A full 1,000 years. How much longer do you intend to imprison me? Do you truly wish to annihilate our witch ghost lineage?" As his words fell, the sword chi in the sky paid no heed, silently discerning something, as if it could descend at any moment. Ancestor Nether Whisperer knew that this was the karmic consequence from his possession 1,000 years ago, still taking effect. However, with his aura fully exposed, it wouldn't be long before the golden core sword chi completely identified him. Then a sword would fly over to take his life. "I refuse to accept this." Thinking of this, Ancestor Nether Whisperer suddenly turned around, looking at Lu Yang. "Today, borrowing your life, I will defy the heavens and continue our witch ghost lineage." As his words fell, Ancestor Nether Whisperer manipulated the Yama Palace to press down with a roar. Lu Yang activated the formation talisman, once again invoking the power of the formation to bolster himself. Yet this time, regardless of wind, thunder, water, or fire, none could harm Ancestor Nether Whisperer in the slightest, because a disparity in status had emerged. With the 8 elders returning to their positions, the Yama Palace was complete, and Ancestor Nether Whisperer status had already surpassed Lu Yang's, even rapidly approaching the Foundation establishment realm. "It's useless. Since you forced me to expose myself and reorganize the Yama Palace, all your methods are now insignificant. This supreme divine ability was once deduced by us Foundation establishment cultivators together. If 9 perfected foundation establishment cultivators were to sit within, it might even feign a golden core position and battle a true lord. Ancestor Nether Whisper's tone was full of pride. Which sect in the world doesn't wish to endure for ages? Which doesn't aim to ascend higher? The Witch Ghost Path was among them and nearly succeeded. If not for the sect master of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion of that generation. That true lord. That sword chi. Kill! Ancestor Nether Whisper roared. The status of the Yama Palace still rising, astonishingly entering the Ascension state that only appears when breaking through to foundation establishment. Younger generation, let me show you the true pinnacle of chi refining. Ancestor Nether Whisper stood atop the Yama Palace, his aura lofty, breaking through 9 layers of heavenly barriers in an instant, standing within the foundation establishment realm. In the next second, Liu Yang's pupils contracted, because having broken through before, he knew that breaking through to foundation establishment involves 2 steps. The first is ascending to the foundation establishment realm, and the second is constructing the immortal foundation. At this moment, Ancestor Nether Whisper had completed the first step, ascending into the foundation establishment realm. Yet, he did not choose to construct the immortal foundation. Instead, he began to fall. Ancestor Nether Whisper stood in the foundation establishment realm, pointing with a finger, simultaneously beginning to descend. In an instant, shadows enveloped Liu Yang's entire mind. He almost instantly understood the method Ancestor Nether Whisper displayed, sacrificing a failed breakthrough to launch an attack from the foundation establishment realm. But in terms of power alone, this strike was scarcely inferior to that of a true foundation establishment cultivator. This was heaven collapses. In the next instant, shadows fell. Liu Yang's figure was instantly engulfed. The ground within 100 miles collapsed. All formation talismans shattered, and the rising dust resembled a dragon ascending to the heavens. The collision felt like the sky collapsing, turbid waves sweeping the void. For a time, only billowing energy waves surged, radiant lights intertwined, persisting for a long while before gradually dissipating, finally revealing Ancestor Nether Whisper's battered figure. One must know that heaven collapses is not an ordinary divine ability. Strictly speaking, it's not even a divine ability, but a method. The 2 steps of breaking through to foundation establishment. Failing the second step results in certain death, while failing the first depends entirely on the cultivator's foundation. A strong foundation allows survival. And heaven collapses was created based on this. A self-destructive method purely using one's foundation to suppress others, attacking the opponent with the momentum of a failed ascension. Although the user would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries due to the failed ascension, exchanging for a foundation establishment level strike was deemed worthwhile. To achieve swift victory, this is the only way. Ancestor Nether Whisper's expression was calm. After the 8 elders returned to their positions, he could steadily suppress Liu Yang with the Yama Palace, but suppression doesn't equate to swift victory. With the golden core sword chi above, he couldn't afford to waste time. Thus, he chose this extremely fierce method, severely injuring Liu Yang in one blow, to proceed with the final step of his plan. 10,000 souls devour spirit sees heaven grand technique. As Ancestor Nether Whisper formed a hand seal, a mysterious fluctuation instantly spread, not targeting Liu Yang, but the city of wrongful death below. In the next second, city of unjust death overturned. In just a blink, all living beings within the city were slaughtered by Ancestor Nether Whisper. Not only city of unjust death, but blood splattered throughout the secret realm. Immediately after, visible soul lights surged towards Ancestor Nether Whisper, finally clustering around his soul, transforming into a flying light, rushing towards Liu Yang with a ferocious grin of success. Raising spirits for 1,000 years, it's time to use them. Yet in the next second, his smile suddenly froze. As the dust settled, Liu Yang stepped out, not as severely injured as he imagined, merely his clothes stained with blood, seemingly unharmed. So that's it, It wasn't the golden core sword Qi committing mass slaughter. It was you. Lu Yang sighed, understanding the cause and effect. Why were there so many people in the Witch Ghost secret realm? Because Ancestor Nether Whisper's secret technique required them. They were all nurtured talents. The reason the secret realm became a dead land in a previous life was likely because Ancestor Nether Whisper killed everyone to perform the secret technique, but failed to deceive the golden core sword Qi, leading to his own soul's destruction. Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh, looking at Ancestor Nether Whisper with a hint of pity, pitying his 1,000 years of survival, yet still in vain. This is impossible. Ancestor Nether Whisper's face twisted, looking at Lu Yang in disbelief. You clearly took my heaven collapses strike. How can you be unscathed? Lu Yang smiled faintly. To be honest, I do have some skills. Purple talent, some skills. Some skills. No matter how terrifying the attack, as long as it's within your capability, you can handle it with ease twice. With his current cultivation, the Qi refining realm was within his capability. Even heaven collapses was no exception. In an instant, Ancestor Nether Whisper showed a look of despair. Lu Yang was not weak. If severely injured, his possession would have been a guaranteed success. But if Lu Yang was only slightly injured, the situation was different. A tenfold chance of success instantly plummeted to 50%, or even lower. However, at this point, Ancestor Nether Whisper had no retreat, only able to muster all his spirit, rushing into Lu Yang's sea of consciousness with the support of 10,000 souls. He aimed to achieve success in one strike, destroy Lu Yang's sea of consciousness in one blow, then possess and replace him. In the next second, Ancestor Nether Whisper saw within Lu Yang's sea of consciousness. Lu Yang's soul calmly rose, casually making a few moves as if aided by divine forces, effortlessly and gracefully throwing him out of the sea of consciousness. Ancestor Nether Whisper. Due to Lu Yang's actions being too relaxed and unrestrained, Ancestor Nether Whisper didn't even realize what had happened until he was thrown out of the sea of consciousness. I told you I do have some skills. One to handle heaven collapses, another to handle possession. No. The failed possession left Ancestor Nether Whisper only time to let out a miserable scream. Clang! Clang! In the next second, a majestic sword Qi descended from the sky, without hesitation, directly shattering his soul, countless thoughts exploding like stars. Seeing this, Lu Yang didn't hesitate, sweeping his sleeve to collect all the thoughts. These were the divine senses formed from the shattered soul of Ancestor Nether Whisper, the last sect master of the Witch Ghost path, containing most of his memories. Frankly, they were priceless treasures. The Witch Ghost secret realm was now empty. All the people had been killed cleanly by Ancestor Nether Whisper during his possession attempt, and as the golden core sword Qi descended, Ancestor Nether Whisper was also shattered by the sword Qi. At this moment, only Lu Yang remained in the Witch Ghost secret realm. However, the golden core sword Qi did not strike down, but instead returned to the sky above the secret realm, continuing to lie dormant, absorbing the world's vital energy, seemingly never to dissipate. Yet, Lu Yang's expression did not relax in the slightest. Instead, it became extremely solemn, for he clearly felt that a line of karma had been locked onto him by the sword Qi. In other words, once the sword Qi erupted, even if separated by thousands of miles, it could still sever his head with a single strike. Is it because I took the inheritance of the Witch Ghost path? Lu Yang glanced at the soul fragment of Ancestor Nether Whisper that he had collected. As long as he abandoned these thoughts, perhaps he could escape the karma of the sword Qi. But, I insist, a Foundation establishment soul, once the soul of a great overlord of the demonic path and the head of a sect, was not something comparable to the soul of the Yin clan ancestor in his previous life. After all, the Yin clan ancestor's soul had been purified by true person Ming Chan. But Ancestor Nether Whisper's soul contained a full 1,000 years of experience, including divine abilities, cultivation methods, and various secrets about Foundation establishment. I'll accept this karma. With a thought, Lu Yang immediately activated a light escape technique and disappeared from the spot, then casually created a cave, dwelling nearby, and began seclusion. Several days later, inside the cave dwelling, Lu Yang opened his eyes, and in front of him were the thoughts of ancestor Nether Whisper, which he had now fully refined. In the process, he also gained a deeper understanding of ancestor Nether Whisper. This person truly deserves to be called a peerless talent. Lu Yang sighed, then picked up one of the thoughts. Unlike the others, this one shone brilliantly, more spiritual than the rest. Because this thought did not contain ancestor Nether Whisper's memories, but his testament. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Although ancestor Nether Whisper was confident that his possession would not fail, he had also prepared for contingencies. This testament was his contingency plan, in which he clearly stated that he would preserve the inheritance of the witch ghost path in its most complete form within his thoughts. If he died and Lu Yang survived, this inheritance would be given to Lu Yang, thus continuing the lineage of the witch ghost path. Of course, there were conditions. To obtain this inheritance, Lu Yang must accept the karma of the witch ghost path and rebuild its sect in the future, cultivating a foundation establishment for the witch ghost path. Otherwise, the soul thoughts would self-destruct. As ancestor Nether Whisper had previously stated, his lifelong pursuit was to continue the witch ghost path, and he absolutely could not let it perish under his leadership. Therefore, he had considered everything, whether in life or death. He even stated in the thought that as long as Lu Yang accepted the inheritance, he had a way to help Lu Yang quickly gain Foundation establishment combat power in a short time. How could Lu Yang refuse this? Take the benefits first. Anyway, the karma of the witch ghost path, no matter how heavy, is only for this lifetime. What does it have to do with me in the next life? Ancestor Nether Whisper, the last sect master of the witch ghost path. He was also the most talented person in the history of the witch ghost path, successfully establishing his foundation at a young age. And then, in just over 200 years, he combined the celestial stems and earthly branches, yin and yang numbers, achieving complete foundation establishment and seeking the position of wall soil. Unfortunately, heaven is jealous of talent. At that time, a true person from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion had already achieved the wall soil position, instantly cutting off ancestor Nether Whisper's path. How could ancestor Nether Whisper and the witch ghost path accept this? However, ancestor Nether Whisper truly lived up to his extraordinary talent, as he forcefully researched another path and created the method of the Yama Palace. 8 complete foundation establishments transformed into black and white impermanents, civil and military judges, oxhead and horseface, day and night wandering gods, all hosted by him, could temporarily hold the golden position and manifest its effects. Originally a fantastical concept, but with the help of a third-party force, ancestor Nether Whisper succeeded. But this success brought a catastrophic disaster to the witch ghost path. That true person who had achieved the wall soil position sat in the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion and, from tens of thousands of miles away, struck with a sword, declaring the extermination of the entire witch ghost path. The more Lu Yang read, the more shocked he became, finally closing the memory thought abruptly, not daring to look further, even refraining from deep contemplation, decisively choosing to stop. Because he could clearly feel that as he understood more about the events leading to the extermination of the witch ghost path 1,000 years ago, a line of karma on his body became clearer. One end connected to him, the other end immersed in the vast web of karma, like an abyss with no end in sight. Damn it, that true person from 1,000 years ago is still alive. Lu Yang was 100% certain that the other end of the karma line was that true person. The moment he knew the details, that true person would also know him. This is too damn ridiculous. What a broken place, broken place. After a long time, Lu Yang slowly calmed his mind, no longer daring to delve into the troubles of 1,000 years ago, and instead began to study the inheritance left by ancestor Nether Whisper. Among them, besides divine abilities like the Nine Heavens secret demonine thunder, the most crucial was the underworld Lord Xuanming's ghost-controlling position, a divine ability of the Witch Ghost Path. Although the Witch Ghost Path foundation was not as deep as the first Saint Demon Sect, the entire sect had only this one divine ability, but ancestor Nether Whisper had developed it to the extreme. After reading it, Liu Yang's expression became increasingly amazed. No wonder he said in the testament that he could help me gain foundation establishment combat power. The Underworld Lord's ghost position. If 9 complete foundation establishments practiced this divine ability together to form the Yama Palace, could temporarily hold the golden position with foundation establishment bodies. Of course, finding 9 complete foundation establishments was impossible. But if he settled for less and had 9 complete Qi refining practitioners practice this divine ability together, supplemented by a vast amount of fortune infusion, it could also temporarily hold the foundation establishment position. The 8 elders of the Nether Whisper sect did just that. Ancestor Nether Whisper passed down this lineage to have people practice with him, and the existence of the 8 red-clothed witch ghosts was to form the Yama Palace with him. Ancestor Nether Whisper originally intended to use this method to achieve foundation establishment immediately after escaping. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Of course, although this divine ability was astonishing, it was not without drawbacks, as its foundation was built upon the Witch Ghost secret realm. The so-called temporary foundation establishment is not truly breaking through to foundation establishment. Instead, it transforms a region into an existence with the same status as the foundation establishment realm, then governs that region to display the power of foundation establishment. This is not the path of form refinement and ascension. This is actually the concept of the heaven collapses. Liu Yang quickly recalled that when ancestor Nether Whisper perfected this divine ability, he had received help from a third-party force, borrowing from their lineage. It was called the Heavenly Martial Path Court, located in Jiangdong. Chun Exinen told me that the Jiangdong lineage is entirely different. Cultivators of the heaven collapses do not ascend, but transform the existing environment. In Jiangdong, the Dao court governs the world, called Heavenly Martial, commanding all races, establishing 12 positions with specific duties, shepherding the people in all directions. Therefore, under the Dao court, they do not cultivate magic power or learn divine abilities. Those conferred with official positions naturally possess magic power and divine abilities. Those who hold positions are equivalent to true persons, and those who ascend to the great throne are comparable to true monarchs. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's brows furrowed deeper. Different paths cannot work together. He was already a cultivator on the path of form refinement and ascension. Even if he wanted to switch to the heaven collapses, it was not feasible. So if I use this divine ability to achieve foundation establishment, my future path will be cut off. If within Jiangdong, there was still room for advancement beyond foundation establishment, but the Yama Palace was merely ancestor Nether Whisper's imitation, naturally leading to a dead end. And this was just one of the side effects. Another side effect was that, since it relied on a specific region to achieve foundation establishment, it was also confined to that region. Once the earth veins were damaged, the realm would fall. This method is not suitable for me, but it's not without a clever workaround. Ancestor Nether Whisper had considered thoroughly, anticipating that Liu Yang might be unwilling to sever his path, so he specially prepared an alternative plan for him. The Great Incarnation Universal Divine Method. Liu Yang's eyes lit up. This secret method had a simple effect, refining a living person into his own guardian deity, thereby borrowing that person's merit, fortune, and even retaining their thoughts, transforming them into his puppet, yet without creating karma. A clone refined with this secret method can just practice the Underworld Lord's ghost position. By the way, I can also transfer the karma of the Witch Ghost path to him. Even the 9 complete Qi refining practitioners needed for cultivation were arranged by ancestor Nether Whisper, 8 red-clothed ghosts plus myself, Everything is ready. Only the final step remained, a vast infusion of fortune. Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly arose in Liu Yang's heart. Yu Suzhen, if she could surpass and kill Shattering, seizing the fortune of that colorful merit fish for herself, perhaps it could meet the requirements for constructing the Yama Palace. She herself could even be refined into a guardian deity. If I can truly refine a guardian spirit that mimics Foundation establishment, it would greatly aid my own breakthrough to Foundation establishment, increasing my chances by at least 30%. Liu Yang sat cross-legged, pondering in his heart. Not only that, but more importantly, the guardian spirit would carry complete karmic ties, allowing me to sever them when necessary and shift the karma of the witch ghost path onto it. Although this means that the cultivation fortune obtained from stealing heaven's secrets cannot be used for Foundation establishment and must be invested in the guardian spirit. With a guardian spirit, combined with third-grade true chi, corpse dissolution immortal, saintly thief, and thought-severing heaven-seeing silkworm secret, I still have a 70% chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment. If I obtain the Ascension order, that would make it 80%. Moreover, according to Ancestor Nether Whisper, the more preparation before Foundation establishment, the higher the success rate, and the greater the benefits after breaking through. This pertains to the cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm. So-called Foundation establishment is essentially a gamble with one's life. There are even those who attempt it with only a 30 or 40% chance, relying on sheer luck to succeed. However, breakthroughs achieved through such gambles are not without cost. The less preparation beforehand, the lower the success rate, indicating that the Dao injuries sustained during Foundation establishment are more severe. Especially after Foundation establishment, these Dao injuries become deeply ingrained, hindering further advancement unless removed. The entire early stage of Foundation establishment cultivation is actually a healing process. Conversely, if you are well prepared and attempt the breakthrough with a 70 or 80% chance, the corresponding healing time after success will be significantly reduced. If you have a full 100% chance before breaking through, then upon success, you will have perfected the early stage of Foundation establishment and can look forward to the mid-stage. In the cultivation world, this method of breakthrough is also known as perfect Foundation establishment, generally only attempted by the direct disciples of true lords. This is also normal. It should be noted that Liu Yang has come this far through multiple lifetimes of arduous cultivation, and at best, he has an 80% chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment. The remaining 20% is still unaccounted for. This is not due to a lack of talent, but purely a matter of background. After all, perfect Foundation establishment requires an overwhelming amount of resources, which ordinary people simply cannot achieve. Perhaps only the direct disciples of Golden Core True Lords can mobilize such resources. However, despite this, Liu Yang does not intend to pursue the so-called perfect Foundation establishment. Although perfect Foundation establishment sounds impressive, it merely saves cultivation time. I have no need to be fixated on it. An 80% chance is sufficient to take the plunge. Break through first, then talk. As the saying goes, only by standing tall can one see far. Many matters can only be addressed after becoming a Foundation establishment true person. The benefits of breaking through first are self-evident. Having made up his mind, Liu Yang no longer hesitated. Judging by the time, Yu Suzhen should be almost done. If the old master of Mending Heaven Peak is truly willing to act, she has probably succeeded by now. Liu Yang formed a hand seal with one hand and once again calculated Yu Suzhen's recent situation. Primordial Saint Sect, sky-reaching sea of clouds. Within a secret realm, an ancient bronze hall, Yu Suzhen sat suspended in mid-air, her thin garments unable to conceal the crimson hue emerging on her skin. On the other side, Shattring's eyes were bloodshot, his face contorted with struggle, as if enduring something. His robust body emitted intense yang energy, forming a stark contrast with Yu Suzhen's overwhelming yin energy. For a moment, the convergence of yin and yang was evident. Despicable scoundrel. In the next second, Yu Suzhen's voice turned icy as she shattered the bronze coffin at the center of the secret realm with a palm strike, her face visibly burning with intense anger. Xiao Shiye was even more terrified upon seeing this. However, amidst his fear, a strange sensation quietly emerged in his heart due to Yu Suzhen's resistance, making it increasingly difficult for him to control himself. The incident originated from a treasure hunt in the secret realm. Relying on immense fortune, he was the first to enter the core of the secret realm, only to find that Yu Suzhen was just a step behind, forcibly seizing his opportunity. As it turned out, the inheritance left by the secret realm's master concealed a trap. After obtaining the inheritance, it required the harmonization of Yin and Yang energies. Otherwise, imbalance would lead to immediate death. At this moment, only Xiao Shiye and Yu Suzhen were present in the core of the secret realm, a lone man and woman. What would happen was self-evident. Thinking of this, Xiao Shiye instinctively stood up. "Don't come any closer." On the other side, Yu Suzhen almost immediately cried out in alarm. However, her misty eyes and flushed skin lacked any convincing deterrent. This only made Xiao Shiye more excited. The two drew closer, and the Yin and Yang energies completely merged. In the next second, Xiao Shiye saw a fair, jade-like arm wrap around his neck. In an instant, a fragrant scent enveloped him. Yu Suzhen's weak voice, tinged with a sigh, still echoed in Xiao Shiye's ear. "Little thief, if you dare touch me, I will take your life in the future." This sentence instantly triggered Xiao Shiye's rebellious psyche. He had heard of Yu Suzhen, the renowned fairy Suzhen, exceptionally talented, surpassing many disciples at a young age, having reached the late stage of qi refining. In contrast, he was merely an unknown cultivator in the mid-stage of qi refining. From the moment they entered the secret realm, Yu Suzhen had maintained this cold demeanor, never acknowledging him, even forcibly taking his opportunity. This was intolerable. "I'll touch you. What can you do about it?" Xiao Shiye's eyes turned blood-red. In a fit of rage, he abandoned all the unease and self-restraint that had arisen, grabbed her forcefully, and began the act. Yin and Yang intertwined, day and night unceasing. Several days later, Yu Suzhen finally awoke, engaged in another bout of entanglement with Xiao Shiye, but ultimately chose to let him go, even saving his life. From then on, the two formed an inseparable bond. Since then, Xiao Shiye could not forget Yu Suzhen, especially when he occasionally saw the cold fairy appear before others. He couldn't help but recall the passion hidden beneath her icy exterior. Under the influence of his lower desires, Xiao Shiye's choice was clear. He wanted to become stronger, strong enough to stand before Yu Suzhen again and openly become her Dao companion. Driven by this thought, Xiao Shiye arrived at the sect's merit pool. Having hit rock bottom, any direction was upward. Take a gamble. In places unseen by mortals, Xiao Shiye's soaring fortune burned intensely at this moment, eliciting a response from the merit pool. "This time, I must win. I've invested all my contribution points this year. At least give me a gold one. If not gold, at least a purple one as a consolation." Under the intense, red-eyed gaze of numerous sect disciples, the merit pool revealed its results, and a 7-colored light burst forth. "Jackpot! Jackpot!" In an instant, the crowd erupted. Almost everyone's gaze immediately focused on Xiao Shiye, now bathed in colorful light, their eyes filled with jealousy, anger, and murderous intent, barely concealed. "Damn it, who is this guy?" Xiao Shiye paid no attention to them, his face beaming with excitement as he received the colorful merit fish that landed in his hand, affectionately rubbing it against his palm. With this, he could turn his life around. That cold and proud fairy Suzhen would surely see him in a new light. Sensing the envious and greedy stares around him, Xiao Shiye didn't hesitate. He swallowed the merit fish whole and began refining it on the spot. In the next second, silence fell. All the anger, jealousy, and greed vanished. Every sect disciple, including Xiao Shiye, ceased thinking, as if time had stopped. A figure embodying all the colors of heaven and earth quietly appeared. It was none other than Taoist Hong Yun. Seems like this bait yielded a good catch. Taoist Hong Yun looked at Xiao Shiye, nodding in satisfaction. With the fortune from the colorful merit fish, he could alleviate his urgent needs. With this thought, he immediately prepared to retrieve Xiao Shiye and extract his fortune. However, he quickly froze, because when he extended his divine sense into Xiao Shiye's body, he found it empty. His true qi and vitality had vanished. He was dead. Where's the fish I caught? That big one. Taoist Hong Yun's smile stiffened, his face turning visibly ashen, staring at Xiao Shiye's corpse in shock and fury. In the next second, Taoist Hong Yun calculated with his fingers, then laughed in extreme anger. How bold! Primordial Saint Sect, mending Heaven Peak. Just as Xiao Shi drew the colorful merit fish and began refining it, Yu Suzhen made her move. Activating Stealing Heaven's secrets, Xiao Shiye was instantly drained to death. The immense cultivation and fortune that allowed a mortal to reach the peak of qi refining overnight were effortlessly absorbed by Yu Suzhen. In an instant, Yu Suzhen's cultivation surged. Everything happened so quickly that even Yu Suzhen herself didn't have time to react. However, this did not hinder her ecstasy. Could this be her opportunity? Am I about to ascend in one step? The very next second, a familiar sensation suddenly spread from her dantian, swiftly engulfing her entire body. This was stealing heaven's secrets. Yu Suzhen's expression changed dramatically. She sensed, in disbelief, that her cultivation, which should have broken through to the peak of qi refining, was rapidly declining. She was all too familiar with this feeling. During this period, she had surpassed countless disciples and created numerous cauldrons. Yet, only at this moment did she realize that she herself was someone else's cauldron. But when did it happen? Who had acted against her without her knowledge? Soon, a sense of weakness welled up in her heart. Joy turned to sorrow. Terror replaced ecstasy. The feeling of being slowly drained to death twisted Yu Suzhen's delicate face. She couldn't help but cry out loudly. Wait a moment. Before she could finish speaking, the suction force suddenly doubled. In the next second, Yu Suzhen's energy plummeted to the bottom. Her entire true qi, cultivation, fortune, and even her soul were drained, flowing out of the sect. Almost simultaneously, two cracks suddenly appeared in Yu Suzhen's cave dwelling. Immediately after, two figures stepped out from the cracks, one after the other. Their gazes instantly fell upon Yu Suzhen's corpse. One step too late. Taoist Hong Yun's expression remained calm. Only his pair of bone-chilling eyes revealed his current fury. The next second, he turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on the mending Heaven Peak Master. Chen Taiha, do you wish to fight me? Throughout the entire sect, everyone knew his condition. Anyone who dared to snatch the bait he used to fish for fortune was effectively shortening his lifespan and would inevitably face his fiercest retaliation. Therefore, even the true person Chong Wang, who had the greatest conflict with him, dared not make a move. After all, his status was too high. Even though he was no longer what he used to be, he was still incomparable to ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. However, Taoist Hong Yun never expected that the mending Heaven Peak Master, with whom he had only minor disputes, would obscure causality and commit such a significant act. Taoist Hong Yun, please calm down. Compared to the furious Taoist Hong Yun, the mending Heaven Peak Master appeared quite composed. The one who acted is the junior who previously took away the Pan Long inheritance. Following this thread of energy, if we pursue him, we might still retrieve that colorful merit fish. Although we'll inevitably suffer some damage, it's better than nothing. Of course, if you insist on fighting me, I don't mind experiencing the style of the former True Lord. The mending Heaven Peak Master also did not intend to completely offend Taoist Hong Yun. After all, he merely wanted to sell Chong Wang a favor. As long as he reduced Taoist Hong Yun's gains, it was sufficient. There was no need to leave him empty-handed. This way, he wouldn't be regarded by Daoist Hong Yun as a thorn in the eye. At most, their relationship would deteriorate. It wasn't great to begin with. With the formidable enemy Chongwang ahead, it wasn't a big deal. Everything was within his plan. The mending heaven peak master smiled indifferently. Then, he calculated with his fingers and quickly found Liu Yang's location. He immediately took a step forward, crossing the void in pursuit. Daoist Hong Yun gritted his teeth slightly upon seeing this, but could only follow closely behind. Meanwhile, within the witch ghost's secret realm, as a stream of light traversed the void and arrived, Liu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. While revealing a look of joy, he also glanced solemnly in the direction of the Primordial Saint Sect. Old bastard. As expected, you harbor ill intentions towards me. Liu Yang exhaled a breath, but did not panic. He had anticipated that the mending heaven peak master and Daoist Hong Yun would pursue him. In fact, it was exactly what he wanted. Thinking of this, Liu Yang looked at the innate primordial qi divine talisman in his arms. The next second, he removed this treasure that could obscure causality, voluntarily leaving its protection, and instead sent it into the witch ghost's secret realm. At this point, there's no point in hiding my causality. On the contrary, the causality of the witch ghost's secret realm needs to be concealed. Once the mending heaven peak master arrives and fails to deduce that this is the witch ghost's secret realm and opens it without authorization, the golden core sword chi inside can give him a severe blow. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Liu Yang's eyes. Although the sect's foundation is far beyond that of the witch ghost path, and the mending heaven peak master is the master of a peak, he might possess life-saving items at the golden core level. But even so, he can't remain unscathed under a golden core sword chi. At that time, if I can refine a foundation, establishment, guardian deity, I can take advantage of the situation to strike him down and avenge the humiliation of being killed by a single finger in my previous life. Thinking of this, Liu Yang dared not delay. Begin refining the guardian deity immediately. Activating stealing heaven's secrets, the light in his hand dispersed, revealing Yu Suzhen's bewildered soul and the vast cultivation and fortune belonging to the colorful merit fish. The next second, Liu Yang unfurled the Myriad spirit's banner. The banner emitted a dark light, and thousands of witch ghosts roared in unison. Among them were the 8 red-clothed ghosts required for cultivating the Xuanming underworld lord's ghost position. As the banner waved, the Yama Palace, once displayed by Master Nether Whisper, reappeared. The great incarnation, universal, divine method. Liu Yang formed a hand seal without stopping. His vast spiritual consciousness transformed into a large hand, enveloping Yu Suzhen's soul, grasping it tightly, and instantly refining it. Yu Suzhen's wail immediately rang out, but quickly weakened. Then it transformed into a ball of spiritual light, condensing into a new soul. The new soul was identical to Yu Suzhen in every way. However, inside and out, it had been completely refined by Liu Yang. At this moment, her eyes stared blankly at Liu Yang. Soon, the soul gradually solidified. The originally naked, delicate body was finally covered by a thin veil. The snow-white dress bloomed like a lotus, and a pair of petite, delicate bare feet hovered in midair. At this point, the guardian deity was considered refined. However, Liu Yang was still not at ease. After all, he intended for her to feign foundation establishment. But if she became too strong and escaped his control, what then? Such things must be guarded against. After all, he didn't want to hear one day, "What a Yu Suzhen, truly a hero among the world," which would be truly amusing. Therefore, he did not stop. Instead, he waved the Myriad spirit's banner, collecting the guardian deity back into the banner. At the same time, he engraved numerous self-destruct restrictions onto Yu Suzhen's soul. With triple safeguards, as long as she harbored any thoughts of betrayal, she would be doomed instantly, ensuring Liu Yang would not suffer backlash. Thus, after a while, as Liu Yang formed a seal, Yu Suzhen's blank eyes suddenly lit up. Like adding the finishing touch to a dragon, Her stagnant thoughts resumed operation at this moment. The next second, she looked at Lu Yang. Her plump, delicate body slowly knelt down. Her fair forehead pressed tightly against the ground. Her clear and pleasant voice was filled with obedience. Slave greets master. Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. You are no longer the soul of the past. From now on, you shall be called Anew, as a guardian deity. With the Myriad spirit's banner and self-destruct restrictions, Anew's life and death were now at his whim. There was no need to worry about her betraying him at a critical moment. Return to your position. With a thought from Lu Yang, Anew, who had been refined into a guardian deity, floated up and landed in the Yama Palace, sitting on the main seat. Immediately after, Lu Yang infused the fortune of the colorful merit fish into the Yama Palace. The fortune burned like fire, as if tempering refined iron, gradually forging the originally simple and assembled Yama Palace into a cohesive whole. However, at this moment, boom, a loud noise rang out. Lu Yang suddenly looked up. His gaze pierced through the witch ghost secret realm and saw a void crack suddenly appear above Skeleton Mountain. The mending Heaven Peak Master and Taoist Hong Yun stepped out. The formidable enemies had arrived. Outside the witch ghost secret realm, above Skeleton Mountain, the void cracked open, and the mending Heaven Peak Master and Taoist Hong Yun stepped out one after the other, their foundation establishment gazes sweeping over the entire Skeleton Mountain in an instant. In that moment, the previously cloudless sky became overcast, with thunderbolts weaving through the clouds like silver snakes, illuminating half the sky. Even a casual sweep of divine sense from a foundation establishment true person caused the rogue cultivators and demon ghosts within the mountain to reveal expressions of fear. This is the place. Although his divine sense found nothing, the mending Heaven Peak Master couldn't help but smile. That his divine sense failed to locate the target immediately indicated that the opponent's hiding place was of high quality. Unexpectedly, there's an additional gain, a secret realm. Thinking of the substantial harvest, the mending Heaven Peak Master couldn't help but hum softly. In the next second, he calculated with his fingers, attempting to discern the nature of the secret realm, but could only determine that it was an ordinary, unremarkable, small secret realm. No matter, entering will reveal the truth. The mending Heaven Peak Master was confident. As the head of one of the 4 peaks of the Primordial Saint Sect, his cultivation had long reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, just a step away from the late stage. Looking across the world, who could kill him besides the remnants of true lords? With this thought, the mending Heaven Peak Master immediately formed a hand seal, performing the heaven and earth searching technique, quickly locking onto the entrance of the witch ghost secret realm. Found it! The mending Heaven Peak Master smiled coldly and stepped towards the secret realm. On the other side, Taoist Hong Yun, instead of rushing in, revealed a strange expression. This secret realm seems off. Bearing the name Hong Yun, he naturally excelled in the Tao of Fortune. Just as he was about to follow the mending Heaven Peak Master into the secret realm, he suddenly sensed a heart-palpitating feeling, prompting him to halt decisively. Given his current cultivation, what could instill such a sense of crisis? This is getting interesting. With this thought, Taoist Hong Yun suddenly smiled coldly, watching the mending Heaven Peak Master enter the secret realm with great interest, a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. In the next second, boom! A loud explosion emanated from within the secret realm, followed by a beam of spiritual light shooting skyward, stirring the earth veins of the 800-Li Skeleton Mountain, revealing its true form. Due to the mending Heaven Peak Master's forceful intrusion, the witch ghost's secret realm could no longer remain hidden and was completely exposed. Simultaneously, a majestic, unparalleled sword chi appeared at the top of the secret realm, suspended in the sky like a galaxy, resembling an inverted mountain and sea. Beneath the sword chi was the fleeing mending Heaven Peak Master. Despicable Junior, treacherous villain. The mending Heaven Peak Master cursed loudly as he fled, his earlier composure entirely gone, replaced by anger and anxiety from being thwarted. A golden core, sword chi. The mending heaven peak master never expected that the secret realm he considered within his grasp concealed a sword chi left by a golden core true lord. It was like a shark hiding in a fish pond. Lu Yang, who exactly are you? Due to the use of a divine talisman to obscure the cause and effect of the witch ghost's secret realm, Lu Yang lost his protection, allowing the mending heaven peak master to calculate his identity clearly. However, even with this clarity, the mending heaven peak master found it hard to believe. According to his calculations, Lu Yang had been cultivating for less than a year, yet not only had he achieved perfection in chi refining, but he had also mastered the Saint Thief, a secret art of the Primordial Saint Sect. Moreover, he had also acquired the Tying shedding form corpse dissolution true method, the heaven-severing silkworm secret, and other great divine abilities of the sect, typically reserved for true disciples. Yet, in reality, Lu Yang had just joined the sect. How could the mending heaven peak master believe this? It must be false. He had been deceived again. He even suspected that Lu Yang was the reincarnation of a true person of the sect. No, with such insidious and ruthless methods, there's no doubt. He must be the reincarnation of a true person of our sect. The mending heaven peak master's thoughts raced, but the sword chi above forced him to abandon these distractions, fleeing through the air in an attempt to evade the sword chi's lock. However, it was all in vain. In the next second, the mending heaven peak master abruptly stopped, his expression grim, as further escape was futile. The sword chi had already locked onto his cause and effect. A clear voice descended from the sky. Demonic path must be exterminated. Before the words faded, the sword chi struck. The mending heaven peak master couldn't resist, but a jade token at his waist activated on its own, flying in front of him to block the sword chi. In an instant, even the operation of heaven and earth seemed to slow down. The sword chi reflected the image of a handsome young man in Taoist robes, while a stern-faced middle-aged man emerged from the jade token. The two locked eyes, and an invisible mighty force clashed fiercely at a higher level. Crack! With a loud noise, the jade token shattered. Correspondingly, the sword chi was also diminished by 99%, leaving only a wisp that penetrated the jade token's defense and struck the mending heaven peak master. Yet, even so, the mending heaven peak master couldn't withstand it and exploded. Amidst the scattered flesh and blood, only a powerful soul remained, its eyes filled with immense fury, staring towards the witch ghost's secret realm. Inside the secret realm, Lu Yang sighed helplessly upon seeing this. As expected, he wasn't killed. Just as he had anticipated, the mending heaven peak master indeed possessed a golden core level life-saving item, which activated at the critical moment to save his life. Fortunately, I have also succeeded here. Under the golden core sword chi, the mending heaven peak master's physical body was destroyed, leaving only his soul, effectively severely injured. Nearby, Taoist Hong Yun remained a bystander. Taking advantage of the time gained by the golden core sword chi, Lu Yang successfully completed the final step of the Yama Palace. At this moment, the Myriad spirit's banner swayed, and the 800-Li skeleton mountain responded immediately. The magnificent Yama Palace rose from the ground, with the guardian deity Su Nu bathed entirely in divine light. Master! Su Nu gracefully descended beside Lu Yang, respectfully bowing, showing no sign of resistance despite her achievements. In fact, her beautiful eyes held a hint of fear as she looked at Lu Yang. Since she was personally refined by Lu Yang's spiritual sense, Su Nu, now a guardian deity, was influenced, including her understanding of Lu Yang's temperament. In her view, her master could be described with 4 words. Meticulous as a needle. Absolutely not to be offended. Seeing Su Nu's respectful demeanor, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Come in. As his words fell, Su Nu immediately responded softly, obediently entering Lu Yang's dantian, offering herself entirely without reservation. In the next second, Liu Yang's aura surged. Between his brows, a divine light as brilliant as the rising sun shone forth, with 6 dragon-shaped and phoenix-patterned talismanic characters glowing brightly. Underworld Lord's Ghost Position. Subsequently, the earth veins of the 800 Li Skeleton Mountain stirred, and an invisible supporting force descended, adding 3 more talismanic characters before the existing 6. Named Yama Heaven. Yama Heaven Underworld Lord's Ghost Position. At this moment, Liu Yang felt a warm current flowing throughout his body, with Su Nu like a sweet dew, nourishing his dantian. With such a Foundation Establishment guardian deity, although he had not yet reached Foundation Establishment, he could already enjoy the enhancements and benefits of the Foundation Establishment realm, to the extent that even the transformation progress of the corpse Dissolution Immortal had shortened from decades to mere months. Practicing great divine abilities with a Foundation Establishment status naturally led to rapid progress. While Liu Yang felt relaxed and joyful from his great success, the mending Heaven Peak Master on the other side was not in a good mood. How is this possible? He stared blankly at Liu Yang's soaring aura, almost unable to believe his eyes. The Heavenly Marshal of Jiangdong? No, it's similar but not quite. Before he could figure out, he saw Liu Yang glance sideways at him. In an instant, the mending Heaven Peak Master felt a chill throughout his body. Now reduced to a soul with greatly diminished cultivation, engaging in a duel with a Foundation Establishment cultivator could be dangerous. Retreat. The mending Heaven Peak Master's decision was swift, his soul immediately transforming into a stream of light retreating, even casting several avatars to confuse the pursuit. However, upon seeing this, Liu Yang merely formed a hand seal. With both hands clasped in a virtual gesture, index and little fingers bent inward. In the next second, a dark light surged behind Liu Yang, revealing a gloomy world. Within it were countless witch ghosts, supporting a towering hall, roaring incessantly. There were also impermanent beings claiming lives, ghost messengers capturing souls, judges rewarding and punishing, and wandering gods patrolling the heavens. 8 righteous deities with blue faces and fangs, fierce yet solemn, each wielding golden shackles, silver chains, mourning sticks, and life and death books, surrounded the towering hall. At the top of the hall, Liu Yang laughed heartily. Senior, having come from afar, why rush to leave? In the next second, the Yama Palace opened and closed. Why not enter my urn and allow me to fulfill my duty as host? As his words fell, the mending Heaven Peak Master didn't even have time to dodge, only feeling darkness before his eyes. When he looked back, he was already imprisoned within the Yama Palace. As the Yama Palace hung high in the sky, a gust of eerie wind swept across the 800 Li Skeleton Mountain, accompanied by incessant wails, transforming the area into a ghostly realm. The Master of Mending Heaven Peak stood amidst it all, his expression exceedingly grim. With just these tricks, you think you can kill me? He almost laughed in anger. Regardless of whether Liu Yang was the reincarnation of a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect, attempting to kill him in such a manner was simply underestimating him too much. On the other side, Liu Yang remained calm, while in his dantian, the Su Nu, who had transformed into a guardian deity, was drenched in sweat, unreservedly channeling her own status onto him, making his appearance increasingly solemn and sacred, as if he had become the center of the 800 Li Skeleton Mountain. Let's give it a try. I wish to witness the senior's divine abilities. Upon hearing this, the Master of Mending Heaven Peak gave Liu Yang a deep look, then nodded. Very well. Let me see which of my old colleagues you truly are. Clearly, he had already identified Liu Yang's true identity. He was undoubtedly the reincarnation of a true person of the Primordial Saint Sect. As for why he didn't state it outright, it was quite normal. Every true person of the Primordial Saint Sect carried some troublesome karmic ties, such as enemies, and more enemies. Now, having finally reincarnated, it was the perfect opportunity to shed past karma, who would willingly acknowledge their past identity and take on their former karmic burdens. As his words fell, the master of mending heaven Peak bent down, picked up a handful of yellow earth, infused it with his magical power for a moment, and then scattered it. The dust took root upon landing, instantly transforming into a large lump of earth. The master of mending heaven Peak's soul entered it, and in an instant, the lump of earth took on his appearance. Though with a body of earth and stone, it will suffice. The master of mending heaven Peak murmured softly, his lips moving as gravel continuously fell, but at least his soul now had a temporary dwelling. Boom! As the master of mending heaven Peak cast his spell, Lu Yang did not remain idle. Within the Yama Palace, the sounds of battle echoed as numerous witch ghosts appeared behind Lu Yang. These witch ghosts, all armed and armored, displayed fierce and grotesque faces. They were neatly arranged, with ghost soldiers and generals moving in unison. With a single thought from Lu Yang, they charged toward the master of mending heaven Peak. Demons and monsters dare approach my Dharma body. Upon seeing this, the master of mending heaven Peak sneered. A spiritual light rose slowly from the top of his head, dividing yin and yang, revealing black and white energies. Upon closer inspection, it was a scroll. He cultivated the mending heaven true scripture, ultimately establishing a Dao foundation named Yin Yaoing Grand Dao diagram. The diagram had two sides, one representing extreme yin, the other bright yang, using yin and yang to explain the myriad phenomena of the universe. Any divine abilities cast into the diagram would be decomposed, refined, absorbed, and even used for his own purposes. At this moment, the scroll unfolded, revealing the extreme yin side facing upward. The Yama Palace was primarily based on fierce yin, and the various witch ghosts were also of the yin attribute, making them perfectly countered by extreme yin. No matter how many came, it would be futile. In the next second, the scroll flipped. Extreme yin turned to bright yang, and a vast heavenly light illuminated all directions of the Yama Palace. Wherever it passed, all ghost soldiers and generals were ignited, instantly turning to dust. However, at the same time, several black lights, like thunderbolts, struck into the yin-yang diagram, causing the master of mending heaven Peak to grunt and his earthen stone body to crack. Nine Heaven's secret demon Yin Thunder, ancestor Nether Whisper, had once used this divine ability to suppress Lu Yang's soul. Now, Lu Yang was using the same technique against the master of mending heaven Peak's soul. Truly possesses some skill. The master of mending heaven Peak's expression darkened. Although Lu Yang undoubtedly suffered more damage in the recent clash, he himself was not unscathed. The confrontation between Foundation establishment cultivators was vastly different from that of Qi refining. True person duels involved manifesting one's Dao foundation through magical power, with countless divine abilities operating every moment. Thus, when both parties manifested their Dao foundations and clashed, it was akin to deploying large armies, each soldier representing a divine ability. Every collision was a battle between armies. Whoever suffered more losses and could no longer manifest their Dao foundation would be defeated. Such duels tested one's ability to strategize, essentially their level of cultivation. In essence, it was like arranging troops, where to concentrate forces, where to feign strength, where to send in a lone force, and where to set ambushes. With high cultivation, one could anticipate the enemy, arrange calmly, and adapt freely. With low cultivation, one would be manipulated at will. Therefore, unless there was a significant disparity, duels between Foundation establishment true persons rarely resulted in quick victories, and even if one won, it was difficult to kill the opponent. Lu Yang's cultivation was undoubtedly inferior to that of the Master of Mending Heaven Peak, but his condition was better. The Master of Mending Heaven Peak's physical body was destroyed, leaving only his soul, making his Dao foundation unstable, while Lu Yang's Yama Palace had just been completed at its peak. It was like Lu Yang commanding an army of 100,000, while the Master of Mending Heaven Peak had only 10,000 elite troops. The numerical disparity was so great that Liu Yang didn't need complex strategies. A simple attrition tactic would suffice. Over time, the Master of Mending Heaven Peak would naturally be defeated. Boom! Liu Yang gave the Master of Mending Heaven Peak no respite. The ghost soldiers and generals within the Yama Palace resurrected and surged toward the Master of Mending Heaven Peak again. For a moment, thunderous sounds echoed above Skeleton Mountain. The Master of Mending Heaven Peak's expression grew increasingly grim, the cracks on his hastily formed earthen stone body becoming more pronounced, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. Do you intend for mutual destruction? The Master of Mending Heaven Peak looked at Liu Yang, puzzled, as Liu Yang's condition seemed too good, showing no signs of injury. In fact, that was indeed the case. After all, it's not me who's getting hurt. Liu Yang glanced at his dantian, where the guardian deity, Su Nu, was now covered in wounds, her entire body cracked, in a much worse state than the Master of Mending Heaven Peak. Not a big problem. Liu Yang remained calm, continuing to exploit Su Nu's power. After all, she wasn't dead yet. As long as she was alive, he could use her to the fullest. After all, dueling was too dangerous. Better to let someone else bear the burden. Finally, the Master of Mending Heaven Peak couldn't hold on any longer. He had thought that a young, true person like Liu Yang would cherish his life and Dao Foundation more. But Liu Yang was so fierce, seemingly willing to perish together. Can't delay any longer. With this thought, the Master of Mending Heaven Peak immediately changed his strategy. The Yin Yaoing Grand Dao diagram closed, extreme Yin and bright Yang converged, and finally produced a point of mixed light. This point of light was initially as faint as a spark, but with the infusion of the Master of Mending Heaven Peak's magical power, it instantly blazed, emitting boundless brilliance. Wherever it passed, whether ghost soldiers, generals, or secret demon Yin thunder, all were annihilated. The light pierced through the Yama Palace. Boom! For a moment, the sky inside and outside was filled with mixed colors, black and white blending together, indistinguishable, clearing all the boiling Yin energy. Seeing this, the Master of Mending Heaven Peak dared not delay and immediately soared into the sky. What he had just performed was a great divine ability called Yin Yaoing Mixed Whole Supreme Divine Light, which he had relied upon to break through to Foundation Establishment in the past. After reaching Foundation Establishment, with the added status, his former great divine abilities gained many profound changes beyond Qi refining. For example, the Yin Yaoing Mixed Whole Supreme Divine Light he cast could now instantly extinguish spiritual energy, purifying and cleansing impurities. However, such divine abilities naturally consumed a lot. If he were still at his peak, wouldn't matter, but in his current state, using it once was fine. More than 3 times would exhaust him. Therefore, he cast it now purely to break the deadlock. As long as he escaped the Yama Palace, the sky would be the limit, and he could advance or retreat, gaining room to maneuver. However, just as he flew out of the Yama Palace, his expression changed dramatically. Outside the Yama Palace, Liu Yang's figure quietly appeared, but this time, the guardian deity Su Nu did not accompany him, remaining in place. 2 people. The Master of Mending Heaven Peak's pupils contracted, instantly realizing, an external incarnation. You're not yet at Foundation Establishment, just managed to refine a Foundation Establishment level incarnation. Liu Yang ignored him, silently extending a finger. Generally, he could only duel with the Master of Mending Heaven Peak when merged with Su Nu, but for a single move, he had a trump card. This move was taught by ancestor Nether Whisper. In the next second, Liu Yang began to break through to Foundation Establishment, ascend, and then fall. Liu Yang's expression was calm, his aura changing, then enveloped in the majestic power of a failed ascension, falling from Foundation Establishment, pointing at the Master of Mending Heaven Peak. Heaven collapsed. A shadow fell from the sky, Liu Yang's finger caught the master of Mending Heaven peak off guard, intercepting his escape mid-air. Immediately, the Yama Palace opened its doors again. Boom! With a loud bang, the master of Mending Heaven Peak's eyes widened in anger and helplessness as Liu Yang's fingers struck him down,
Hello, everyone.
causing him to fall back into
As
the
we
Yama
wrap up
Palace.
this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.